trying to push it, they're running out. It's Thunder heralds their unstoppable reign. Unscathed, unrivaled.
A trophy, a symbol, a legacy, a champion. We begin our story with the pioneers, forged in gold, Fairy's champion ring and medal, relics to be worn with pride. Among champions, one legend outshines all. We play, we carry. Realme M7 official gaming phone, forged for those who create miracles, the ultimate artifact of mastery. Every cheer from an army of believers shapes the determination of a champion. The Visa champion journey is reserved for those who never stop believing. When united, they become something greater. The legacy of the M Series, a home for every champion to stand eternal. This is the Hall of Champions.
Realme 15 Pro M7 official gaming phone.
Just sizzle, got a crew so hot, no riddles. It's 0 to 100, no middle. That's right, that's right. When I walk in the room, everybody gotta watch us. R to the I to the S to the E. Gonna shut down the apps if they tryna get past me. You can watch us sizzle. We're making this drop go triple. It's 0 to 100, no middle. That's right, that's right. When I walk in the room, we rise as one. Got me wild and free. Now watch us stay fly. Doing it like I do. If you're rolling with me, the best team that unites. When I walk in the room, everybody gotta watch me sizzle. Got a crew so hot, no red.
pushing, they're running out. Thunder heralds their unstoppable reign. Unscathed, unrivaled.
A trophy, a symbol, a legacy, a champion. We begin our story with the pioneers, forged in gold, Fairy's champion ring and medal, relics to be worn with pride. Among champions, one legend outshines all. You play, we carry. Realme M7 official gaming phone, forged for those who create miracles, the ultimate artifact of mastery. Every cheer from an army of believers shapes the determination of a champion. The Visa champion journey is reserved for those who never stop believing. When united, they become something greater. The legacy of the M Series, a home for every champion to stand eternal. This is the Hall of Champions.
Realme 15 Pro M7 official gaming phone.
Just sizzle, got a crew so hot, no riddles. It's 0 to 100, no middle. That's right, that's right. When I walk in the room, everybody gotta watch us. R to the I to the S to the E. Gonna shut down the ops if they tryna get past me. You can watch your sizzle. We're making this drop go triple. It's 0 to 100, no middle. That's right, that's right. When I walk in the room, we rise as one. Got me wild and free. Now watch us stay fly. Doing it like I do. If you're rolling with me, the best team that unites. When I walk in the room, everybody gotta watch me sizzle. Got a crew so hot, no riddles. It's 0 to 100, no middle. That's right, that's right. When I walk in the room,
Indonesia, the battle will start here in the M7 World Championship. Let the world see us.
Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you are ready because this is going to be the start of the run of one of the most scariest lower bracket runs we've ever seen on the world stage. And as you guys can see, we got 5 of us here. We got the panel, but first, let me introduce the casters for today, Trex as well as Gani. Now, Trex, first of all, I'm guessing it's not on your bingo card to have Team Liquid as well as Onyx ID here in the lower brackets. How do you feel about that?
Not just my bingo card, but I think the whole world's bingo card. Nobody expected them to be down there, but it just makes that bottom bracket even more spicy.
Well, with that, Gani, we saw Alter Ego drop yesterday against Aurora Philippines. That means there's no chance for an Indo-Indo Grand Finals. How do you feel about that?
It's very unfortunate. I'm very sad about the result yesterday, but, you know, I think one step at a time. We got Onyx today. We'll deal with Alter Ego tomorrow.
We'll deal with Alter Ego tomorrow. Anyways, those are our casters. But now, let's introduce the panel. My name is Afel, of course, and alongside me is Gideon as well as Wolf. Now, Gideon, yesterday, it was, how should I put this? The SRG game, it was an exercise without moving our bodies.
It really was. It really was. It was an exciting time to be alive, and really we thought that maybe the standard was going to be higher than that. I will admit that at least from Turkey, the representatives put one hell of a fight, but it also exposes some potential weaknesses for upcoming matches.
What about you, Wolf? Yesterday, Aurora Philippines got 3-1 over Alter Ego. Do you like what you saw?
It was very stressful as a Filipino fan to be in that kind of position, especially when you're supporting Aurora. But as a fan of MLBB in general, as a fan of the M series, I think it's great. We were restreaming last night with Naisu, and I gotta say, I was sweating. Even when I was, it was SRG versus Aurora Turkey, which wasn't part of, part of the Philippines or anything, but it was real scary. And then you get to the final series of last night, and it was so nice. And a new meta is also brewing. Leonboard is appearing, man.
Well, yeah, of course, because here's the thing, Trex. Today is 2 elimination matches. And again, we're going to see one of our stronger teams go home. Are you ready to cast the elimination match?
I am very ready. It's actually exactly why we're all black today. Is a funeral today for 2 teams, not at least. And as we go on, the stakes will only get higher. I mean, what more could you ask for at this point? And we're jumping right into it.
What about you, Gani? Are you ready? Because Trex says he's ready. I don't know about you. Because Onyx is playing.
Exactly. Onyx is playing, and I have an idea why you wear black today. But I gotta say, I think, I'm still quite optimistic about Onyx today.
Well, going up against Team Liquid, it's going to be quite an uphill battle. Now, while we're talking, let's actually look back at the journey of all of the teams here. We're going to be looking at the brackets, and it's quite brutal. I got to say, this M7 World Championship, every single game, every single series is a banger. We got to look at the upper echelon of the first match. Alter Ego getting 2-0 off of Onyx Indonesia. I believe that is one of the first upsets, I would guess. And then Team Liquid going up against Aurora. Aurora won that one. Even the start of knockouts here, Wolf, a lot of unexpected things happen, but I'm all for it. I'm happy with the results.
And it definitely shows you how prepared teams are in specific teams. I would say that Aurora has come back from when they were defeated by Team Liquid first time in the Swiss stages. And then, of course, Alter Ego, after not meeting Onyx for a long time, they've shown their cards up against Onyx, and Onyx couldn't really catch up with the metagame. And now you're looking at SRGS as well as Aurora Turkey, which are the teams that you would say that also have their own approach to the metagame. So I think that the teams that won in the first side of our first round, of the knockout stage there, the teams that have their own thing going in.
Yeah, we're going to be looking at the schedule after this, but Gideon, looking at a Team Spirit against Yangon Galacticos, and Alter Ego is waiting for whoever wins that matchup here. So what we're talking about is, let's look at today's schedule. Well, starting off with Team Spirit against Yangon Galacticos. Afterwards, it is Onyx going up against Team Liquid, and closing off the day is going to be Aurora Philippines going up against SRG. Talk me through Team Spirit as well as Yangon Galacticos first, because after this match, they're going up against Alter Ego, which is not an easy feat.
Absolutely, and I think both of these teams definitely had a different approach coming into the Swiss stage. TS definitely was looking like all right, but that was mainly because Kid Bomba was sick, right? And now that he's coming back into health, he's starting to look better. Yangon doing amazing during the Swiss, but now when we start to see these best of threes, really, it's really, okay, we made that first impression, but it's still punishable.
Yeah. Honestly, like, I really have to look, because if Yangon Galacticos is able to defeat Team Spirit, that's actually kind of clutch for them, because back in the Swiss stage, they lost to Alter Ego 2-0, and that was the promotion match for both teams. So I really feel like Yangon Galacticos, if they're able to beat Team Spirit, that's really a matchup, a revenge matchup that they really want to look forward to.
Yeah. And I think that Team Spirit is also a team that kind of feels like they are not 100% yet. Whereas for Yangon Galacticos, they peaked early. They had a very good run in the Swiss stages after winning back-to-back. And the way that they also won their matches was also pretty good. Now, when looking at the first stage of our knockouts, you saw some chinks in the armor of Yangon Galacticos.
By the way, just to remind everyone, for the viewers at home, the order of the matches on the bracket doesn't reflect the schedule of the matches, but this one really is. You know, this schedule, yes, we're looking at the schedule for today. We're gonna have 3 best of 5s, and that's gonna be interesting, especially for whoever is working the first and third shift, huh, Gideon?
Yeah, I mean, we're gonna be working all day today. It's gonna be a long set of games, and if we learn anything from yesterday, we're expecting it to go the distance, because now some of these teams are at the brink of elimination, and that type of pressure, you must show at least a couple of those cards.
Yeah, and if we are just discounting the Swiss stages where every team is playing in the M7 group stage, I think on all M-Series history, this is probably the most stacked day that we'll ever see.
Oh yeah, for sure, because again, it could be just recency bias, but I really feel like this is the scariest lower brackets. But for now, we got to talk about this. The world demands more, coming in from both Team Spirit as well as Yangon Galacticos, because Yangon Galacticos coming in from Myanmar ever since M2, honestly started, I would say, a good look for Myanmar. But then after that, they could not get the same kind of success. But Team Spirit has gotten 4th place, like what, twice now, back-to-back?
Back-to-back.
So right now, the world demands more here, Wolf. The thing is, can Team Spirit give more?
I think they can, for sure. This is the 3rd time that we're going to mention it today, but they weren't 100% in the first few days of M7. But right now, you can see that they even themselves say that they are more than ready. I was able to talk to Kid Bomba, and now he's saying that, yeah, I can be 100% come the second round of the knockout stages. And now for YG, you can also see that they did have time to prepare, because I think that the last time they played was 3 days ago, so that's a lot of time for you to prepare against your matchup. I feel like Team Spirit versus Yangon today is going to be a banger because of how much rest the two teams have gotten.
I mean, a lot of rest, but the pre-preparation, I think that TS might be coming up with better pre-preparation, because again, it comes down to previous performances, net you scrim partners. And Yangon Galacticos, they're losing a lot of their scrim partners already. CG is gone now, so who else can actually get them to that upper echelon?
I mean, like, here's the thing, gentlemen, we got to talk about Yangon Galacticos' performance so far, because win or lose, it has been sweeps. They win against Team Zone as well as Onyx 1-0-1-0, but then when they lost against Alter Ego 0-2 against Team Liquid, 0-2 against CG, it's 2-0. So this does seem like a momentum-based team. If they're looking good, they're going to look good all the way. If they're looking bad, it kind of seems like they're difficult to recover. What do you think about this, Gideon?
I think, momentum plays a huge part, especially in a team-based game, right? It's a lot of emotions, a lot of hyped-up energy coming into it, but you need to kind of focus it down and really sharpen yourself, because there are moments where we've seen teams go above and beyond but end up overheating, and that could hurt either one of these odds, because both TS and Yangon, notoriously, we've seen in the Swiss stage, drop BO3s because of it.
Now, here's the thing, Wolf, is the same with Team Spirit. They have not gone 2-1 so far. 1-0 against Evil, 0-1 against SRG, 1-0 against Onyx, and lose 0-2 against Aurora Gaming Philippines, and then win 2-0 against CFU.
I don't want to say that, but historically speaking, Team Spirit has always been a team that always pushes their opponents to the limit. Maybe for M7 particularly, we will not see them get any 3-game series, but in the past, we know that Team Spirit, with the same lineup that they have, they are known to push their opponents. I would say, though, the main reason why they couldn't really finish or force a 3-game series is because they were already forcing the game itself.
Yeah.
You get my meaning? Like if it's a 2-0, but it didn't look like an outright stomp 2-0.
Yeah, it's especially sad when you see they clearly have an advantage, right? From the laning phase to the objective control, and then even being in the base of the opponents. But then 1 or 2 mistakes, especially the game against Aurora Gaming Philippines, right? They capitalized on that mistake, able to get Sunset Lover, able to get the Lord, and then his GGs coming in from there. So while we're talking about this, we want to look deeper into the teams coming in as they are approaching for this knockouts here in the lower bracket. I want to talk more about Team Spirit. Like we're going to be looking at their highlights a little bit more. Who do you think that really has to step up here coming in from Team Spirit? And that's going to be a difficult question because, honestly, everyone has been performing quite well.
Yeah, everyone's been performing real well. I say Kid Bomba only because he's back in full health, 100% peak.
I feel like for Kid Bomba, it's really hero-dependent, right? Hero-dependent. We're going to be looking at the highlights here because we see when he's on the Uranus as well as the Esmeralda, he's good, especially in zoning. But the thing is, we want something like a Lapu, like an Alice, you know?
You didn't ask me, but I think the play that has to step up for Team Spirit is Hiko. He's been inconsistent. He's been winning or losing the game for Team Spirit. And when he is popping, he gets a savage, right? When he's really strong. But when he struggles, when his positioning is so bad, it actually loses the games for Team Spirit.
Yeah, we're going to be looking at the video, as I said, for quite a while here. So let's roll that one. Anyways, we're gonna be looking at how they've been playing it so far.
Get through the lower brackets. It's a very competitive lower bracket. Doesn't matter who, either Team Spirit or Yangon Galacticos make it to the next stage. They will fight either Alter Ego or Aurora Philippines.
We're not scared of the lower bracket. Either way, we just have to play against all teams. For me, currently, there's no option of losing. I don't care who our enemy is going to be. We will destroy them.
Whatever happens, we need to fight. This is the brutal truth of esports. You need to destroy other dreams to achieve.
I think they're the ones that should be afraid of us, and we're going to come into the match and show them the real Team Spirit.
Here in World Stage M7, this is the brutal M series that I experienced. You need to adjust right away. You need to adapt. If meta change, you need to think right away.
ခြားတော့ hero တွေပါ train နိုင်မယ်ဆိုလို့ရှိရင် game play ကိုနိုင်မယ်လို့ပြောလို့ထင်ပါတယ်အခုဒီကျွန်တော်တို့ရှေ့မှာဆောက်ရတဲ့ဒီပွဲတွေတောက်ချောင်းမှာကျွန်တော်တို့ပုံစံမဟုတ်တာကိုခံစားရတယ်ဟိုနောက်မဲ့ပွဲအဲ့ပြန်အောင်
I think YG XP lane and jungler are rookies. It will help us to beat them because they will get nervous in big stage.
Burmese ghouls will be going home.
ဒီဟိုကျွန်တော် F5 တုန်းကဆိုတော့ရင်းပြုတ်တာပါဒါပေမဲ့ဒီတစ်ခေါက်ဒီ M7 မှာတော့တော့ရပို့ရရတယ်ပြရလို့ရှိတယ်
I think that we will be able to beat Yangon, and I think after that, we are finally going to break the top 4 curse.
Blacklist International have swept Deus Ex.
I'm proud for making this far, but still the job is not yet done. We need to showcase more until we have the last breath. I think we're going to win.
I am 100% sure that we will be able to surprise everybody, and I'm not scared of anything.
Dragons rise to prove they are not done just yet. The bastion of EECA, Team Spirit!
Ladies and gentlemen, the world is watching. Team Spirit is on the stage. And now, your opponents. Ladies and gentlemen, both teams are on stage, both Team Spirit as well as Yangon Galacticos. This is going to be an elimination match for one of the teams. This will be the final time that they play here in the M7 World Stage.
We know for sure that this is going to be a duel of mechanics from both teams. Myanmar as a region, they have known to have players who are really good at pressing buttons, and that's also true for Team Spirit.
Now guiding them through this match are their coaches. For Team Spirit, it's Coach Coldstar. And for Yangon Galacticos, it's Coach Mars as well as M. God. With them is the head referee, Gary, ensuring the integrity and fairness of the tournament. So good luck to both teams, because again, this will be an intense best of 5. Both teams having a fist bump against each other. Gentlemen, now we got to talk about what's at stake here, because again, winning means your tournament life is still ahead. Afterwards, fighting up against Alter Ego. But for now, they're going up against each other. Team Spirit against Yangon Galacticos. So far, looking at their match history, they haven't fought in the Swiss stage. For Team Spirit, is Kid Bomba, One Shot, Sunset Lover, Sao, as well as Hiko. And we saw yesterday it was all fighter in the gold lane. We got to see what a Team Spirit, they want to still give Hiko that marksman, or now they change it up and let him play the fighter.
Well, I mean, that's a possibility, but he's currently second in GPM, just behind Carl TZ, who is at number 1. If you're telling me that he has to play a fighter and lose that GPM, I don't think so. He's back on that marksman when he's got Kip Bomba taking the damage for the rest of the team. Number 1 in the damage taken per minute department.
A very fair point that you raised there, Lafel, because I feel like teams who have not adapted to this kind of metagame, who cannot utilize that to psyche their opponents, they're going to struggle.
Yeah, right now we're going to be looking at Yangon Galacticos. They started off the Swiss stage with a lot of tricks, but now looks like they're just playing meta here. We got Ying, Han, Lina, Blink, as well as Stitch. And so far, we have not seen the Helker play even when it's open. So, Wolf, give me your opinion here. Should they try to go back to their own style, or just keep doing what they've been doing and bending over towards the meta?
100% they have to go back to their own playstyle. I think what made me so in love with Yangon Galacticos, the way they play, is that they play with their own skin. Even in tournaments outside of the M series, when you look at them, they're so comfortable when they're playing so aggressively. When Ying is actually doing his thing, where he's number 1 in damage dealt share among almost all of the XP laners, which kind of tells me they have to really put the pedal to the metal, you know? They have to really play according to their signature playstyle.
That comes to the question, what will be their signature here? Because Team Spirit, they for sure understand the playstyles of Yangon Galacticos, because so far, when it comes to the bans, one of the most bans against them is the Boxia as well as the Hellcurt. Gideon, do you think that will change?
I think that it's still going to remain the same, mainly because Yangon Galacticos should expect this. They should expect these target bans. And now that the meta actually, I would say the meta favors Yangon Galacticos, because these guys are looking to affect teams in the lane itself, and they have supports who help them do that, like the Hellcurt. They just need to find other options as well, and maybe split up their forces to open up maybe a couple of openings for the mid-game turtle fights.
Something that I want to discuss here with you gentlemen here is that looking at how M7 has been played out, when it comes to the drafts, I feel like it's more important than ever to actually have a winning matchup. And I feel like that's even more so going up against Team Spirit, where I kind of feel like in the EECA region, one of their strengths is the side laners, right? We're talking about Kit Bomba as well as Hiko. Amazing laners here. So for Yangon Galacticos, Wolf, do you feel like they really got to be careful of the picks coming in from Team Spirit just to make sure they don't lose those side lanes?
100%, especially because they can go and attack a specific side lane in that regard. Maybe they can focus on Kid Bomba, but I would say some teams have focused on Hiko and were successful against Team Spirit when they do that. And I think that the Yangon Galacticos can actually play that way. Although we can see Stitch playing the Cloud many times, I think he can also play some aggressive laners, like the Granger, for example, that he can take away from Hiko.
Yeah, looking at this, we can really see a relation from the goal per minute as well as the kill participation. Much higher team fight participation from Stitch, but lesser goal compared to Hiko. Higher goal, but then less kill participation. Now, this is also something that I want to ask Gideon, because I have my own personal opinion where Team Spirit looks the very best when they have a burst-oriented lineup. Right? Something like a Farsa, something like a Granger. Do you think they will be given this kind of composition?
I think they should honestly lean into the playstyle. This is what made them so good in previous internationals, with their level of execution and the consistency of which they hit their initiations is rather insane. And the only time they actually drop those games is when Sunset Lover, who was supposed to be the outlet, either isn't performing well on that day or is hard targeted by the opponents.
Sometimes he overperforms too, right? When he gets so hot, it gets too hot that he actually makes the mistakes. I can really fairly remember when he tried to go for that play against, it was Aurora actually. But I would say that he is so reliable when it comes to the carrying his team. When it comes to damage sources, when he plays the Farsa, for example, he is so dependable. I think that even when we say that the side laners are key for Yangon Galacticos, they also have to look at that mid lane. Maybe, mess up with the gameplay of Sunset Lover.
Yeah, something to look forward to is One Shot as well. His pathing has been amazing. When he uses a fast assassin like a Lancelot or a Nolan, he has been quite successful of taking farms away, especially when we look back at yesterday, SRG going up against Aurora Turkey. That's kind of what Aurora Turkey did, right? Just go inside the jungle and make sure that Sakai's did not get any farms. So I kind of feel like that's something that Team Spirit could lean onto, especially if Yangon goes for those utility junglers, right? Just path away from the jungler and then just take all the camps.
I completely agree, because one of the biggest issues we've seen previously, especially when One Shot was first incepted with Team Spirit, was the question, he's not a very dependable jungler, right? He's not as independent as the names like Kyrie, like Demon Kite especially. When his farm gets taken away, he's looking across the map. These players know exactly where to go. One Shot, I think he's evolved so much. Now he's an independent, reliable jungler. He's somebody who's pushing his own limits, not only to take away enemy farm, but still securing neutral objectives.
I like what you said. Maybe it's also the reason why Sunset Lover, as well as Hiko, is able to play and farm more, because there's already someone who makes the space for them. Whereas now, when I look at Yangon Galacticos, it's really a team effort. I feel like when I watch them, when somebody struggles, everybody just, it's contagious. It's contagious, is what I feel like. But when they are on fire, it's also very contagious. I remember seeing Yangon Galacticos still win fights, even when they're down by 1,000 gold, 5,000 gold, just because they know how to team fight together.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we are about to jump straight into the drafting phase here. Team Spirit going up against Yangon Galacticos. Yesterday, it does seem like who's ever on blue side or first pick does have a more commanding draft. So now we're going to see who will be on that blue side. And looks like it is going to be broken walls for game number one. Yangon Galacticos' first pick here, they instantly grab the Sora.
Wow. Sora already getting picked up super early on. Even the Claude, now the Claude is already kind of out of the picture. YSS alongside with the Cho. it looks like Yangon has a very specific idea of how they want to play this particular draft. And on the opposite side, at least for Team Spirit, probably not 100% sure where they're leaning from the side of Yangon, but at least they get access to Grok, right?
They do have access to Grok. They also have access to Eve. You can also combo that together. That would be a really good pickup for them, especially because there's no Cloud to threaten that up. However, we've seen yesterday that the Leo board has been the priority for teams. So my guess here is Eve Grok, or they put Leo more along that mix. What is that I'm hearing? That doesn't sound like any of the that I said at all.
Yeah, while we're here, we got to talk about the bans here because Team Spirit still respects the picks coming in from Yangon Galacticos, banning out the Hellcurt as well as the Boxia, and then understanding Yangon Galacticos would want to play a lot of utility. They ban out the Jushin as well. So here in the knockout stage, in tennis indoor Sanayan, looks like Leomord is much higher in priority now. Team Spirit instantly picks up the Kalia as well as the Leomord, which makes it so that they have a lot of priority, especially in the jungle. But more importantly, if they do go for a assassin, that Kalia is going to be a problem.
Yeah, I like this a lot because the Leomord is one of the few junglers who's down to kind of just man-fight assassins, right? Especially if you got Barbiel ready to go, the extra stats kind of put you out of the kill range for a majority of them until we start reaching mid to late game. But now, as Wolf has mentioned, the Kalia, a great way to kind of open things up. But now we look on the opposite side, Yangon respond. Hilda straight away on top of the Farsa.
Typically, this will be covered up with a Freya because you want to deal as much damage and you want the fighters on the side lanes. It's also a dive that can match up well versus this Farsa. At the same time, if you're looking at Team Spirit, they really don't like to play fighters on Hiko. Yep. So this is such an important slot for Team Spirit because now they can either secure the Freya or something like a Granger or a Harriet for Hiko.
Now, looks like they are going to pick up the Eve here because I really feel like for Team Spirit, they have to consider, do they still want to go for a marksman, something like a Granger? Because I feel it very interesting here. They pick up the Leomord, and the answer from Yangon Galacticos is that Hilda. Traditionally, you want to chase after your assassin, but if your opponent is going to be that fighter, it makes it so much easier for you to focus on one target, and that usually is the marksman. But I kind of feel like if Team Spirit, Hiko has been practicing those fighters, I think it's good to kind of punish the mistake of Yangon here picking up the Hilda because I feel like if no Hilda has displacement, I don't think she can displace Leomord enough so that he misses Barbiel.
Well, he definitely doesn't miss Barbiel, but pre-level 4, I mean, Hilda's going to be quite up in this Leomord's face just in general, right? Which means that Kalia probably has to kind of top up that Leomord and kind of power up just to get him to level 4 as quick as possible, which leaves Sunset Lover either on his own against Lina, and that could open up many different possibilities if the side lanes start to crumble. Like, as you mentioned, Freya, what are you going to do against her? She beats you up in lane, clears the wave, walks into your jungle. With the rest of the mid trio, you've basically lost your buff.
This is the problem now for Team Spirit because they third pick the Eve, and I'm not totally against it. I think the Eve with the Kalea is such a strong combo. Sunset Lover will definitely have a great time with that. However, they're facing up against a Hilda, which kind of requires you to have some shred damage. It's also true against the Sora. I would have preferred the Lunox, or if they picked up the Hiko hero in that slot, they could have gotten the carry or the Granger. Now, there are problems that they have to face. Exactly, but I think that maybe the fourth pick for Team Spirit should be something like an Esmeralda or any kind of shred, you know?
Let them play the hero.
I'm thinking very similar to it, right? Because now that Yuzong, this gives us a very clear direction of we don't want you to really win the lane. Sure, you can get Lapu Lapu if you want, but at the end of it, we want to just make sure that either A, we are countering one target hero, which in this case is probably going to be Farsa, or B, I'm going to be a team player and actually have that shred with Uranus and try to get you with the Ionic Edge and let Sunset Lover do his thing.
Very quickly here, Wolf, do you like the bans, the second bans coming in from Team Spirit as well as Yangon, since you're banning out the Fanny Yuzong, the Yangon banning out the carry?
Oh, for sure. The Fanny, it could be played by Yangon because at any given moment, so that's actually scary to have. And the Yuzong, but you can see CC was the priority ban here for Yangon Galacticos instead of the Esmeralda, which kind of opens that up for Team Spirit. It is a hero that Kid Momo can actually play in this scenario up against the Hilda and the Sora.
But I do like the Shredders, right? Getting banned out, so now you're kind of just hoping for the Eve. And if somehow Yangon Galacticos has an answer for the Eve, Team Spirit might have some trouble.
I think that at this point, it's a really difficult decision, right? Because what are you playing for? You playing for lane? You playing for your team? You playing to have a little bit of both, right? Being able to play for your team while still winning out that lane. Esmeralda fits that build really, really nicely. And better yet, it makes it so much worse for Yangon to be like, yeah, Uranus is great with Farsa, but I don't think he's going to leave lane.
Yeah. Now, if you're going to be looking for a jungler for Young Galacticos, and I think that most valid option should be the Hayabusa in the scenario up against Eve. You have that dive, which means that now Sora can be played in the gold lane and the XP lane. I think this Esmeralda will go to the XP lane. That means that you kind of have to match it with a hero that can counter that. But something tells me, maybe this is the time where we see Benedetta,
So do behave.
Oh, Alice instead. All right.
Alice.
No
I
fun.
like
It's fine.
I like the
No
shot
fun?
for the Vendetta because they only use it once. And the Harley.
Oh,
This is
of
going to
course.
be an M7
Of course.
special. How do you feel about the Harley pick here, Gideon?
This one's interesting because we were talking about this earlier before the show, right? Like how Harley, as soon as he hits level 4, because of that deadly magic, he's kind of able to kind of gank the lanes whenever he feels like it and really ruin the laning phases for some of these side laners.
Yeah.
I think it's okay, mainly because, hey, who's his main target here? He's looking right at that Eve.
Yeah.
This forces Sunset Lover to play very closely to Sawo just in case he makes the jump, because if he's not in the right position at the right time, he instantly dies, and finally, at the end, the counter pick.
So it looks like this is going to be an Esmeralda gold. Wait, no, since Sora is gold, might as well Valen gold. Well, the laning phase is going to be interesting, but we did talk about this. The laning phase is so important coming here in the M7 World Championship. So thank you very much, Wolf, as well as Gideon, giving your insights. Looking at draft, I gotta say, M7 is looking pretty spicy here. I'm very happy of how the drafts happen here in game number 1 of this elimination match. So I hope Gani as well as Trex is ready, because I do want to see how well this Harley really matches up, especially going up against, I would say, fighter silent. Consider the Valentina in this situation a fighter. So Trex and Gani, the floor is yours.
Thank you, LaFell, Gideon, and Wolf. It's day 3 of the knockout stage. We're jumping in the land of Dawn. This is Trex, and joined with me today is Gani. How are we feeling about the draft, Gani?
You know what? It's a good opener, right? I think both teams, they're taking a bit of a risk, which I'm down. I'm all for it, right? It's the best of 5, ladies and gentlemen. And let's see, Yangon Galacticos and Spirit.
You know, talking about the mid, it has been such a huge prio. And yesterday, the Hilda in the past, it would always be only against an assassin. But at this point, I just feel like it does so good against so many heroes, just pressuring, being able to control this river, and paired up with something like the Farza, you get these quick rotations, you get the ability to put pressure down, and I think it can be a huge advantage to Yangon in the beginning of this match.
Yeah, and you can see here, right? Stitch opted for that Temporal Rain. It has been quite popular here for Sora players. But yeah, I mean, let's see here. What will Stitch do in this match? Will he be able to be that sort of backbone to open things up for Yangon Galacticos?
Yeah, overall, pacing is going to be huge. When we looked at the index, it did say Team Spirit had an insane early to mid game. I gotta say though, I feel like with all the fighters coming in and with all the weird offlaners, that index has felt very skewed lately. It's very hard for it to actually understand. I think it's like, what is even going on right now? We got fighters in the gold lane, mages in the gold lane. You have so much happening in the current drafts of M7 that it's just unpredictable overall. But Team Spirit already showing some aggression, and it seems like they're moving around very much as a unit.
Seems like they want to retaliate though, but nothing too crazy just yet here for the first 2 minutes. And yeah, I like the variety, right? If we're talking about EXP Gold, and you can see now mid laners even, or mages shift towards the side laners. Oh, Sunset Lover. That's going to be first blood for Han. So that Harley pickup, again, just proved so value. And that's just 5v4 for Turtle. I feel like Spirit, they can't Turtle now.
Yeah, and it felt like Young Galacticos honestly maybe didn't want to contest it. You're up against a Leomord, you're up against a Kalea and Esmeralda. It would have been a hard turtle to fight for, but taking out Sunset Lover that early on gives them a nice advantage on this. He is back on the map, but at this point, Team Spirit, they're going to go for purple. They're going to find other plays in the map, and Han is able to take first turtle along with first blood of the game.
Yeah, that's a very healthy lead. And Spirit, they gotta find compensation. That's gonna be Phantom Steed popped. Blink now shifted. Oh, take a look at the damage there. Kid Bomba is able to get out. That's Flicker though.
Huge Flicker. A lot of skills used on Yangon, but we're already seeing the possibilities. And this is what I mean by the Hilda, right? Even against the Leomord, even against another hero. Blink's not stressing. The Hilda at this point, it's almost like it's just unbalanced in a sense. This hero bullies just about anyone, from roamers to fighter jungles, to anyone that you put in its face. It can put pressure down. Falling Star Moon does come on top of Blink though.
Well, Blink flickers out. That will be all. Spirit, they're trying to find an approach. Oh, take a look at Ying. He has no flicker. Phantom Seed popped again. That's going to be info. Oh, in the mid lane, Sao will be bursted down there by Han again. 2 kills on the board for Han.
Han is honestly a much more aggressive Harley than what we saw from TNZ previously. You know, we only saw the Harley from Aurora Turkiye. A little bit of action on the Kid Bomba, shouldn't be anything major. But he kind of played it a little bit differently. Not as much pressure on the mid, not as much early game pressure, but we're seeing Han use this deadly magic immediately, already getting 2 kills, the only 2 kills on the board, and not only 2 kills, but 2 kills to the mid, which we've been talking about is so important in the first 6 minutes of the game.
Definitely ruined the flow of Spirit there with the death like Sunset Lover and Sao earlier on. Item check. Glowing one already in for Lina.
And I mean, in Sunset Lover with that first death, already behind about almost 500 gold at this time. The only one keeping up is Hiko in the gold lane. But him not being on a big marksman, is it going to make the big difference? I'm still, the gold lane Valentina, it's good. We haven't seen Hiko on it too much. I don't think, have we seen Hiko on it at all? No, we haven't seen Hiko on it yet. How is he going to perform on this? Can he still be a carry for the team on a hero like this?
It seems like they will rotate towards the turtle side though. Uh-oh, that's going to be the immunity coming in. One shot finds the turtle, but that's in the back. That's going to be 1v3. Take a look at Lina with the wings by Wings. Will not be able to escape. 3 kills on the board, and suddenly Spirit, they're back in it.
And Team Spirit find a great way to do this. Kid Bomba goes into the back line, completely disrupts them, able to jump on top of the Feathered Airstrike, and while that's happening, the rest of the team is getting caught up on the top side of the turtle pit. So Team Spirit maybe finds the answer, split them up a little bit, find different targets, and this is what Kid Bomba does so well. We saw it in the Swiss stage. He's able to constantly find the angles, constantly find the flanks, and disrupt the formation of the enemy team. So that's what we're looking for in the answers of these fights from Team Spirit.
Yeah, again, a great execution there by Spirit. Keep in mind, first 3 minutes, they were looking like they were a bit shaky. And now they're in gold-wise. It's shifted towards their side. Let's see here. We're about to enter the mid-game, and you can see the players' gold now. It's very much even.
Taking a look at it, I mean, yeah, overall, everyone's sitting around the same right now. Young Gun Galacticos, Ying went a little bit too deep in the last fight, but wait a second, Kid Bomba shouldn't be phased by the deadly magic at this point, should be okay. But Ying, we sometimes see with the Alice, they go a little bit too deep. Blink, though, gonna get pushed back.
Uh-oh, they're going all in towards a roamer. And there you go, Blink, weeping with the flicker, will not be able to escape. But that's a lot of ult, though, just for the roamer. Let's see, YG, will they be able to step up?
Stitch taking some damage. Hiko trying to jump on him. He can be the carry. Well played by Stitch. Young Gun Galacticos starting to fall behind here a bit.
Uh-oh, Sao now looking for the clear. YG will not apply more pressure. They will look for the next neutral objective will come up in a few seconds. Spirit still 2K gold lead.
From laning phase to now, but wait a second, Ying looking for a play.
Oh, let's see, Ying. Oh, that's going to be Sao, though. Just looking for the zone. Kid Bomba stuck, isolated in the front. Will be gunned down. Now it's going to be 5v4. Sao will be eliminated. It's a 3-4-5. That means it's a free turtle.
A nice turtle for Young Gun Galacticos. Team Spirit, I feel like both teams keep paying the price. We're trying to punch a little bit too hard here. One moment it's Young Gun Galacticos overcommitting. Now Team Spirit overcommitting. After each team gets about 1,000 gold lead, they think they can just push the go button, but you gotta be careful.
Blink again now trying to escape. With the Feather Airstrike, seems like Blink will be out of the picture. It's a 5v4. Oh, Lina, wings by wings. Oh, great timing on the Purify. 2 ults there spared. But that's still just Spirit trying to find more control in the map.
Yeah, but here's the thing. Blink, it's okay for Blink to die. A Hilda can lose a couple lives. At least they are able to capitalize on a tower in the bot lane. But Team Spirit sees that instantly. They send one shot up to the top, and they make the trade go into their favor once again. So the back and forth has been clean. Taking a look at the items, both the XP laners. On to almost second item for Ying, but Kid Bomba already on to Oracle, already going to start feeling tankier, and he's only taken one death. Should be okay at this point, and that's going to get scarier and scarier because there's really no big shred damage. Luckily, they do have enough crowd control. But the way we've seen Kid Bomba play on this Esmeralda before, I think that could end up being the major issue for Yangon Galacticos going into these Lord fights down the line.
Definitely got to look for that angles, right? Kid Bomba definitely can utilize this Esmeralda from the flanks. And let's see here. The tempo gone down. 35 seconds on the clock for that first Lord of the game. And it does seem like both teams are trying to take it slow. Both teams are waiting for that spell to be up. Ying is up, so all 10 spells are up. Expect a big 5v5 here in the first Lord of the game.
This is a match for me that positioning is going to be key coming up on these Lord fights. Vision, information, to whereas for Yangon Galacticos, you got to know where Kid Bomba is. You need to know where Sawo is. On the side of Team Spirit, they need to try to know where Han is. Blink's always going to be in their face. Lina, can you make sure those feathered airstrikes count? Timing? I mean, it is crucial. There's so many important mechanics when it comes down to mainly these Lord fights, especially with the fact that gold is at a standstill. Nobody has a huge advantage currently.
Yeah, both teams are just waiting to pull the trigger. Spirit, though, is on the Lord. Glaive already in hand of Han. That's going to be 50% HP of the Lord's HP gone. Oh, one shot finds the Lord. Sunset Lover in the back. Real world manipulation, but Blink tries to cancel it out. Ying trying to provide distraction. Here comes Stitch. Sawo goes down, but Ying is stuck isolated, forced to use the flicker. Hiko jumps in, finds the angle to take Lina down. It's going to be 2 for 1, but Ying now with no spell in hand. Can he survive? Now Sunset Lover jumping back in, trying to provide the damage. Blink running away, but one shot's damage is just too huge, and one by one they will fall here, but Ying is too tanky. One shot jumps in, the dive is not enough. The retribution though comes in, but that is just Ying able to get out. They gotta deal with the Lord though.
All right, so Team Spirit, the moment they know Han is in the bot lane, they immediately start rushing the Lord. They get it. Yangon Galacticos wants to try to take advantage. Okay, fine, maybe we get a couple kills here, and it bites them in the back. I gotta say something though. Hiko's not playing Valentina. This man is essentially just playing Sora, and he might be playing it better than Stitch right now.
Yeah, especially from that last fight. 3 kills on the board already for Hiko. Gotta keep his positioning right though. There's a shutdown, there's a bounty if they take Hiko down. But that Lord only touched the top side of the base. Yangon Galacticos, don't count them out just yet.
Yeah, they're definitely staunching the bleeding right now. And again, luckily we didn't go into that Lord fight with 1,000, 1.5k gold lead already. So at this point, Team Spirit holding a 2k gold lead. So the fans of Yangon Galacticos can still kind of wipe the sweat from their brow. But they got to think about how they're going to approach these next neutral objectives. I don't know if Han is the one they want to send up to the opposite lane. They need him ready to be able to retry for these Lords, because Team Spirit, we saw it in the last one. Once they get vision on you, fine, we'll rush it. We're comfortable rushing it. We're cool with the 5v4, and we're going to make sure you don't make it in time.
Oh, that's Kid Bomba just being a constant nuisance. Hiko finds an angle to find a finishing touch. It's a 5v4 now. Ying jumps in with Alice. Oh, throwing a ruin there in the back. Terrified. One shot is there to provide the damage once again. So gonna be a 3-4-5, but Blink will not be able to escape.
Stitch goes in and is unable to do much. Now he's on the run. Team Spirit not gonna let him go.
Oh no, Stitch isolated, and another kill. That's a triple, by the way. Add that to the drawing board. Almost a wipeout. Team Spirit showing why they deserve to be here.
I mean, Team Spirit's just, they're staying as a group, they're working as a group, and they're doing it so cleanly. And Yangon Galacticos is just falling right into the trap, one by one by one. Even Stitch, the fight was already over. Stitch should have never engaged there. And at that, he engages with the shifting clouds way before he even gets to the fight at that point and completely wastes the skill. By the time he gets in the middle of 3 of them, there's nothing he can really do.
Yeah, so unfortunate in that situation there. I think with this Lord, with this lead, if Spirit is able to just, play it perfectly, I think this might be a game-winning Lord.
All right, so Team Spirit, 5K gold lead. Freezing lanes, waiting for Lord to come on the next push. Yangon Galacticos, they got to play it safe. They do at least have the Feathered Airstrike. They have some answers for shredding things down, but the way they approach these team fights has to be huge. Let's take a look at this. Watch for Stitch here. He comes in so late to this fight. I mean, at this point, I feel like the fight's already over. Blink's gonna die. Stitch uses the shift and just gets caught. I mean, walks right into it. And the thing about the gold lane Sora is you need to find the angles as well, like Kid Bomba's been doing. You need to you got to kind of catch them off guard a little bit, right?
Yeah, the funny thing is it was a 4v5, but they were the ones engaging. So that's going to be Blink again, isolated, trying to distract, trying to buy time for his team, but let's see, will it be worth it?
Here's another thing, Blink. It's okay to do the whole suicide of Hilda thing in the first 4 or 5 minutes of the game. When you're this deep, you cannot get caught up alone like that.
Another airstrike spent. Kid Bomba is in the area of Yangon Galacticos. They took down the turret top side with the Lord charging. And Spirit, they want to siege bottom side, seems like.
All right, Team Spirit. A big miss through in.
Oh, Spirit is able to hold on. They were able to get the clear Yangon Galacticos. So, again, great defense there. But still, Spirit, they know that they can play the patient game. They're ahead 7,000 gold. In a minute, the next Lord will come up and they can just play,
They don't have to rush it.
Exactly.
They don't have to rush it at all.
With their tempo.
Yeah, I mean, with the 7,000 gold lead and the composition that they have, it's comfortable. You have an Esmeralda. You have a Hiko who can turn into Sora. You have the Eve. I mean, you have the full package. And Yangon Galacticos, reality or not, they are behind. And especially in terms of their front liners, Ying is the only one who can actually take any damage right now. Hilda just got 3rd item in. Luckily, Ying finally does get dominance in, so a little bit tankier, but outside of that, Han's not outputting the damage. And if Han can't get to Sunset Lover, can't get to Hiko, who's 4-0-5, let me have you at that. I mean, how do you even catch Hiko at this point? You have the dashes, you have the Terrify. There's no way that Han can fully connect. It feels like they're running out of answers at this point.
Yeah, again, with the lack of crowd control from the side of Yangon Galacticos, it's going to be very tough to lock Hiko down. Here comes the Lord. And Yangon, they're attempting, but will they find the angle? Let's see.
In my mind, I'm wondering, is this a do or die? Is this the Lord that Yangon needs to completely commit to? They probably could defend it, but if they lose too much here, it's rough.
Uh-oh, that's going to be the engage. One shot jumps in. Ying in the back, Blink. Oh, Tsunami Slam in the back. Oh, shifting closes out. RWM pops in the back. That's going to be Blink's run to provide the damage. Han, though, will be taken down. It's going to be a 2-for-0. And Spirit, they march on as Stitch is going to be the next one on the chopping block. Pops the Purify. Lina and Blink, can they defend?
It's definitely going to be tough. It's 20 to 30 second death counters on the side of Yangon Galacticos, and there's already cannon minions on the base.
With the Lord top here, again, the Hilda is trying to delay.
Blink up in the top side as well.
Yeah, exactly. Trying to delay, just trying to delay, and seems like he will fall. And Spirit, with this Lord still rather healthy, they look to secure game 1.
Yeah, Han just comes out, but it's not going to be fast enough.
Oh, done and dusted. Team Spirit in this first best of 5. They take game 1.
Game 1 cleanly. Going to Team Spirit. Yangon Galacticos, they started off great there. It was a good few minutes. But quickly, Team Spirit took control. They were comfortable losing in the laning phase for the first 3 or 4 minutes. And then once Team Spirit took control, Yangon just started making these small mistakes and more mistakes, and it built and it built. And in my mind, I don't think that last Lord was the hill to die on. I think they probably could have defended against one more push and tried to extend that game a bit farther, but they took the risk, and the risk did not pay off.
The risk did not pay off, and let's see here, the reset, the adjustment from Yangon Galacticos. Again, panels, it's still a best of 5, but it feels like it's going to be a long day for us. But I like what Team Spirit has shown us in Game 1. They show discipline, they show simplicity.
Yeah, I mean, in that last fight, it was pretty much the cherry of the whole match there, going in one by one, making bad fights. I'm wondering if the panel agrees with us. LaFell, Gideon, Wolf, how we feeling about that first game?
First of all, thank you very much, Trex, as well as Gani. And yes, honestly, we do agree with you. I jot down quite a few things that I hope you gentlemen can help me out here, because there's a few things that I do want to bring through. Well, number one is the Sora. What do you call it? The emblem setup. The use of the Harley as well as Ying honestly made one mistake that really turned things around and gave the opportunity for Team Spirit to come back in. So I'm going to talk about that mistake first, where in the first instance of the turtle, we can definitely see the idea was Han get a kill, right? Han get a kill, and then you go over to the turtle. But on the second turtle, Ying made a mistake where he tried to zone everyone away, but he's far away from his team, dies, did not give an opportunity for Han to get any kind of kill, either to Sao or Sunset Lover, and it's kind of downhill from there. Like, what do you guys think happened in that second turtle fight that just went downhill for Yangon Galacticos?
I think, let's lay down the structure for it, right? Because when Yangon Galacticos are looking to actually approach TS, a lot of it just comes down to who are our main targets. We're all, from minute one, we saw that they were looking to get Sunset Lover. They were also trying to slow down One Shot. And eventually, I think that TS made the right choice of, hey, let's just switch our attention here. This Hilda's really annoying. We have a bunch of ults, and they aren't putting themselves in positions, except for Hilda, to be in our faces. Let's punish the Hilda first.
And now to add to what LaFell have said before you mentioned those stuff, I think it actually represents the formation battle that happened in that game. I believe that Team Spirit was able to win over Yangon Galacticos just plainly because of their stellar positioning. The formation that they did in the mid lane, where you saw that it was Kid Bomba manning the front lines, and then you also have that Eve box that separates the damage dealers of Team Spirit from the damage dealers of Yangon Galacticos. Yangon Galacticos had to run a mile and get bombarded by the Eve ultimate as well as the damage from One Shot before they are able to catch the Eve. The formation battle is won by Team Spirit, and that was quickly represented by the second turtle, that you mentioned when Ying was overshooting for his team.
Yeah, because I do want to talk about the rotation as well, because Harley, when you're going up against a lineup that does not have a marksman, does make it quite difficult, but we will talk about that just a little bit later. For now, we're going to be talking about the MVP coming in from Team Spirit. We're going to check out who is the MVP by our official gaming phone, Realme, and it is going to be a One Shot. Though I got to say, I kind of feel like his KDA has been statted a little bit. There were some kills that he kind of got for free, Gideon.
Oh yeah, for sure. And especially on the Leo mode, it's just so easy to get the freebies when it's like, oh, you don't have a flicker, you have no way to run away, and you're below 50% HP. Tell me more.
The most cool, the coolest passive name ever, probably. Oathbreaker. That's pretty good.
I see Leomord is just a cool hero.
Yeah, he's just a cool and I would say edgy hero. You know?
Yeah,
very edgy.
He's a nightmare.
Yeah, he's a nightmare actually. What we do know about this Leomord is that he played it so well. I think that he is one of the better performances that we've seen with the Leomord. The way that he gets into the fight, and also, you have to remember that he's playing up against the Hilda, so I think the Team Spirit as a whole was able to protect this Leomord from being from lagging behind when it comes to the farming. Because usually when you go for the assassins up against the Hilda, you usually struggle. But in this case, it wasn't.
We're going to be looking at the highlights here, and this is where we want to talk about the rotations as well as what they were supposed to do. Because this was the fight at the second turtle. They were able to isolate Ying, and then we can see like everyone was far away. In fact, I gotta say, Team Spirit did a good job of understanding where Han is and playing away from him. Because looking at my notes, after 7 to 8 minutes, Han was invisible. There was nothing this Harley could do, and why is that?
A lot of it is just making sure that Han is in a position where he can actually do something, right? Because again, as much as he wants the dash, as soon as people kind of figure out, wait a minute, he's coming from the tri-brush, we can immediately start pushing towards the tri-brush while shoving him into the rest of his team because he's playing in very linear manners. Oh, I need to be in range so that Lina can actually combo with me, and we can find the one-shot. We can find one-shot maybe, or we can even look towards Sunset Lover if he's in range. But then we need to talk about the ways that they're approaching, because of the geography of the map, attacking through the mid lane, knowing that the Lord is on your side. And more importantly, this is where Kid Bomba gets to do whatever he wants, right? How many times was a Falling Star Moon targeted towards Lina because he just so happened to not check a bush?
Geography is such a cool word to use in this particular scenario because it's actually what you can see. It's the way that Team Spirit is playing the map or the mini parts of the skirmishes, where you put the real world manipulation so that the Harley, if he tries to jump the Eve or this Leomord, he cannot really freely hit with the first kill. Although he can pop the ultimate, he cannot supplement the damage afterwards. And when that happens, you can see that Leomord already has lifesteal his way out of the situation.
Speaking of geography, you gotta talk about clouds, and I feel like we gotta talk about the elephant in the room here, Stitch on this Sora, because I look at his emblem setup and it's Rupture, Festival of Blood with the Fighter emblem. So clearly he wants to do a little bit more damage, but when we see Hiko, his emblem setup is all defense, but he still did a lot of damage. Do you guys feel like it might have been a mistake for Stitch, trying to get a little bit greedy, thinking that he could win the 1v1 against Valentina?
I think that most of the gold laners have chosen Temporal Rain as well on the Sora. I would say
usually a bit defensive, not the Rupture.
That's actually true. You know what? Maybe in this particular scenario, yes, it is. Especially because you're looking at a fighter setup as well from Team Spirit. There's no hero that you can really burst like immediately with your hero. And also, if we're looking at YG, they really don't have that burst kind of strategy. Even when you can say that Farsa as well as Hardy, they are quote-unquote burst, they're not like actual immediate nukes where it just, deletes the hero. So maybe, yeah, the Rupture did not work in that regard.
Personally, I think the way to look at it is because of Sora's passive, actually. Whenever you have extra attack damage or max HP, you convert it to the opposite depending on which form you switch. And that's why Stitch, early game, I'm looking to be in that lightning form. I'm looking to win out the lane, maybe get a couple of ultimates. Later in the game, immediately he's thinking, oh man, if Ying misses his engagement, I gotta be the one. And that's why his setup wants him to actually survive deeper into these fights.
So now my question to Wolf here, because I feel like Young Galacticos, their draft can actually work if they have a lead. Yes. But realistically, how much of a lead they actually need to make sure that they can deal with Team Spirit's draft?
That's an interesting question. I think it's not a matter of how much lead that they have. I think that keeping it steady at 2,000 for the first 8 minutes and 10 minutes is fine as long as you're able to get into the front lines or select a proper target. Neither was true for Young Galacticos. Not only did they not get a good formation of skirmishes, they also couldn't find the right target to burst. Like, would you actually jump the Leomord? The Leomord can just go for the lifesteal and sustain himself even when you pop your ultimate on the Harley. Then, if you're looking at the Eve, well, it doesn't matter if the Eve dies as long as the real-world manipulation is already put up. Is he able to pop his damage? Just the problem with not having an immediate burst on your team. The heroes that can actually just, throw their skills away and die afterwards, they benefit from it.
We're going to be looking at the goal graph here to really see the momentum of the game. And as our casters have stated, in the early game, it was actually looking quite good for Yangon Galacticos because, again, they controlled the mid. Make sure for the first 6 minutes, there were no rotations at all. But one turtle take coming in from Team Spirit, and that's where you can see the rise of Team Spirit controlling the map. There was a bit of a dip where they got a good fight for Yangon Galacticos in the river, but then after that, Team Spirit just controlled everything. So now for Gideon, looking at the game, what really caused this big spike of goal curve that made it so that there's really nothing that Yangon Galacticos can do?
Well, I think it really boils down to the performance of Blinken as well, Stitch, right? It was clear that Hiko was a better Sora than Stitch, and Kid Bomba arguably a better roamer than Blink because he took that role so quickly because Sawa needed to be an anchor to protect and cover angles from the Harley. That's why Kid Bomba is allowed to kind of be like this Hilda, get it in people's faces, start peeling, start creating opportunities. But from mid-game onwards, literally, any ults coming up from the side of Yangon is just ineffective if it's targeted towards their tanks.
I think it's also because at 8-minute mark, I can fairly remember that there was Radiant Armor that was picked up on the opposite side of Team Spirit. And if you're looking at the composition that you see from Young Galacticos, 4 of them deal magic damage in, it's DPS, DOT actually, not even like burst magic damage, just why the Radiant Armor might have been one of the reasons why that spike was there for Team Spirit.
I gotta say, despite One Shot being the MVP, I kind of feel like we really have to give a big shout out towards both Hiko as well as Sunset Lover. Sunset Lover was positioned in a way that he really was not caught at all by the Harley. And then Hiko, again, like you said, just better. Like I'm you, but better. And that's really the whole story of Valentina going up against Sora. Sora is an amazing hero. In fact, if you're an amazing hero, there's a good chance that Valentina is better. Speaking of better, make sure you guys check out the AI insights from the Realme 15 Pro. Here's the thing, it has win rate predictions, can analyze gold items, and everything in real time. It is like having a strategy coach in your pocket. That's the AI gaming coach for you, but it doesn't stop there. When the fight breaks out, and you want to make sure that your combos are perfect. It has the consecutive skill feature. Make sure that you can preset a combo in just one tap. Everything is done. It guides your strategy and elevates your execution. That's full AI-powered edge from prediction to performance. It's a complete package. You play, we carry. Is the Realme 15 Pro, the M7 official gaming phone that's being used by all of our players. Who's that?
Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it.
Right? Don't worry. Like, wait, there's someone there.
Oh, we're
handsome young men.
Hey, I like that. 2 very handsome
young men.
Young men.
Emphasize on the young.
Especially. We're not losing our hairlines or anything. Hey, that's some old people stuff.
Here's the thing. You can feel younger if you do get the M7 pass because I gotta say, that is the biggest value for money because the M7 Pass went live all the way from the 1st of January all the way to the end, and it's packed with a lot of features. You can get the Granger Thunder Ascendant Epic skin, the Cosmic Finality skin, Prime skin, and the M7 figurine. Look at this! This looks amazing! At this point, we might actually take it away. And plus, you can get the Gatotkacha Solar Spark skin for free, the fan favorite M5 Yuzong skin, and the Revamp M Championship skin. Also making a limited time return, so make sure you guys don't miss out on all the wonderful rewards. Again, best value for money, man. Make sure you guys grab the pass.
It's a good time to play the pass. And honestly, I've been trying to work on it. Goodness, you really gotta work
we work really hard, okay? We don't get to play the game a lot.
I mean, even when I do get time to play the game, I am nowhere close to 100 just yet. I think I've only just broken 50, and even that took a little bit of support chests.
Excuse me, I'm not even 30.
Oh, goodness. Oh.
Because let me just say, I'm not having fun solo. And every time I want to play with my friends, they're working.
Yeah.
I'm working all the time.
We have actually broken our yearly tradition of doing Brawl every time.
Yes!
We have not been playing Brawl.
Yes!
Who's to blame here? Naisu.
There you go. There you go.
Blame Naisu.
There you go. So now we're going to talk about game number 2 here. But before we even begin, right? We're going to see what you guys think. Pick our pass. Now, I don't know what topic we are going to be talking about here. So which is the best role for Sora, right? Is it in the EXP? Is it in the gold? I kind of feel like the face of gold lane Sora is Innocent. When it comes to the EXP, we got quite a few names, including Nino.
Nino probably comes to mind. I think, yeah, it's actually just Nino.
I mean, like, Sora hasn't been led through quite a lot.
Not a lot, actually.
Big facts, big facts.
Edward, actually.
Yeah.
He plays a mean. Oh, I don't know. This one's really, really tough. I would like to say gold lane because I feel like the matchups are way easier for Sora. It's just I hit 4, I kill you, end the story.
That's interesting. I think I'll go Explain because I'd rather see gold lane marksman. Maybe that's my bias. So in XP lane, like you see how Sora XP laners outplay their opponents, and then you can dive the mid laner as well as the marksman as well. I think EXP lane Sora has more utility.
I would say right now, EXP is looking pretty good because I took a look at the upcoming patch notes, and it does seem like playing EXP Sora will just be slightly bit more difficult because they're raising the cooldowns for the Torrent form, right? And then they're not touching the Thunder form. So I really feel like, getting those kills in the early game, on the Thunder form is going to be much easier. We might even see it transitioning all the way to the jungle. Who knows, right? Who knows?
I like that. I like the idea of just the Thunder form not being touched because, again, great abilities. I think it was probably a little too high on the base damage, but hey, I'll take it. I'll take it.
Yeah, I think that Sora needs to be nerfed in general. So I'm gonna be
listening. You're listening.
Unfortunately, though. That's
well, since he doesn't want to talk about this, let's talk about the players here. Young Galacticos, what do they really have to change? Do you really feel like, Wolf, is that it's the draft? Because from where I was sitting, it does look like they don't deal that much damage. By the way, can I just say, with them casting here, with the TV here, you and me having our devices and me write down notes, I feel like how do I say?
A professional?
I feel like a judge. like a sports happening, and I'm like, yep, that's a foul. Yep, that's 1 point. Yep, that's 2 points.
You're an umpire or something?
Yeah, umpire. Yeah, there it is. I feel like an umpire.
I mean, you are actually, practically speaking, you're taking care of the 2 panels. Yeah, maybe along the way, this will be a versus. This will be like Gideon and myself versus Trex and Gani.
Hey, as long as I'm not involved, I'm happy. But yes, going back to the question, do you feel like Young Galacticos did not have enough damage?
Yeah, for sure, 100%. I agree with that. But I think it can be fixed by their second phase picks. I believe that the way that they managed their first 3 picks were great. They got the Sora, they got the Hilda to go with it, and the Farsa. I think that the first 3 picks are good. However, they did not ban accordingly. I honestly felt like the Esmeralda should have been banned in the second phase, and they could have taken a different route with the choices that they had. But of course, this is just that was just game number 1. Come game number 2, that is something that they have learned. Maybe Harley against the Leomord is theoretically good, but in practice, it could be hard.
I also think that they should probably change their priorities from like, oh, let's look for like pseudo winning lanes to you just need to straight up win the lane, right? And I think that YG has kind of put themselves in this corner where they can't really get back out of there because TS is like, we're flexible enough to sandbag some of those lanes at the very least and then get mid-game spikes compared to Youngon, who's like, I'm willing to ban out CC just so I can play the lane.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we are jumping into the second draft here. It looks like it is going to be Flying Clouds. Team Spirit will be on the first pick and still respecting the health grid as well as the box set. So it does look like Team Spirit coming in here, they have a good idea when it comes to the bans. It really is on Young Galacticos that really has to adjust.
They have to adjust a lot here, and the Eve is going to be the first ban coming in from Youngon, now holding priority for the second. Are we thinking that maybe even Kalia needs to go? That way it can open up
with that.
Assassins?
I think so, especially because of how comfortable Team Spirit are with that. But there you go, on point. Maybe Hilda could also be banned by Young Galacticos. But at the same time, they also have to think about the Jushin, because them banning the Eve means that the Jushin first pick for Team Spirit will be a free hero.
So will Team Spirit ban on the Quad here?
Quad. They can first pick it though. They can use that.
They can first pick either the Quad or the Jushin, because as of right now, gentlemen, I kind of feel like teams are just embracing, you know what? It's not bad to use double fighters.
Yep.
Let's just go with that.
Just go with that. Maybe the Grok could be the choice here for Team Spirit.
I mean, we said that the last time, but the Kalia was
open.
True. I feel like if there's like Grok and Joe, if they had to make some choices, you know what, never mind.
All the injustice in the world.
Joe is the lane winner here in the M7, all the way from, I would say it started to show up in the wildcards, but then as the Swiss stage just continues, people are like, you know what, I don't even need good kicks. I just need to stop the mid from farming.
I actually prefer the Cho to be the go-to Roma rather than last year's meta of just, it's Gatotkacha.
Yeah, you know what?
What a fun lane. Bam.
I'm with you on that one.
Okay.
I want to see Minotaur priority though,
here
as a Minotaur main.
Minotaur might be picked up. I think it disappeared in Swiss stages, right?
Yeah. It's like a niche pick, you know?
It is definitely a niche pick. Geese and Shin. So yeah, they open up the Jushin as well as the Cloud as the leverage so that the Cloud will go back to them. I think that's just Jushin is the first pick here.
Oh yeah.
No doubt about that. For YG, they will pick Claude.
Grok? Claude
Grok would be good because Jushin Grok is scary.
Something to know, if they do pick up the Grok, I kind of feel like Team Spirit, they really like the high-loss Jushin combo. Makes it very annoying for any frontline. So even if you play double fighters, not going to be feeling good.
That's right.
Like the Crimson Lightning.
That's Leomord.
I like that actually.
Fight for the ultimate
Hilda
is picking.
Okay, so this kind of tells me that Team Spirit can really shift their idea to go for a utility jungler and then the Claude.
Fredrin Arla and then target EXP laners in second phase.
That could be good.
Oh, Fredrin Arla, I love that.
Fredrin Claude in this scenario because the Claude might be bad.
You're right. The Claude is, no matter what, Claude is always going to be a problem. Oh! So TS is taking a couple of notes here from Aurora PH, and now with the Freya as well, just to kind of say, we already have the counter pick. It can be a little bit more flexible, but it doesn't matter because if these fights go extra long, Freya is just going to outvalue everybody else.
Yeah, this really scares me for Team Spirit because having the Freya kind of forces them to go for an assassin jungler in the second phase, which means this Hilda, no matter what happens, you already have the value for the Hilda because you can now stop the jungle. But maybe that's the reason why they picked up the Khalid, so that there is a way to contest that Hilda when the Hilda tries to go for the invades. Now for YG, I think it just totally makes sense to get... CC? Okay, I would have said Kimi actually, but they go for the CC. Which is interesting because I don't know if it actually wins against the Freya. Maybe not, actually.
And so far, there's not really a lot of front lines here. Maybe this is just a deterrent to make sure that One Shot does not use a Fredrin. Maybe try to force him out to use something like a Guinevere or something, which so far only has won once in the entire M7. So quickly here, Gideon, with the 3 picks of Team Spirit as well as Yangon Galacticos, which one do you feel like is looking much better right now?
I think in terms of raw flexibility for an overall draft, Yangon for sure, but in terms of just power and like clear direction, I think that TS for sure has a good idea.
Yeah. I wonder if there is a world where the Fanny will be picked up by Team Spirit.
It's a possibility. I was thinking about that as well, but considering that like TS already has ways to kind of not only deal with the Hilda, but play off of that mid priority with this Khalid. Because since Hilda already shows up, right, Khalid on top of that Jushin, no matter who's going to be the mid laner, unless they like mid lane Gator or some nonsense like that with Concussive Blast, then you will always have mid priority.
Question here, folks, because having the Khalid as well as the Jushin, does this make it safe enough for them to use any assassins against the Hilda?
Yep, pretty much it. I mean, it doesn't mean that there's no absolute way for the Hilda to actually invade or contest the jungle. It will be a little bit harder, but yeah, you can go for a Fanny, like we said, and even a Hayabusa at a certain point. However, this is interesting because the Nolan is a hero that can sustain himself, although it's not as fast as the Leomord when it comes to the jungling, so they still banned that out. Kind of tells me that Team Spirit might be giving us a different kind of jungler against the Leomord. Maybe not a Lancelot, maybe not a Hayabusa. Actually, it might even be a Joy in this scenario. If there is no legitimate lockdown from Young Galacticos in their 4th pick, they're gonna think about picking up the Joy eventually.
I feel like Yangon is also trying to set up a Farsa here, right? Up their mind, Farsa ban, good read.
Yeah. Right now, honestly, like I feel like Yangon is also thinking they might pick up a Joy because this CC, if the CC has a good time, there's gonna be two heroes that's not gonna like it, right? Imagine if Joy and Freya jumps in and then they're both caught and then you're just gonna take free damage coming in from the Leomord. So I really feel like Yangon Galacticos, their draft honestly really centers around how good this CC is at locking priority targets.
Which is very scary because it can easily be countered by, again, like I said, the Joy eventually, and then maybe pick up something like a Glua. Although the Glua or an Esmeralda, I mean, against the Hilda. So this should be a lockdown hero for YG. I think Alice should be a good choice if they do want to pick it up. Or maybe a Kimi. There you go. There's a Kimi. Kimi's great.
You're great.
You are greater
than ever.
I just want people to see me.
Yeah. I will let them see you.
Yeah, especially the world. I want the world to see us, you know?
So now we're into...
Joy. I like Joy.
Joy doesn't seem like a bad idea. I'm trying to think if there's anything else that is punishable because now that the Kimi's available, things like even Hayabusa.
I'm liking the Arlet.
No!
I'm liking the Arlet.
Okay, it's Arlo with Joy.
Maybe it's enough with Jushin and does Freya have? Freya doesn't, right? So
yes, no, she has a knockup.
Okay. Oh yes, she does.
Is there a world where we see a Mincetar for YG? Is that the reason why they're actually just giving away all of these very mobile heroes?
I mean, I suppose, but I don't think they have any means to kind of like force a neutral, right? Like, they don't want to sit on top of it. They can't like hold on top of it. They can't sit on top of it. So going for the Phoveus makes a little more sense.
Phoveus might be the only EXP hero that can be played in this scenario. However, I still feel like Team Spirit has a Joy that can freely roam around the map. I think this is a very comfortable game for Team Spirit.
No, honestly, I agree with you because if the Joy is free, honestly, the Phoveus might not have an amazing time because by the time there's a lot of shred on this Joy, is going to be quite difficult. So, final words here, Gideon. Do you feel good with the drafts coming in from both teams?
I feel very, very good. For TS in particular, I would like to see whether Kid Bomba can actually get out of that lane scot-free. If not, YG, Ying, it's all up to you, sir.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, thank you again, Wolf, as well as Gideon. This draft so far, Game 1 and Game 2, it is very interesting. So now, hopefully our cast is ready because Trex as well as Gotti, it's Game 2, Team Spirit against Yangon Galacticos.
Here we go. Team Spirit taking game number 1. Can YG regulate the score? This is Trex. Join with me as Gani as we jump into the land of Dawn. Now, Gani, last game we saw YG do very well at controlling the early game pace, and then they just fell apart around second turtle. For me personally, I think they need to kind of do the same thing once again. They need to try to disrupt this Joy. They need to look for camp steals. They have the ability to do that. But Team Spirit already looks like they might not want to let them. They have this Khalid, and look how aggressive Sawo is.
Oh, already, again, Blink on this Hilda, right? So, yeah, game 1, I agree. It was them. Let's see if they are able to just maintain that level of intensity, proactiveness, but keep in mind, all right? Spirit's mid-game is not too shabby as well, you know, mid-game power spike. So they got to keep in mind, it feels like Blink, again, is just poked. It's just both roamers poking at each other, and also both mid laners here trying to poke, at least Sunset Lovers, dealing a healthy damage. Han is there as well, trying to provide damage. But you can see here, from the talents here, it's that Freya, Master Assassin, right? So again, the 1v1s here, especially laning phase, Yaksich, he gotta back up. He needs to back up.
He does have the one thing, the casters or the panel was talking about how well the CC is gonna do into the Freya. I do feel like in terms of gold lane, it shouldn't do a horrible job because of the ability to kite and get out of those dashes. But spacing is crucial. You take one step too far, you get caught in a knock-up, and Freya's on you. Look at Hiko right now with the double tower lane cut, and this is what Team Spirit does so well, and this is going to give Hiko the advantage to find the angle, find the flank, come in an unexpected way, and look how quickly all 5 of them are ready for this turtle, essentially.
Yeah. Kid Bomba is already 4, so it will be a 5-man first turtle for Spirit. That's going to be Phantom Seed by Han. That's one shot, providing, zoning away, providing damage as well. Hiko jumps in. That's going to be Han, though. Not able to steal. Sunset Lover finds the kill. Sitch is in the area, but that's going to be a kill and a turtle for Spirit.
Man, Hiko did such a good job at bouncing back. One shot comes in. They're able to zone Yangon away piece by piece. They never fully commit all members, but one of them just continuously keeps Han stuck into his own jungle, never getting the chance to enter into the turtle pit. And this is Team Spirit, I mean, just now at this point, controlling, pacing. Yangon Galacticos, when is the time that they can actually pop off?
Steed popped, committed. Sunset Lover, peculiar position. That's going to be Han, burst it down. Now without their jungler, Sunset Lover trying to survive, flicker all over the place. But that's against Kid Bomba finds the angle and takes the double.
Man, we all knew that was coming. Kid Bomba sitting there on the other side of the wall. Ying might be in a little bit of trouble here.
Still able to survive, but that's just 2K gold already in hand. 3 minutes in.
That last play from Kid Bomba, he's sitting at the wall. We all know it's coming. Both members of Yangon Galacticos just stuck under the tower, knowing it's coming as well, like the firing squad. And he comes in with the final slash, super clean from Team Spirit. Han, though, trying to make a play, but Sawo's here to help him out, and now Han's in a bad spot. I mean, this is the problem, and this is what Team Spirit's been doing so well time after time, zoning and pacing in every single small fight.
Boy, oh boy, what a treat we have here. And yeah, again, with the Genius one already in hand for one shot, that's just a spike already for this Joy. And Yangon, their adjustments here entering towards the mid-game is going to be heavier. It's going to be tougher for their side. And Spirit, look at what they do now. You know, no objective, tempo down.
And the big problem is the Joy is supposed to be a slightly later hero, right? Yangon Galacticos in technicality, should have had possibly a small advantage. Luckily, Sawo was on the lead, and I think that's what really helped Team Spirit push early on. But with Yangon Galacticos already falling behind, this joy is only going to get more and more out of hand for them to handle.
Russian pulse pops. Sawo, half HP. Oh, the back, that's going to be Blink now, trying to hold on, but Hiko is there. That's going to be a 1-for-1. Both roamers going about down, but Ying is there.
Hit Bomba in a sticky situation. Han just looking for the kill, but he's unable to do it.
Hiko finds a triple again with this Freya, and that's going to be Spirit again, just doubling their lead here. Gold-wise, kill-wise, and take a look at the farm. They're in the jungles of Yangon Galacticos. They're eyeing for the turret, but Stitch is still able to defend it for now.
You know, the camera's not always on him, but I am watching him. Kid Bomba has done such an amazing job from game 1 to game 2 in that last turtle fight. He was the one making sure that Yangon Galacticos stay split up, and once the turtle was taken, once One Shot and Hiko were ready to engage more, they join up with him and clean up the rest.
The curve from Blink. Displacement. Uh-oh. The knock-up. Kid Bomba, Sunset Lover is there, and that was a bait from Sawo.
This is the same, I mean, we're basically watching the same fight happen every single time from game 1 to now. Yangon Galacticos think they're gonna make a play happen, and then Team Spirit just spits in their face. I mean, it's rough at this point. Sunset Lover with the displacement, I mean, that was perfect, but once again, the damage wasn't there, and Yangon Galacticos has to know when to hit the brakes and when they can fight, and right now, obviously, they can't fight.
Definitely, they gotta choose their battles here. Again, Spirit, entering mid-game, they're at a very healthy lead here, 5,000 gold lead, and Yangon Galacticos just catching strays. And I don't think they can contest for the next turtle.
Even Sawo right now, the roamer of Yangon Galacticos, has more gold than 4 members of Yangon. I mean, it's tough. Han is far behind on something like a Leomord. Yes, we've seen the Leomord do great things in the knockout stage so far, but those are players that are stealing camps, putting pressure on the enemy, and Yangon have lost that opportunity. It's a 6,000 gold leads in the hand of Team Spirit. What is their comeback potential? For me, maybe Stitch in late game, Lina in late game, but definitely not now. I don't even think they should be fighting for this turtle.
Bomba with the final slash there, on towards Lina, no flicker, that's big information. Now, do they want to fight Ying against stunned up? Kid Bomba finds an angle in the back, that's One Shot again, just creating a zone for Yangon Galacticos to not enter the turtle pit, and now Spirit is eyeing for that mid. It's going down.
It's like, why? Why? Why even go? It's the 3rd turtle. It's not the end of the world. Now Han's going to drop as well. Hiko with a mega kill. 4-0-1. One Shot takes turtle. Yangon is just handing them this game on a silver platter at this point. The win con for them is you have to wait it out. We're 8 minutes in. It's 1,000 gold a minute at this point. There is no way you're winning a single fight, a single trade.
Gold deals a lot of damage, and that's Hiko finding the unstoppable. Now Hiko is still again so annoying. Kid Bomba finds the angle for that final slash to connect, and Lina will be eliminated.
This is not looking good. I'm gonna keep it honest here. I'm not gonna try to sugarcoat things for anybody, because the fans wouldn't have it, right? So, like I said, there are win cons for YG. We've seen compositions like this pop off. CC does have a decent late game, can shred through, can kite. But at this point, we're talking 10 minutes from now. We're talking when both teams get to 60K gold, and then it's just a tie game. And that's a long way from now. And the way that Yangon's been playing, I don't even know. When Skypiercer comes in for Ying, for Lina, is it even worth it? I mean, yes, it's a cheap item, but at this point, maybe go for something else. And when you get the opportunity, pick it up later as 4th or 5th item, if you even get that far. But at this point, you're going to get nothing out of that item. It's a 2,000 gold lead over to Sunset Lover in the mid lane. It's a rough position. Not many teams could get out of this, and if you're going to get out of this, you need to play this game perfectly.
I mean, it's quite desperate going for that Skypiercer, but that's going to be Blink again, isolated in the front. Just taking everything, and that's got to be Kid Bomba taking the kill. We're not even 10 minutes in. The gold lead is already above 10,000, ladies and gentlemen. Again, things are not looking good for YG and Spirit. All they need to do is just control tempo, you know, and just wait for the next objective and so on and so forth. So far, so good for Spirit.
At this point, honestly, Team Spirit, in my opinion, could try to force an end game right at this board.
Yeah.
The only reason why they might not is because they don't want to get loose and pull bad habits into future games. In all honesty, I feel like they could crack the can open and look for an end game here with the way YG is playing in game 2. Team Spirit, though, have been keeping it patient, which I think is a good habit, right? You want to try to carry these habits into future because, no, you can't just disrespect every team in the top 8. But with a 12.3k gold lead at only 10.5 minutes, with the type of composition, you have Hiko on a Freya, who could probably shred through 3 members easily, possibly under a tower. I mean, there was a large amount of domination. Young and Galacticos blink majorly, cannot go too deep. We saw that mistake happen from him in previous games. Before a Lord came in, before a big fight, he goes and jumps into 3 members. That is something we cannot see.
Definitely not.
Lina can't get too far. Han needs to think about when he's going to pop his Phantom Steed. They need to essentially just focus on Lord in this fight.
Let's see, they still have Holy Shields. Will they have enough gas to defend? Let's see, Spirit now trying to find an angle. Sieging top. And yeah, they have triggered all 3 Holy Shields. Hiko has the golden staff in hand. So, you know, attack speed-wise, it's buffed for Freya.
Freya's up. I mean, Freya definitely. Oh, speaking of Hiko, already diving in.
Yeah, still able to get out. That's going to be knock up though. Oh, take a look at that damage. Ying, the Phobius eliminated. And that's going to be Sunset Lover just initiating for his team. That's a double for 1 shot.
Team Spirit's fishing right now. Send out the fishing line. Sunset Lover catching 1 by 1, hooking them back. And Team Spirit just jumps the nets on him, pulls him in, and Blink once again, where are you?
Uh-oh.
Too deep. That's what I say. Hiko gonna shred through this. There is 0 escape.
Why even flicker right at that point? That's just a waste of spell. And again, Spirit 14,000 gold lead. That's a godlike for Kid Bomba. That's turret number 2 taken down. Base turret number 3 taken down. Ladies and gentlemen, we are looking at the back. Lina taken down. That's gonna be Stitch and Yang trying to defend, but it is all too powerful. Ladies and gentlemen, Team Spirit finds match point.
In a dominating fashion, Team Spirit take the dub. 16, almost 17,000 gold lead by the end of that match. It might be the largest gold lead we have seen all of M7 so far. Could be honestly in the books for most gold lead M-Series has ever seen in that short of time. Young on Galacticos, there are so many things they need to work on, I feel like, at this point. Is it the pressure? Because we have seen them have really high highs. Yep. We've seen them play amazing games. I came in today thinking that there was a chance that they could maybe bring the upset, but Team Spirit is crushing any of those thoughts.
You know, even not just based on performance, right? I think the drafts, you gotta start from the drafts as well. But yeah, I mean, in this game, it was just a one-sided game from the early game. They were able to translate towards the mid, and I don't feel like it's a late game. 12 minutes in, that's Spirit. Again, just showing quality of MLBB, good quality of MLBB.
Yeah, I mean, just clean, aggressive play, and even though they were aggressive, it wasn't like they were ever extremely pushing the envelope for what they had. I can't wait to hear what the panelists had to say about this. LaFell, what do you think?
Well, first of all, thank you very much, Gani, as well as Strikes. That was a game, and
that was a game.
And in a way, like if I was a boss, I would just say, no notes. You all did pretty good. And here's the thing. This is why we love Kid Bomba on a more proactive kind of picks, because he looks good. And here's the thing. I really like Hiko on a fighter now.
Yeah.
Like, stop using all this marksman.
He's kind of sick.
Fight.
He's really kind of sick of it, but I think we can all agree that we just watched domestic abuse and we were like okay with it first to a certain degree, because the way that we saw Yangon play was not acceptable, right? Blink especially, I think Stitch he worked on that laning phase a lot better, got a really good freeze underneath his turret like pre 3 minutes, which was already really good for him because that kind of settled out his laning phase. But everybody else, oh my goodness, Volvius, how could you be laning like that? Getting into the middle of the fights and then dying like that? Constantly, time and time again. Why would you let Jushin knowingly when you want to play in that particular style?
Yeah, I mean, like, to be fair, if I was a Phobius and I'm going up against a Jushin, I'll tell my team, it's like,
start praying to God.
What do you want me to do?
What do you want me to do?
If my flicker was 20 seconds, fine, you can blame me. But it's 2 minutes. We're going to be looking at the MVP here, Wolf, but let me just say, at this point, for Team Spirit, this is why you don't want to go up against a Team Spirit that has suffered quite a few losses. Because at that point, you're just going to be collateral damage.
Yeah, I think that the reason why I'm okay with the demolition that Team Spirit was able to do is because I was prepared for it. We called it in the draft. I think the Joy was a perfect pick. The Cali that was picked up earlier in the draft by the side of Team Spirit actually allowed for this lineup to just destroy Young Galacticos, but most importantly, Kid Bomba. Come on, 7-0-9, playing the Arla, the last pick. You would think that this is no longer a pick when there's no Fredrin, that this Arla should be a combo with something else, maybe an Akai, for example. But Kid Bomba make it look good even when it is alone. Even when this is an a la carte Arla, Kid Bomba still managed to give us good plays. I will never forget what he did in the top lane. I mean, Trex said that you can see it coming from a mile away, but he made it look so good.
Yeah, but just to let Trex know, here it's kilometer.
That's
just you know,
a kilometer
there's
away.
differences, you know.
Please, also SI unit is there for a reason. It's there for a reason.
It's adjust accordingly, Mr. Trex.
Yeah, I think that at the very least, it's great to see that Kim Bomba, he still got it in him, right? But everybody else was playing a solid game. I think the drafting, I don't know whether it's just the players on top of Cold Star, but they're doing a really good job at reading into what YG want to do. And I think that YG, their draft is way too honest, but first things first, if we want to solve any problem, let's stop picking up this Hilda within the first phase. I think they might have to readjust that and lean more into Khalid because it gives them more flexibility while still saying, you know what, mid lane can do something else.
I will definitely agree with you, but at the same time, I don't want them to just gamble on these trades because we thought that the Eve plus the Cloud would be a good trade, but they didn't take that. They took the Leomord, which kind of makes sense, but then to go with the Hilda with it, usually you use the Hilda against assassins or maybe farm fighters like Kisenjin as well as Leomord, but when there's a Jushin on the other hand, it's so difficult to actually be a Hilda.
You know, here's the thing. I know YG is so sad with the Cho ban. Because look at how different it is if the Jushin has to go up against a Cho. So honestly, a good foresight coming in from Team Spirit, understanding there's a high chance they're going to get the Jushin. So once they take the Cho away, they're like, yeah, what's up? Any pick you pick is not going to look good in front of us.
CC just really didn't achieve much in this game. CC used to be, I mean, it will be used up against fighters or maybe tanky heroes. Maybe not Freya, actually. We had so much doubts with that. But unfortunately, we saw in the game that the CC did not have any kind of contribution in this game. And I'm not saying that it's because of Stitch and the way that he plays it. It's just that, theoretically speaking, this hero, third picked by Young Galacticos, does not achieve anything. If they have picked a hero that maybe a Granger actually or a carry, might have did something better compared to something like CC.
Well, gentlemen and all the folks back at home, just to remind everyone, this is an elimination match.
That's true.
As stompy as this is, the upcoming fight and everything after that is going to be the very last chance for Yangon Galacticos to hold on to their M7 World Championship life. And looking at how strong a Team Spirit has been looking, is going to be very difficult for Yangon. If there's any kind of surprises that they have, if they want to make it so that they have no regrets, the next draft, it has to be spot on. It has to be perfect.
They got laid out on the table because Team Spirit right now, they are about to let the guillotine fall. They're they're going for the decapitation, right? They have to, because the faster they finish this game, the more time they can just chill out, watch the other games, and really start to prepare for the next match.
Yeah, because as far as I know, their next match is going to be tomorrow, and it's up against Alter Ego.
Yep.
Never. But job's not finished yet. YG, I think that they only have to start with the draft. Game number 1, they look promising when it comes to their first 3 picks. I think they really overreacted from that loss of game number 1 when they did try to go for game number 2 because they snatched the Leomord. They didn't mind the Claude nor Khalid, for example. They did not really manage the Jushin because if you're looking at the heroes of YG, there's no actual Jushin counter. In fact, YG lineup does not counter anything from TS. It even just allows Joy to be really good.
Question here for Gideon, because we did talk about you need to win the lanes, especially going up against Team Spirit. Do you feel like Yangon, with the picks that they have, there's really not much that they can do in any individual lanes?
Well, I definitely thought, that's why I was leaning right at the beginning of the draft. It's like, yeah, Ying, he's got technically the perfect matchup to actually win out his lane. But in terms of just raw impact, I think that Kid Bomba just played a little bit better, right? Freeze it underneath your turret, wait for that level 4, really minimize the trades overall until you are level 4, and then just play the team fight, because what's Ying gonna do? Fight into my Sunset Lover Jushin 2-1 and 15? Dear Lord.
Look at that, Stitch has 0% team fight participation, means that he was really not involved at all. And we did talk about this during the draft. The current call is such a big ult against Team Spirit's draft, but again, there was no opportunity, right? Hiko made sure that Stitch was a non-factor, and then everyone moving forward, Sunset Lover dealt with them, and Kid Bomba makes it so that you don't have a choice. Well, the moment I see you, I'm dragging you back to my team.
For sure, but I think that YG also understood that it's like, okay, the only time I want to use Curtain Call is if, for example, if One Shot wants to get out of a fight or if Sunset Lover is trying to peel, right? Yep. Because if he throws it at anybody else, I'm throwing it at Kid Bomba, I'm throwing it at Sawa, well, guess what? They're already diving our backline. It's not really going to do much.
Yeah, unfortunately for YG, it's from the minute number 1, from the laning stage alone, when we said that they have to win it, it's already they're already handicapped because of their hero pickups. I thought that Phobius was just really a pick that they had no choice at all. It looked promising, but you can see that it didn't also create any opportunity for them. From minute 1 up until the end, it was just Team Spirit, man.
Now, here's the thing. I really feel like they tunnel vision just a little bit because they're thinking like, what's a good matchup against the Arlet? But then you forgot about the Jushin. Yeah. Right? Because I feel like if you put Jushin into the consideration, you're like, yeah, this is not a game where Phobius can really do anything. At that point, I'd rather pick up something like an Alice, you know, something that can deal with the Arlet, but not punish so far against the Jushin. Now, with that being said, this has been quite an interesting situation. But right now, we do have to throw it over to Rose, talking with Justin Kant, coming in all the way from Myanmar to give us some insight on what's going on. So, Rose, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much to our panel. Hey guys, this is Rose, and right now I am with Justin from Myanmar. Now, for those of you guys who aren't aware, Justin is a former player of Mythic Seal and of course Falcon Esports, who competed here in Jakarta, Indonesia during the M4. How are you, Justin?
Hello, I'm fine.
You're fine? How do you feel like to be back in Jakarta to witness yet another M series?
It's a bit exciting, and the crowd energy is crazy, especially with the intro teams.
Yeah, they're very passionate with regards to supporting their fellow countrymen on ground. Now, Justin, are you here in M7 to cheer for Yangon Galacticos?
Yeah, I'm here for cheering Yangon Galacticos, and especially I'm making content with Righty Gaming. You can also watch my content Righty Gaming channel and my social medias.
Wow, content creator Justin in the building. Now, Justin, let's talk a little bit about your relationship with Yangon Galacticos, because you mentioned that you're here to support them. Are you perhaps close with the team, with the players, especially since you yourself is a senior figure?
Yeah, we're friends and brothers. I know all the team members in YG. We used to play together also, so they are my brothers.
Oh, they're your brothers. Maybe you could tell us more about them. Is there anything in particular that could be surprising for the community that we all don't know about?
Yeah, they are quite excellent players, and they also have the mentality like do or die situation. So just don't give up fighting, guys.
Yes, Justin. Now, speaking about a do or die mentality, this is a best of 5. However, we are currently at a match point for Team Spirit with a score of 2-0. As somebody who has played and as somebody who has been in this situation before, what do you think about their performance in Game 1 and Game 2?
I think they are very scary or miscommunication. I think in the game 3 they will bounce back. I hope they'll bounce back, and they need to give more energy because this is maybe the last game. So just fighting, guys. Just reverse sweep, guys.
You think a reverse sweep is still very much possible?
I hope so.
You hope so. Is there anything you think they could improve on in the following games?
I think anything, just play the games, enjoy the games. Yeah, that's it.
All right, Justin, as we wrap up this interview, is there anything you want to say to Yangon Galacticos before they kickstart their potential last game of the series?
Yeah, good luck, guys. The whole community from Myanmar are supporting you guys, and including me. So just don't give up.
Thank you very much to Justin, and of course, good luck to Yangon Galacticos as we head into a potential last game for them. Going up against Team Spirit, which team will be able to get game number 3? With that, let us show it back to the panel.
Thank you, Rosa. Hey, shout out Justin, man. Haven't seen him for quite a while. Honestly, one of my favorite mid laners of all time. I still remember the defense he had in base using that Faramis. Oh my goodness. His Valentinas, his Johnson.
Is it this?
Bro.
Is it the same stadium?
Oh yeah, it might
wait,
be. Yeah.
It was the same panel?
Oh!
Okay.
Yo, the kickbacks.
Old.
Honestly, the nostalgia feels a little nice here. It's great to see that Justin is able to join us here on these historical arena. But now, as we heard from him, he was talking about his team. He was talking about, well, Myanmar, I couldn't tell if he said support or scolding, but either ways, they need more energy, more power, more energy.
Here's the thing. He said, it's do or die.
So straightforward, simple, straight to the point. I think that's what they kind of need in their draft, to be honest.
You don't want to die.
You know,
they need more Red Bull.
Some people do, but not like this. You know, yeah, they need more Red Bull. They need more energy. And yeah, I kind of feel like just win the lanes. Speaking of, gonna need your help on this one. Wolf, let me introduce you to our good friend here, V. In fact, you know what, Gideon, can you help set this up?
Whoa, because V is here once again. Guys, meet V, a cheerful buddy at the heart of Visa's biggest cultural moments. And some may say maybe a little more, international.
Hallo, my name is V. Ik kom van Visa Denemarken, die Welt verwendet. Und in servicelas mascot in figure. Mijn afgave is such snelles, sich und intelligence. Besselen zoos or maglichen. In Coffin, Resil Order Decline. Akasmen dis Altags. Mit wie said, immer berhuget. Also, last Germation in practices governments Bargains losses. Levin Lane. Bis bald.
It's okay, V. You don't have to be so nervous. I know you're international, and I know that you have your deep German heritage.
Mm-hmm. You know what? Shout outs to that's for Kid Bomba. You know, like V speaks in German. You know, that's for Kid Bomba. You know, Kid Bomba's having a good time. He was the MVP, right? So, hey, what say? Thanks very much, V. Yep. He travels all around. Truly an idol.
Truly an MVP, as they say.
Yeah.
They do say that. You say that
a little too often.
Speaking of, you know what they also say? Is that everyone wants a free skin. Now the question is, how do you guys get that free skin? Here's the thing. You guys just have to log in. That's it, right? Log in for 13 days between the 9th all the way to the 31st of January, and then voila. That's it. That's how you can get the Edith skin, the verdant. Now you just gotta log in. You don't even need to play. Right? Just log in.
I don't know, LaFell. That verdant light, logging in seems really, really difficult. I wish that I could just punch in a bunch of numbers and get free merch.
You mean like just pay?
I mean that's one way of doing it. Hey, that's why we got Visa, right?
I mean, like, hey, different tax bracket, am I right? But either ways. This match, again, I feel like we just, in terms of a conversation, just really on Yangon Galacticos here. Because kind of feel like, Team Spirit, you can do your own thing.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you don't need any help from us, but what's the first thing that Young Galacticos really have to do? Because coming in from Justin just now, play with more energy. Now, what's a very energetic kind of draft here?
Ooh, okay. So I think Claude for Stitch, it kind of tells me a highly energetic marksman. Maybe Assassins.
So maybe ban out Freya?
Maybe, actually, yes. Yeah. Actually, that is a really good way to approach this. If they do ban the Freya, the draft opens up for them more. They're not required to pick up the Leomord because they don't have to combo that up with the Freya. Or they're not afraid of that, of any kind of fighter lanes. Fighter in the gold lanes, I mean. So, yeah, that could be a good start for them.
I'm thinking more nostalgic. Since we're already having, Justin come up to that stage, I'm thinking the Yangon whip out the Franco. Whip out the Naomi special.
If
the Natalia?
The Natalia? What? No, Franco. Just the simple Franco could be more than enough to lock down the targets that they're looking for while still affecting the lane.
I remember Naomi more for the Natalia.
Actually, I also remember Johnson as well.
Yeah, Johnson is Justin. Justin used the Johnson, and then I believe Naomi either used Natalia or Kadira.
Kadira, that's right.
There you go.
Yeah, but, I mean, lives on the line, would you actually pick up Johnson and Kadira?
I mean, like, here's the thing. I want to talk about that Freya ban. If they want to go that route, it should make sense that they try to get first pick now, because since they lost that final battle, they get to choose whether you want first pick or second pick. In this kind of situation, which would you prefer?
First pick for sure, because you pressure your opponent to ban the Jushin and then you can pick that up, or you have better trades. You can even like pick up the Hilda first, but also ban the Jushin or something like that. I think it's more comfortable picking up the first pick.
I really think that it's not even about Blue 1 being super good. Blue 2 and 3 is actually really, really good because there's like an even number of heroes that really find the big counters against each other when you put them side by side. I think, again, I'm leaning with Wolf. I think that being on blue side is probably the best bet.
Yeah, and somehow if you're able to shut down Kid Bomba and Hiko along the way, that's amazing. Because I kind of feel like they're having too much fun, right? I feel like they're a little bit too energetic. Speaking of, for me, when you say an energetic kind of draft, I'm thinking more of something that you can fight at any time, right? Pick up a draft that if you want a team fight, it kind of doesn't matter what your item is at. You're just like, hey, let's fight. And that's what I saw coming in from Team Spirit, right? Having the Jushin as well as Arlen. It kind of tells me like,
Arlen,
whenever you want to fight, just fight. But speaking of, we're going to have that conversation a bit later. We got to know what you guys are talking about. We're going to have the fan prediction here just to see where everything's at. Oh, I mean, like, can you blame them?
77% Team Spirit.
If only it was 6-7.
I wish. Nope. Nope. Not in my generation. I think that I wish there was a bit of a graph just to see how much it changed. Like, was it YG heavy and then all of a sudden leaned into TS later down, or was it TS the entire way throughout this match?
I think it's because Team Spirit have also battled against really good teams. I think they battled SRG.
Yep.
So maybe people are just expecting SRG to perform better. And also, they're very public about the fact that they're not feeling well physically, and Kid Bomba is not 100% yet. That's probably why teams are now more favored towards Team Spirit.
Yeah, let me talk about the opponents that Team Spirit has gone through this M7. Evo from Singapore, SRG from Malaysia, Onyx Indonesia, Aurora Philippines, and CFU from Cambodia.
There you go.
And so here's the thing. I feel like Team Spirit, the thing is, their fans are not EECA exclusive. I really feel like they have a global audience because looking at how they play, it's kind of hard not to love them, especially when it comes to the interviews. All of them are very PR trained.
I gotta say, Kid Bomba, the way that he popped off in Manila, he actually garnered so much fans. There's a Bombanatics Manila chapter.
Still alive, yeah.
Still alive.
Still going. Very popular.
There was a trend then when people actually changed their IGN to IGN then Bomba, and I know a guy who up until now is still called Pau Bomba.
I mean, here's the thing. Speaking of typing it out, make sure you guys get the redeem code so that you guys can get some goodies all the way here from M7. But yeah, if we're going back into the draft here for Young Galacticos, I feel like that's step number 1, where we want to see if they're first pick or second. If they are in the second pick, I'm honestly going to be a little bit worried because, like Gideon said, pick Blue 2 and 3. We've seen what Team Spirit has been doing, which is basically just to counter what they have, right? Okay, you want to open Leomor, you want to open Hilda, we can handle that. You open Hilda plus 1, we can handle that.
Can I actually add something to that? Because I really agree with you that Blue 2 and 3 is really good, but at the same time, if you look at red side, right? You always feel like red side is more flexible because of the last pick that you can actually that your opponent is going in blind. But if you think about it, red side has to pick 4 heroes first. So that kind of means that you kind of know already what your opponent is doing. That is the dilemma between the blue and red side. But I feel like right now in the metagame that we have, blue side is even more flexible compared to the red side.
I totally agree with you on that one, especially when we look at red side, like in previous iterations of the meta, truly that last pick was a game changer most of the time. Now it feels like we've kind of streamlined what major compositions want to do.
Yeah, so let me remind you guys on what happened in game number 1 where Yango Galacticos was first pick. They banned out the Cho, Yisunshin, as well as Claude, right? And then the opening I feel like was pretty solid with the Sora, Farsa, and Hilda. But because of the last pick coming in from Team Spirit, getting that Valentina really ruined the draft for them. So I kind of feel like 2 and 3 is very important, but you also have to realize there's a chance that Team Spirit can counter your entire draft by the final pick. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we are going into Broken Walls again, same as game number 1. In Yangon Galacticos, they opt for second pick here, but there are some changes. Looks like Coach Marvs is banning out the Kalia as well as the Freya. The question is, does Team Spirit wants to first pick that claw even if it's open?
Yeah, I think that I don't, considering what has happened in game 1 and 2, there were a couple of opportunities where they could have thought about it. Like, we could have set up for a first pick Claude, but they didn't. They opted to say, you know what? Hiko's feeling real good on these fighters. He's proven his worth. I think now this opens up so much in the draft to the point where, oh, the Yves, man, they gotta get rid of this Zushin now.
Yeah, or just be open to counter it. Say, like, fine, you get the Yushin will take the claw because Freya's out.
Yep. But that is a very dangerous.
Very dangerous, yes.
You would, especially because you're about to get eliminated, you want to go for safer picks here. So okay, the Claude is open. Freya is
banned.
Is not, but Leomord is open right now. I think between all of the heroes that we mentioned, the Claude is the Grok.
I think they just take Sora, right? They take Sora, they hold on. If YG happens to show the Valentina super early on, immediately look for the punish in the roam.
Yeah. I feel like Claude is the best, but yeah, you're right. Sora might be the safest option. Claude might be a really good option. Like, it actually opens up the draft so much. But the Sora, it allows you to have that flexibility of having an XP laner and a gold laner. But Leomord instead is going to be the pick.
Wait. What is a good pairing with Claude here? What if they take like Grok Claude or Sora? Sora Claude, Sora Grok.
I feel like Sora is a necessary pick now.
Oh yeah, Team Spirit could just pick up the Valen. Yeah, correct.
Yeah. I would really want to go for Claude here.
I think Claude
Farsa?
Claude Khalid?
Actually, either or is fine, right? Farsa, Grok.
Oh, Cho is open.
All of it is worth it. Displacement is always good. Being able to block off angles from your opponents is always good. I'm just more surprised that we're not seeing as much Grok as we saw in the early stages of the tournament now.
I agree.
Actually, here's the thing. I kind of feel like YG, if they had the option, they might go for the Granger.
Not a bad idea.
Grok Sora could be the option here for Team Spirit though, because YG passed up on that. The Grok and the Sora will be really good for them.
You don't want to pick up something like a Lunox before the mid really gets shrunken down.
Yes.
Or is that too risky here?
Yeah. It doesn't have anything to Lunox yet, you know, if you get my meaning.
Yeah.
So
it's not Lunoxing enough.
It's not Lunoxing enough. Yeah. I think you're better off getting off the Sora.
Okay, valid.
What? Are they trying to make a hard read on this? They could just opt to not, like, play Sora.
I feel like they could get Granger or Claude, and then it's going to be really good here.
Yeah.
A Granger, and then along the way, you get up your utility junglers. Now you get Fredrin, you get your... Oh, Bakshi is banned out. Maybe an Akai along the way, or a Guinevere.
Yeah, back in their Myanmar League, they actually have 100% win rate on the Guinevere. But again, here in the M7, it's not looking all that great.
Yeah. Really like odds of Gwyn here. Because you already know it's Grok and Valentina. You don't have to go for an assassin, especially you're up against a Leomord, right? The utility jungler will be really good for YG. They pick up Harith.
Interesting. I guess that's fine too, because there's not really big, big punishments coming in from Team Spirit. It could just be a comfort thing.
I think it's a comfort thing, but it also compromises the damage profile of the composition, right? Because now that you add Gwyn, then it's just Radiant Armors. What are you going to do about it for the next 5 minutes?
Yep.
That's actually really scary, but it still fits the bill. I mean, it's not Granger, but it's always been Granger versus Harith for the longest time in the metagame that we have. So kind of makes a lot of sense. Kind of makes sense in that regard. However, we have not seen any good Hariths played lately. I think it's only been successful once or yesterday out of all the Harith pickups.
I mean, Doming was doing a pretty decent job overall. Well, that one game.
Yeah. I mean, like, we haven't seen her in general, right? Because the story of M7 so far is still fighters, unless it is a very good claw game. And now, even the Guinevere is being answered here. So, unless Yangon Galacticos is hiding something spicy here, I'm not entirely sure what their jungler is going to be. But if Nolan is open, I think even Nolan is going to be difficult. Yeah, I'm not entirely sure what their jungler is going to be. Is Haya safe?
Hayabusa
should be safe.
There's honestly nothing safe in the jungle at this point, right? You're just playing with fire. You could go for Fredrin. I don't think Fredrin's the worst idea, considering that you already have
I think it's good. I just don't know if they will let it go, you know?
I think we will be back.
I feel if I'm Team Spirit, if I'm not banning, something's wrong.
Wait, let me just double check. Oh yeah, okay, the box is still banned out as well.
Yeah, it will be banned out, I believe. Maybe Harley. Maybe they'll be left with Harley. I think you don't ban Harley anymore because that will mean that Yangon Galacticos will have only magic damage dealers. So you're not scared. You're not even scared of the Joy. You're just worried about Hayabusa or the Fredrin, which in this case I think it will be the Fredrin pickup.
Imagine if they don't ban it though. Actually no, imagine if they don't ban it and it's not even picked up.
Uranus. Oh man, I think for YG to get out of this, you have to go Fredrin Arlet.
I do agree.
Yes, that's what I'm thinking.
I agree.
Because if not, you're giving that over to TS, and their comp is real nasty with it.
So come on, Yangon.
Come on.
Come on.
Fredrin is an energetic hero. It's in one of the skill names.
I wish Team Spirit
Actually,
would go.
But who knows?
Actually, Team Spirit, I wish they will go for CC and slash or glue, because the CC works well against the Harith. If this obviously this is the gold Harith, gold CC could work in that that way, and it's also, it can also allow your Leomord to really pop off, and then the glue just messes up everything that YG wants to go for.
Because I saved my
Decent Shin, might be.
I think it's okay, but if they lose out early, it's going to be very difficult for them to distribute farm.
Come on.
Fulvius is open for Kid Bomba.
But then it might get counterpicked later down the line.
Yeah, with something like a high loss, you know? High loss, Alice.
Yeah, I personally believe that if there was a game to Eagle, this is a really good chance to do exactly that, right? You have a composition that already has a decent amount of CC.
Lapu?
Just need dive, Lapu, Yuzong, Arlet, so many
Yuzong
good
so
options
good.
here.
Yuzong will be so good for Team Spirit. My first choice.
There you go, Lapu.
Lapu and Sora. Oh man, that's the death sentence. How do you solve this, YG? You can't go Arlet.
How you survive against a Sora? I don't even know.
You just need space. You just need space into layers, right? At this point, what can you go for?
The sandbag that can stun.
Ruby,
Terizla,
Ruby, Alice, another one. Oh no, but they dive so hard though.
They need high HP heroes, not sustain heroes, right? Because they're already very squishy.
Yep.
Of their heroes, they really decide. I think Terizla might not be the only option. Maybe Glue.
Yeah. Honestly, if only the Uranus or Esme is on, they pick up the Alice. And here's the thing. Alice in general is a good pick, but it's just that she could whiff hard here because when she tries to get a target, everyone dashes forward. It's like, wait, no one's home?
TS is a full dive composition. I was hoping that they would go for something along the lines of, like you mentioned, Wolf, like glue. Don't give like Terizla and then you give the ult over to Valentina.
And the Throne of Ruin is also a good ult to give.
It's all good. No matter what, these ults can feathered airstrike, which is why we're leaning more towards TS, despite the counter index.
Watch out for tech charge into the Throne of Ruin.
Oh, dude. Well, we're going to see here because Valentina is so good, which is also the grandmother of Gushin and Amon. Yeah, you learn something new every day. So now, we're going to be throwing it over to Trex and Gani, potentially the final game between Team Spirit against Yangon Galacticos.
Thank you, boys.
5 seconds till the enemy
It's
reaches
match
the battlefield.
point for Team Spirit. Yangon Galacticos back against the ropes, pushed into a corner. Can they do something different here in the land of Dawn? Gani, the casters, the panel, they were talking about the draft. Any big thoughts from you to pull away from this?
You know what? Hoping the best for YG, but I like it better, at least their approach here. But then again, Spirits' draft, man, it's looking very scary.
Once again, it is aggressive. You have the Grok, something that can make huge plays happen. But YG wants to already play the aggressive route, and this might be exactly what they need.
Yep, Sao here still holding on. From his flicker, that's going to be first blood, though, for Ying. Yangon Galacticos getting hot early.
So we're seeing traces of what YG brought in game one, and that's the pace they need to do, right? If they can get ahead in the early game, you can set Han up for a nice pace as well. Lina already making early ganks to the top side along with Han.
Hiko forced to use that flicker. That's again already a value trade for YG. And Spirit now, slowly but surely here, just losing control.
Yeah, Team Spirit, though, also looking for those plays. Look at them in this bottom jungle, the way Kid Bamba tried to curve around and catch Blink there. And this is where Yangon has to be careful, right? They can play aggressive, but don't let one player get too deep, because that's where they made the mistakes in the past. Blink would go too far, Ying would go too far, someone would get cut off, and the game quickly turns around. They have a lead here. Play it correctly.
So far, so good. Just a kill apart from that here, and we can see your Spirit already trying to find initiative on this first neutral objective. YG a little bit late to that party.
Level 4 does land in for Kid Bamba, though, and Sunset Lover. Can they make something count here? One shot gets a free turtle, and I think that's a fair free turtle, honestly. Han doesn't want to jump into one shot right now. Yep. Yangon had a gold lead, so they don't actually fall behind by losing that turtle. It just kind of evens the pacing, and I think it's the right move.
Yeah, it's just discipline. Again, a Blink is not level 4, so can't expect crazy movements from this show for now. But, you know, after hitting that 4, I think it's going to be very important for Blink to be more proactive, to find the right timings and targets. You can see here just Blink screening one shot, providing information on the whereabouts of this Leomord. So these side laners can have a good time in jungling, or farming rather.
Nothing too crazy in terms of items. I will say Kid Bamba did skip boots. Not something too common for EXP laners most of the time. Hiko goes for boots. Stitch skips them, or no, Stitch picks them up secondary as well. No full items built in just yet. Things still calm, and this is very different than what we saw from YG in the past few games. They would try to force fights. They would try to force turtles. This is kind of what I wanted to see from them, especially in game 2. So as long as they can keep this pace, it looks good for them. But Team Spirit, at what point are they going to push the envelope? They do have the dive composition. They have a composition that wants to try to push heavily into you, get tech charges off, bring out the Phantom Steed. Hiko looks for quick rotations, and he hasn't really been able to get involved in these fights just yet. Once he does, is that going to be the moment that Team Spirit kind of takes the game into their hands?
Yeah, if you look at their composition, indeed, if it's a raw 5v5, that Team Spirit, they are looking the better. They have the better composition for that big 5v5. Let's see, though, will that happen here? Oh, that's a flicker. Again, Wave Dragon on towards the Roamer. Tech charge popped, but Sao goes down regardless. That's going to be a 5v4 for that turtle fight.
And a beautiful play for the turtle fight at that. YG now moving on to Kid Bamba here. He's going to try to dash through.
Below 50% HP for that turtle. Blink looking for an angle. They know Wave Dragon. That's going to be one shot taking the turtle. Wings by Lina to reposition. Ying will not force a fight just yet. YG playing it patiently.
Yeah, very patient. That's exactly what they need to do. For a second there, I'm like, don't do it, guys. Don't do it. Don't go too deep. And they were able to back off. Kid Bamba, though, in a bad spot.
Oh, Wave Dragon finds the mark. Kid Bamba goes down. So far, so good for Yangon Galacticos.
Yeah, they're getting pickoffs. I mean, it's 3-0 right now. They find a member here, they find a member there. They make up for the turtles that they're not able to secure. No towers down just yet. Now, earlier, you said that Team Spirit had a nice 5-man composition. I will say one thing in favor for Yangon, though, is they have a composition that doesn't stay too grouped together. Everyone can they can play very spaced out, and that means Sawo won't have these big grouped up targets to get the combos off on. Same thing with Kid Bamba. As long as Yangon can kind of make sure they never get too grouped up in a solid 5-man ball, they should be able to handle this, and that's exactly what they're doing. Sabo forced to use a tech charge just to get away. First tower goes down in the game. Yangon Galacticos able to secure it, and that's going to give Ying an advantage in these rotations, something that Kid Bomba has always had before.
And also I want to add, right, I feel like YG, they understand they're good at pickoffs as well. That's why they're just keeping things at bay here, finding important pickoffs, finding something on the board. Uh-oh, that's going to be Blink though, getting jumped on. Still able to find that Wave Dragon just to buy time. Flicker in time, but One Shot finds space to take Blink down. That's the first kill on the board for Spirit.
Okay, so he does get caught off there, but still overall in the general scheme of things, Blink has been playing better. They've been able to get these kicks. I wouldn't call it just yet, but Team Spirit knows they get one. They're looking for another.
Ying will fall just before the turtle spawns. So that's going to be a free turtle for Spirit. And Stitch, they're eyeing on Stitch now. That's a stun landing. Purified popped a little bit too late. The dive is there. Down goes Stitch. And Team Spirit finally finding their rhythm here.
Man, the moment we got past the 6-minute mark here, Team Spirit knows, okay, this is our time to shine. We've got some items in. War Axes over to Kid Bomba. War Axes over to One Shot. Winter Truncheon in the hands of Sunset Lover. Once they all got that first item in, they knew, okay, we have a power advantage here. We can make dives happen. We can make pickoffs happen. Once they smelt a little bit of blood by taking out Blink, it was onto the top lane, onto the next one. But Yangon Galacticos is still doing a good job at bottom lane map control, getting some push, relieving pressure. Now that they've fallen behind, they need to know, okay, this isn't our time. We hold out for a few more minutes. Once second item gets locked in for Lina, they'll have a lot more opportunity coming up on the first floor.
Again, yeah, YG just needs to hold their tempo, like you said, their Trex. An item check here, it's not too far between the junglers, not too far between all there. So we can see here just Spirit trying to gain more control, gain more ground. I think that last turtle fight was just a turnaround. And it seems like they are trying to find more rhythm. Bottom side though, they got to clear that. And Yangon, do they have enough like spike here to find something?
I mean, luckily the 1.5k gold lead from after looking at those items, it was pretty spread out. It was only about 200 gold between each player, which is a good thing in the general scheme of things. It's not like it's 800 gold into the hands of One Shot or Kid Bomba or Sunset or even Hiko at that. It's not a full item into the hands of one person, which means Yangon really isn't that far behind. It's a piece of an item to each member. So Yangon, in my eyes, still can look for a fight. They can try to contest this Lord. It's not out of bounds for them at all.
Definitely not. Remember, ladies and gentlemen, this is for match point and Spirit. They're 1,000 gold ahead here in potentially the last game of the series. The Lord is up, Hiko. Okay, so all 5 of Spirit is already shown on the map here. YG should have an idea on oh my goodness! The combination there in the mid lane will drop Lina down. It's a 5v4 now as Spirit. They will move onwards. Han pops Mount Shocker. But take a look at Kid Bomba just zoning away. Now One Shot stuck. No retribution for YG. That's a free Lord. Yingo will escape.
Blink on the run as well, but One Shot doesn't want to let him go. Takes him out. Team Spirit, they find the target. They lock on. They take out Lina. And at that point, Yangon Galacticos with their spread out formation, Team Spirit took advantage of it. Kid Bomba keeps on at bay, never having the chance to even get close to the Lord.
Wow, you saw the tempo there. YG was trying to find an angle, but I feel like Han was all alone, struggling to find an angle. And Spirit again, they want to fight. Shaman Forge pops, Kid Bomba. Ying trying to find the clear, gets it. But Kid Bomba with the immune, still able to hold on. Feather Airstrike lands! hands. Sao finds a two-man stall, but that's a big throne of ruin. The damage is there. Take a look at Sao. Will not be able to escape. That's one member taken down. Yangon will deal with the Lord.
Okay, so they get a member, they're able to defend, and they don't lose the tier 3 on the mid, which is huge for Yangon Galacticos. Team Spirit, though, in that last Lord fight, Kid Bomba, man, he is just stepping up his game so much. These are the highs that we normally see from him, but he's finally doing them consistently. He is just on Han from game 1 to now. Han has never even had a chance to step foot into these Lord pits. He's never even had a chance to try to be a part of the major fights that matter. And yes, Kid Bomba might make a mistake. He might have died last time, but when it matters, he is on fire.
Bomba again looking for an opening. Pops, the bravest fighter, will retreat, will reposition Blinks. Blink opens up the bush. And spots 3 there, backing away again. Both teams here, especially here for Ying, I think if they want to fight, they gotta wait for that flicker. Item check, almost Holy Crystal for Stitch, so they definitely have chances.
This is a dangerous spot for Stitch and Lina to be sitting. We just saw what happened last game. Both of them right next to each other. I think these are 2 players that shouldn't be so close because Sawo's waiting for that moment. Yes, it's also hard to be split up because Kid Bomba and Hiko are also looking for targets, but they got to be careful about who's with who overall on the map. Team Spirit looking for this tier 3. Like, they got something to prove, man. It is finally going to go down. It's going to open up the map for Team Spirit. Yangon Galacticos trying to deal with his bottom lane. It's been slowly pushing, essentially, since last Lord. And YG's just been having trouble dealing with it.
Yeah, I can see your Spirit just strangling Yangon Galacticos. And it's Yangon Galacticos cannot do much, right? Because if they want to fight big 5v5, they don't have the composition for it. And Spirit says like, okay, until there's a, we have an idea if it's a 4v4, 5v5, we will not pull the trigger. They're taking their tempo down. They're controlling their tempo, which I really like. And you can see that quality from Spirit all 3 games.
So how does Yangon deal with this at this point? In the beginning, they were able to get pickoffs, right? It's getting much harder to do that. Blink's not really able to find them. Team Spirit's a bit more grouped up. Yangon Galacticos might just need to let Team Spirit come to them a bit.
Let's see. That's going to be a Way of Dragon. Feather Airstrike committed, Kid Bomba, but that's going to be the Lord taken by 1 shot. Ying, terrified, and that's going to be Ying going down. Ladies and gentlemen, Stitch comes to the party. So it's a 1-for-1, but Spirit, they got the Lord.
Yeah, it's a roamer for a Lord, plus you get Ying in the exchange. It's a big win for Team Spirit. 5,000 gold lead pushing in once more. Yangon Galacticos has to back off. Blink, maybe a little too deep, per usual. With a Lord coming, your best bet is let's just defend the inhibitors.
Seems like they will. Uh-oh, that's a stun. Blink still holding on to his flicker, so no crazy plays as they wait to defend that top lane.
All right. Team Spirit does a great job at syncing up these lanes. Bot lane is a little bit off. Han able to go down and push it out. This is going to mean that Team Spirit has top in mid with a hard push. Team Spirit not committing fully to the Lord just yet. They want to go for mid.
YSS shows. Let's see here. Spirit, will they pull the trigger to force a fight? But that's going to be the recall, so let's see. Stitch in the back. That's a stun by the Mount Shocker. Blinks. Looks for an opening. Lord taken care of. A Spirit holding on here with the siege.
YG able to defend very well. Stitch jumps out, Blink as well. Are they going to try to look for a play? Don't know if it's what they should do. Keep it safe. Back off. Let Team Spirit come to you. You have the Feathered Airstrike. You have the Way of the Dragon that doesn't always have to be used extremely aggressively. You can wait for Kid Bomba to come in and then get the pickup, but here he goes.
Way of Dragon under the turret. Take a look at Sao in the back. Oh, big knockup, but Hiko under the turret will fall. That's going to be Ying again, trying to provide bodies. 2 members of Spirit taken off the board. And YG, they want to fight now. Will they be able to close the gap? Han will. Down goes Kid Bomba, and YG will fight more.
In a matter of seconds, YG find a moment. Blink finally gets to show off something great. gets the kick onto Kid Bomba, and once he falls, Team Spirit falls behind him. YG, they open up the map again. There's still 2.6k gold behind. With these free kills, let's take a look at the replay real quick. It all starts with the big kick onto Kid Bomba. Sawo misses in that push, unable to get a big tech charge onto anyone. At that point, YG comes out, and all it takes is one mistake for YG to finally find a moment where hey, we can do this. They have no ults left. They have nothing big to use against us. Han has enough items where he can output the damage, and YG now, the map is looking a little red again. It's only a 1.3k gold lead. I'd love to see the items on where Han is at this point, along with Stitch, because him as well, he's doing a decent amount of damage. Is this the turnaround for YG?
I think that moment was very crucial, and if let's say Spirit overextends, gets a little bit overzealous again with their initiations, definitely YG can turn this around. Sawo now, the all-in from YG is enough to take Rock down! Ying in the back finds a 3-man Thorn of Ruin, and that's gonna be Kid Bomba to try to create a parameter, but will it be enough? Stitch goes down, Lina goes down, and YG, they almost find their rhythm, but 2 main damage dealers are out.
Hiko was luckily able to take out Lina off cam there, which is a huge play at this point. Without Stitch, without Lina, Yangon Galacticos are not going to be able to fight for this one shot. It's 5 seconds till he has his retry. Watch for Ying here. Doesn't have the Ruin. Not going to be able to make a huge play, and Kid Bomba smells him out.
Wow, good awareness. Free Lord for Spirit. Let's see if YG this time around can pull off a great defense yet again.
I think they can. I think at this point, Yangon Galacticos definitely can defend, but that's as long as they don't make any big mistakes. We're not looking at something like a 16k gold lead in the hands of Team Spirit. Team Spirit can't force this open, and it goes both ways. If Team Spirit makes another big mistake, if Sawo misses a huge tech charge like he did last time after Kid Bomba gets kicked, then yeah, it's bad news bears for Team Spirit. Yangon Galacticos once again on the defense.
Waiting to pull the trigger. Feather airstrike popped, one-shot pop the Steed. Top lane will be destroyed by the Lord. YG holding on 2 remaining base turrets. They will take care of the Lord now, and it feels like the mid is open.
I love the testing from both teams right now. Sticking a foot in the water, pulling it out, seeing who's gonna bite the bait first.
Yeah, both teams just hovering around, waiting for someone to be slightly extended, to slightly misposition himself, and it seems like one base turret taken down, it's worth it.
Oh, another kick onto Sawo, always the target.
Tech charge defensively as well. 2 roamers not having the ults. Feather airstrike committed. Now it's gonna be YG. Ying stunned, having the immortality, will lose his immortality. Blink looks for an opening. That's a flanker. Hiko finds the flank. One shot to execute Ying down, and that's gonna be just 4 members standing. Stitch, Shaman Force bombs. Oh my goodness! Han connects the shot. Down goes Kid Bomba.
You know, during the midst of that fight, I'm looking at Yangon Galacticos, and they're all out of green dots, no ults. I look at the Team Spirit, all out of ults. Hiko, though, was the last one still with Shifting Clouds, able to make some big plays happen. He comes in, gets the kill onto Ying. But luckily enough, Yangon Galacticos, Han, the damage is really online for him at this point. He's max items out, creeping closer to 20 minutes. It's essentially a tie game at this point. Both teams, all of their damage dealers are fully locked and loaded. The only person lacking right now, honestly, is Lina. Just got the Holy Crystal and still looking for one more item to finish the build. But either way you look at it, there's enough damage and sustain on both sides to fight for this Nexo Lord. The problem with it is, the bad news for Yangon Galacticos, the Lord does pop up on bottom side and top lane is exposed. So they need to find a way to deal with that lane pushing in on them and also fight the Lord.
Seems like Stitch will pull the trigger. Shaman Forge pops just to, find some information, perhaps trigger a spell or two. But yeah, you're right? With the far lane, top Lord spawning bottom, feels like Spirit can play around this Lord, dance, more to their... It's going to be a 1v1. Jungler versus jungler. One shot, and Han will not commit that, but that will beat Spirit again, popping the Phantom Steed.
Yeah, both use their retribution as well. No conceal play for the side of Yangon. It's going to be a slow Lord game here at this point. And like I said, position is going to be key. Team Spirit with a slow push up top. Blink though, able to get the kick onto one shot.
Important one, that's going to be the burst. Not enough though. He has immortality. And he jumps in. That's going to be one shot. Gun down. Blink finds it. That's going to be a 5v4 without the jungle. Take a look at Hiko in the back, providing damage on towards Han, causing this stress. And down goes the junglers. It's a 4v4 without junglers, and YG will reposition.
Hiko says, I never needed a jungler anyways. I'll do this myself. I'll carry the team on my shoulders. Who needed a retribution when you've got damage like that? Hiko continues to jump onto the backside and find a target, and Han was the perfect one. It's blow for blow right now, trade for trade. Earlier it was EXP for EXP. This time it's jungler for jungler. Nobody seems to be able to get a free piece of material here.
Yeah, Ying here, keep in mind, he still has the flicker. That's a stun though still. The damage is still there from the side of Spirit. Ying jumps back in. Uh-oh, take a look at the flanks with the conceal. Finds Sunset Lover! An important initiation by Blink and friends. He goes down for a minute.
50-second death counter, that's huge. Yangon Galacticos could try to force this. Keep our eyes on Hiko here. If there's gonna be a game changer, I feel like it's gonna be him in this upcoming Lord fight. One shot, keeping his distance, waiting for the moment to maybe go in for the steal. Sawo as well.
50% HP is the Lord's health. That's a great cancellation there by Sawo to reset the Lord. Buy time for Spirit. And let's see, with Sunset Lover not available, I'm expecting YG to force a fight, but it seems like Spirit, they're hiding their whereabouts.
Yeah, because the problem is even with Yangon getting that pick off on a Sunset Lover, it's still a 4v4 because they have to send Ying to the top side. And even him, I was watching on the minute, he's taking it slow.
Oh, Bomba here, being the recipient of, a couple of damage, but take a look at the Lord's health. It's not resetted. Let's see, it's gonna be one shot again, taking the Lord. Hiko! And Han going at it again with immortality pop. Hiko says, good night. And YG, they failed to get the Lord. Spirit, they will have a chance to go and advance to the next phase. Let's see the defense from YG.
Lord gets shredded down and Han takes a stroll around the wall. It was there, I felt like that was their Lord. I felt like that was their opportunity.
This is it.
In game time, in crunch time, they fall short, or better yet, Team Spirit falls stronger. Team Spirit keeps the composure and match point, and Yangon Galacticos once again on the defense.
This might be the push here that eliminates YG. They're taking their time knowing that Sawo is not up and available. They will take the turrets though. YG still holding on here, it seems like. The Lord will be taken care of, but they will lose their mid and perhaps their bottom side base circuit. Bomba, taking a lot of damage there. Courtesy of Lina, but still able to get out.
All right, one more chance, one more shot for Yangon Galacticos. If they lose this next Lord, it's GG's, I think, at that point. It's a wrap. Unless, of course, it's some crazy Lord steal and they wipe out the other 5 members. But at this point, if a full 5-man plus Lords comes rushing at them, I don't think Yangon Galacticos can defend. We're almost 25 minutes in the game. This is the best we've seen Yangon play thus far in this series. But they got to be able to push just a little bit farther. This is, this is the difference between boys and men at this point. You got to be able to give it that 110%. You can't make any mistakes because Team Spirit has been playing amazingly. And the couple times that Team Spirit did mess up, it was Sawo missing the tech charger, Kid Bomba getting cut off. Who's going to make the first mistake here in this possibly final game?
Well, let's see if Spirit can force their opponents to mispositioned because with 2 base turrets down, Trex, I think it's about time, you know? Again, the Lord will spawn in the bottom side, unfortunately, for YG, so they can play around the minions. Hence, 2 members or 2 players already sent to clear it fastly, swiftly, and now with the Lord here in the bottom side, what will YG do? Will they fight or will they hold on?
They're going to fight. They're going to try to win. That's what they're going to do. Can they do it, though, is the real question. Kid Bomba is at top side, shows himself. I feel like at this point, Yangon, this is their only opportunity to maybe try to force something here. Blink goes on Asawa once again. Han has to deal with bottom lane.
Oh.
Now, once again, it's a stalemate.
Yeah, cheeky Kid Bomba just shows a bit, you know, and then rotated back towards the mid to provide backup if needed.
Hiko on that bottom lane is so scary.
Yeah.
Because you know what he's doing, right? Once this fight pops off, he's going to move around onto that tri-bush and just either hammer down onto Han, hammer down on Lino, big kick on the Kid Bomba. Here comes Hiko, though.
Yeah, on towards one shot here. That's going to be Steed triggered. Take a look at Lord's HP, below 50% HP. Kid Bomba looks for an opening, finds a stun. Feather airstrike will deal a lot of damage, and that's going to be YG. Blink loses immortality. Hiko very low, but he's able to get out.
Kid Bomba gets a perfect stun onto Stitch there, and YG are forced to disengage.
Oh, Ying stun. Bought the immortality in time, and we'll lose it. Oh, it's going to be a 5v4, bought the winner crown. It's still 5v5 in the Land of Dawn.
Lord's still up. Yangon Galacticos just trying to hang on. They find a play here and there, but even that last kick, a little too deep. Yangon had to fully commit and leave the Lord behind. Lord gets reset, and now we're back to ground zero here. Plus 9 gold for Yangon Galacticos.
It's, again, if you don't count the turrets, it's just even Stevens here. But Spirit, they're taking their time here. They do not want to, you know, risk it, feels like. The last couple of sequence was more on Yangon taking initiative. But, you know, let's see here. Spirit, they know that they don't need to take initiative. They know they can just respond to plays with the situation that they're in.
Well, you know, at this point of the game, gold leads don't matter anymore, right? At this point of the game, Team Spirit knows, okay, their composition is fully loaded. Our composition is fully loaded. All it takes is one mistake, right? Or do you pull the trigger first or do you wait? Because sometimes if you don't pull the trigger first, they get the big play. Blink did mess up last time. He wasn't able to get Kid Bomba to a good position with that wall. But honestly, Team Spirit doesn't have to rush things. With that top lane constantly pushing, they can take this very, very slow and just look for position on the Lord, which is what they're doing right now.
Yeah, I mean, Han shows top, so I think Spirit can, you know, commit on towards his Lord, but it seems like they're taking their time again, right? They can respond. They don't need to be the ones pulling the trigger. So, Yangon, they're asking the question towards their side here. Yangon, what are you going to do? We can take our time, you know, as long as we keep it tight. Blink with the conceal.
Clock's ticking. Han needs to get into this pit fast.
Sowell will be the recipient of that Way of Dragon. No burst damage though. Hiko jumps in on towards Stitch. That's going to be Tech Tar. Take a look at Hiko. Dealing the damage, but that Sowell loses immortality. Ying on the front side will escape with the winner crown popped as well. It's a 4v5. Yangon has chances.
They definitely have chances here, but Han's got to get his life back and get back to this pit as quick as possible. Ying now giving Team Spirit the Kid Bomba treatment, jumping on to one shot and 2 other members, pushing them away. And Ying is only going to keep on scaling at this point. The Alice is becoming hard to deal with, right? The Alice is becoming a major problem for Team Spirit, and Sawo continues to get picked off, continues to catch kicks to the face. He's 1-8-8 right now, and the problems are shown.
Yeah, I mean, all spells are up for Yangon. You can see the cooldowns spell-wise for Spirit, so they might have to concede this Lord.
And with Blink's positioning right now, One Shot's got no way in.
Yeah.
They should be able to get a free Lord here. They just need to rush it. They just need to burst it. But Han steps back once again. Hiko is there. I know you're worried about the shifting clouds, but...
Oh, that's the wrong way. Sunset Lover was able to flicker out of that one. Now Ying jumps in. Take a look at Hiko trying to zone out the jungler. Terrify Ying this time will not survive. Down goes the Alice. Now it's a 5v4. Lina finds the clutch steal, and they make it. They made it.
That's not the way I thought it was. You guys were gonna get it. YG is now called you guys, just to let you know. I didn't think that wasn't the way. Han was supposed to just easily take that blink at beautiful positioning, but they still got it. They still got it. They have to defend now. They have a very strong Lord on their side. They're down Ying. Just take it slow. You don't need to clear any of these waves. You need to buy as much time as possible. And then maybe, just maybe, they break some inhibitors here. Can they end here?
I mean, this might be enough to take us to game 4, but let's see the defense, right? They want to clear it fast, and YG can't answer just yet.
You know, One Shot wasn't even able to use his Retribution there. He still got it in the kit. Blink looking for the kick.
Seems like the Lord here will be at around 50% HP. And wow, what a way for Spirit, right? What a way to defend from Spirit. It seems like the Lord evolved here. Does not shake them.
All right. Okay. Let's bring it back. Let's bring it back. We're gonna have another Lord coming up here soon.
Uh-oh, that's gonna be the kick. Feather air strike pop. Ying jumps in, One Shot with the steed, providing damage. Hiko in the back, but time for immortality. Hiko though, with the winner crown, trying to survive. Ying will be the first one to fall alongside Hiko. It's a 1-for-1. YG! Sunset Lover finds connection to take stage down.
Never count the lover out. We watch everyone else all the time, but Sunset Lover continues. When it's desperate, when they're in dire need, he can pull through and pull up with a double kill. He can pull through and make something happen, especially on the Valentina. Team Spirit now back in control of the map, of the game. Yes, bottom lane's pushing, but Yangon Galacticos get essentially nothing out of that Lord. Still all inhibitor standing, still a tier 2 in the mid standing for Team Spirit. Team Spirit still able to take this next fight slowly. Luckily for Yangon, the Lord finally spawns on the top side, which is going to be helpful for them. It's going to change the dynamic on how they can approach this, and it's going to make things a little bit easier for them.
It's going to be more even, right, with the Lord dance, with the Lord spawning top. Keep in mind, ladies and gentlemen, 33 minutes for potentially this last game, and we are still in it. Let's see if YG can force a game 4. One Shot and friends already on the Lord, below 50% HP now. YG doesn't seem like they.
I feel like they have to, even though they only have 3 members. They have to.
They have to
they
fight.
Cannot, no way they defend. Oh, One Shot lets
a
it
reset. Yeah. Call is, you know what? Let's take our time. Let's reset. I mean, it's not fully resetted though. Keep in mind that the Lord is still jumping around.
Said I'm resetting. Jumped in.
Now it's reset. But take a look at Hiko, right? With this fast clear, I think they're able to pull the trigger afterwards.
All right. All right. I don't know what's, we're at 33 minutes. We're about to break 34. Let's just go to 40. Let's do it at this point, Maybe we can get a crazy Lord steal again and nothing can happen after, and it'll be epic. Very epic.
Should be. Unfortunately for Lina, that Lord steal wasn't enough to find the game. But apparently this, perhaps here, might be the final fight or push. That's Conceal. They're trying to pull the trigger. Doesn't really find the angle. The Lord will reset again.
Heck yeah, Will. Heck yeah, Will. Hiko, at this point in the game, Hiko was doing amazing, and now we are starting to see him actually. I mean, at 34 minutes, it gets tiring. Me and you are tired at this point, let alone Hiko, who is mentally in there, and he's going a little too deep sometimes, and he's been the one getting caught off. I feel like his 2 deaths have been in the latter part of this game.
Yeah, they know Farsa's not around. That's why they are, exploring the idea to commit on towards his Lord. Jing misses the ult. That's a big all the way, Sid. Take a look at the back. Hiko will be the first one to follow Ying. Bot time for his team. The winner count did not come in time. YG still with 5. Sao finds the 2-man, but the damage will not come through as Ying will not find an escape route. It's again a 4v4 as the Lord still stands strong.
Here's the thing though, Ying is allowed to miss an ult. Hiko is not allowed to miss an ult right now. That is a good trade for Yangon Galacticos at this point. Will they take advantage of it? I think the moment Kid Bomba shows himself down here, Yangon needs to attack. They need to jump on this Lord. Stop wasting time. Put it out there.
Yeah, that's what they're doing. They're looking.
Bomba's on bot lane.
They're looking, right? They're
What
looking.
are you looking for?
But Spirit, you know, they are able to at least, you know, keep their distance. They know that Kid Bomba's going to show. They're keeping their formations tight. That's a conceal. They want to re-engage. They want to look for something now with Bomba's, you know, in the vicinity. But YG this time around, they will say that, yeah, this time around, we will keep our distance.
36 minutes. See, here's the thing. Team Spirit, they know the assignment. Once we have vision, once we know where you are, we're going to burst down this Lord. And now Yangon Galacticos trying to make their way out. Blink finally gets vision. Han, now that he knows they're working on this, needs to make his way over. Luckily for Yangon, they don't know where the rest of the team is. They don't know that Han's just hanging out in bot right now. No retry close at all. But they don't care. They're gonna try to rush this.
Let's say they're gambling or taking the risk here. YSS is still bottom side.
What's he doing?
They can pull the trigger here. That's gonna be Steed. Just to be sure, one shot takes the Lord. That's gonna be the pull. The trigger pulled. Not enough damage. But take a look at the combination here. Now with Kid Bomba around in front, Sunset level figures out to safety. The damage is not delivered, but that will be Hiko losing his life. Surely Han finds the stun, lands the shots, and down goes Hiko.
Yangon Galacticos, it's all on the line here. You just need to fight this at this point. There's no way you're surviving this Lord. There's no way you're surviving this push. It is all or nothing on the line.
Oh, Blink goes down. Kid Bomba again finds the connection. Down goes Sitch. Meanwhile, the Lord in the mid is marching hard. Sitch trying to buy time, but that's going to be Sitch going down.
Team Spirit with Yangon in their clutches want to end this here.
Now, can they defend one last chance? Feather Edge Strike deployed. That's a stun terrified. The damage. Take a look at Bomba. Still able to escape. Ying is still up. But that's the Feather Edge Strike from Sunset Lover to seal the deal. Down goes Yangon Galacticos as Team Spirit. They will advance to the next round in a clean sweep fashion.
Team Spirit with the first 3-0 out of the best of 5s in the knockout stage. So that they are a team not to be messed with. YG, they make it to top 8. They show that they are at least above many teams, but Team Spirit is a wall that they had to stop at. Team Spirit, it's all smiles right now, knowing that down the line they're going to be going up against an even stronger foe. Donnie, any last words about that match?
It was so close for YG in that third and final game, but Team Spirit showed consistency, not just from that last game, but from the first and second. Well-deserved congratulations to Team Spirit. And you can see them being slightly happy, but you mentioned it, right? Their journey is so far.
It starts here, essentially.
Yep.
Lower bracket is vicious. It's one of the most insane lower brackets we've ever seen at this point. The next match will be up against Alter Ego. Let's take a look at these highlights, though. You know, time and time again, Team Spirit controlled the Lord Pit. And this is the last fight of the game that we saw. At this point, YG, I think you just keep fully committing.
Yeah.
They back off because there's minions on the base, but still, what else do you have to lose at this point? Team Spirit shows that composure ends up winning in the long haul. YG falls short and Team Spirit stand strong. It was amazing, best of 3. Sadly, it did end in a sweep, but I know the Team Spirit fans are happy. And speaking of Team Spirit and the fans, we got an interview down on the stage. Rose, who you got down there?
A team that has fought valiantly for Myanmar, but now their M7 journey has unfortunately come to an end. Once again, thank you so much to Yangon Galacticas, and we hope to see you guys come back stronger next year.
But on a brighter note, let us welcome the victors of today's lower bracket match. It's Team Spirit! Hello, boys! That was the longest game officially of the M series ever. I think that was 37 minutes and something.
Yes.
But that was so long. One shot. How do you feel after that game?
I'm so tired, but we didn't have a late game damage, and because we play so long.
Yes, that was definitely a very tiring game to play, I would assume so, because it was such a back and forth and a lot of mental juice had to be put into it. And of course, one shot. We know that elimination matches usually brings a lot of nerves and pressure to ones, but Team Spirit looked rather confident and of course very dominant as you guys got a clean sweep. What was the mindset that Team Spirit had coming into this matchup? One shot.
Or one shot first?
He's tired.
Just stay calm and play my game. That's all I think.
That's all?
Interesting. Do you share the same sentiment, Kid Bomba?
What?
Do you share the same sentiment?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Chill, they're tired.
They're tired. It's okay. You can get some rest after this. But we want to ask first, because if we're talking about game 1 and then we saw the final game, we see a lot of Leomords. Right, One Shot? Why is Leomord much more popular now in the knockout stages as compared to the Swiss stage? What's your opinion about Leomord?
Just Yuzuki find a meta hero which can steal all jungle because he have so much damage to minions in jungle, and he is so fat. I don't know. Yeah, he have so much HP, and he deal damage to wall fight, and I don't know, 0 cooldown ulti.
Yes, actually, even I tried to play Leomord in the ranked games, and it's actually very strong in the jungle, especially once we enter the later phases of the game. It becomes really, really tanky.
Did you win though?
I won a lot.
Okay.
And of course, Kid Bomba, we know that you're no stranger to the lower bracket run, especially if you look at your track record back in the M5 and in the M6. But this time in the M7, what's the difference with Team Spirit?
I think now we just have more synergy, and I guess that's why we are more confident for this tournament. And I think that we can do more than top 4 this time. So yeah, I'm excited for our next match.
We're all excited. We're all excited. Top 4? So are we aiming for the championship? Number 1, you think you can do it? Number 1 here in M7?
Yeah, of course.
Yes, of course. That's the confidence that we want to hear from Kid Bomba. Because up next on your lower bracket journey, it's going to be Alter Ego, Kid Bomba. Now, what are your thoughts on this team?
I think the crowd is going to be way more packed against them. I'm really excited to fight them. I want to feel those emotions again when you play in a big arena. So good luck to them. And that's about it. That's all I have to say.
I see Kid Bomba is definitely excited to meet up against Alter Ego in their home ground. But One Shot, what about you? Are you excited to meet Alter Ego?
Yeah, we're ready for 100%.
100%.
Awesome. So before we end this winner's interview, Kid Bomba, do you have a message to the Team Spirit fans out there?
Thank you everybody for supporting us. Thank you for coming. I hope you come for our next match as well. And we're gonna deliver nice games like this every time. So make sure to come, make sure to support. And we love our fans.
And they love you back. You can hear the cheers in the venue. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, congratulations to Team Spirit as we are going to throw it over back to the panelists to break down the longest game in the M Series. And with that, casters, go ahead.
Thank you very much, Rose Turner, and of course, Kid Bomba and One Shot. And yes, that was the longest game in M Series history, not for M7, since the inception, since M1. I believe the second longest was like 35 minutes. That was against Blacklist and RQ, if I'm not mistaken. But either ways, yeah, they're telling their fans like, oh, we love you guys, and you know that our games are going to be pretty good. Either it's going to be very short or just very long.
Yeah. Well, we do know that their drafts are really good because that really was what made this a W for Team Spirit. Although it was a longer fight, and there were so many times where we thought that it could be Young Gun to actually close it out. But generally speaking, it was just easier for Team Spirit to execute it. Sawo had to be kicked so many times for that, but it wasn't enough for Young Gun Galacticos.
It also goes to show how much pressure there is actually in the match. As much as these players are telling you, yeah, 100% confidence, never felt nervous in my life. And then you have moments where this game goes so long because you can see the TS, they have an advantage. They got waves pushing on, but they just don't want to make that final call until every single condition is met, and they won't go without a single one missing.
Yeah, I kind of feel like if you want to summarize one word on what Young Gun Galacticos did wrong there was indecisiveness. Right? They're not really sure what was the right call, right? Do we want to go for a fight? Do we want to contest for the Lord? It really did look like they weren't making a fast enough decision at the right time. But again, congratulations to Team Spirit for making all the way through. And we also would like to say thank you to Young Gun Galacticos. It has been an amazing ride for them. Making it to top 8 is not easy. But again, that's the end of the journey because this is elimination match. But yeah, talking about Team Spirit, here's the thing. Young Gun Galacticos has been eliminated, and the low bracket is still scary.
Yep, it's still very, very scary, and I think that Young Gun Galacticos should not feel disappointed with their overall performance. Obviously, they want to prove a bigger point, but at the same time, considering everything that has been happening within the M Series, it is a scary time to be an MLBB professional.
The Team Spirit is going to be going up against Alter Ego next, and I'm sure that this stadium will be filled up with a lot of supporters. I feel like that is going to be a very close match, especially when it comes to like the drafting. We saw a lot of improvements when it comes to Team Spirit's drafting, and for Alter Ego, they're still sticking up to what works, but you have to take note that Zephyr is a really good drafter, so that is going to be a great clash tomorrow.
Something about Team Spirit, whether they like it or not, either they will fight the most strongest team or the most popular one. Either or, this is why they have such a big global presence because their opponents are no joke. But now we got to talk about the game. We got to talk about the MVP after that one. And after like, what, 38 minutes? I believe that we got a lot of highlights coming in from both parties, honestly. Quick shout out to Lina, getting that Lord when Han was nowhere near.
That prolonged the game.
That was amazing.
That was amazing. What's the reason why the game was prolonged? I think this was a great duel between our two mid laners out there. Personally, my MVP of this game is Sunset Lover with this Valentina. But the MVP overall is herself. 6-1 and 8. Imagine dying only once in this entire 38-minute game.
The crazier stat here. Like, me and Gidi, we've watched so many games where the Valentina is shown early, never won. Sunset Lover not only 6-1 and 8, 209,000 total damage.
A ridiculous number to have, especially for Valentina, knowing that you're like going to get outranged on pretty much every single basis against Lina on a Farsa. So really an unexpected stat to see Sunset Lover, but it's good to see because it really brings up confidence in, hey, last year our biggest detriment is when Sunset Lover failed. When he overperforms, you really feel like he just controls the entire map.
In fact, I gotta talk about this. He died once, and that was off of Bling having to use everything to kick him.
That was the first.
That was the only time that he got caught. He got caught once and then died, and never get caught before or after.
You know what's really impressive about what he does is that he selects the right ultimate to copy. I can fairly remember him going for a 1v1 team fight, 1v1 I mean, versus the Yi Shin. He copied the ultimate of the Yi Shin just to get vision and also supplement the damage. I'm sure that we're gonna see it here.
Yeah, I mean, like this. Yeah,
it was.
Over here we can see both teams really committing, and you can definitely see that a lot of members coming in from Team Spirit, making sure that they have good flank angles. Hiko, and this is a big mistake from Yangon Galacticos. Why was there not enough cover for Han?
Yeah, I mean, just look at where Hans is, right? All of a sudden he sees Hiko, he's by himself. Lina is actually pretty nearby watching this all go down, but he's like, nah, I'm not taking this. That's all you, Han.
The war of attrition between the two XP laners we see from this game. For example, Ying is always trying to go for the maximum Throne of Ruin with all of the targets that he wants to go for. And he usually nails it, but there's no follow-up afterwards. Whereas for Hiko, it's different. He wants to go for those duels. He wants to go for those quick eliminations. And more often than not, he is getting countered by Yangon Galacticos.
Honestly, I think that Ying really bought a lot of time for the team, especially in the early to mid phases of the game. But once the dominance ISIS started to come in, the anti-heal, then obviously he started to fall off. But the rest of his team were able to kind of keep up the pace, especially since One Shot was already leading pretty heavily in the EXP department.
You know, we were talking
like again, like if a good catch happened, everyone was all in. Maybe Yangon could have won.
We haven't talked about Kid Bombal, where we always say that he is one of those aggressive kind of players from the XP laner, but I think in this game he has the right amount of aggression and calculation. I think this is probably the most practical he was with the flicker when it comes to how much he's using it. He's not always using it, unlike other XP laners on the Lapu Lapu. This time, in this particular game, he's so pragmatic that it is so on point when he actually uses that flicker with the Lapu Lapu.
He gives no conditions, he gives no signals whatsoever, and most of the time you see him actually using the Bravest Fighter to probe out enemy responses. He doesn't mind taking it as long as he's hitting one or maybe even two target while he's in the Bravest Fighter and getting the damage reduction through the Feather to Airstrike.
Ladies and gentlemen, look at how close this game was. 38 minutes, 5 seconds, 13,000 gold to 115, 18 kills to 17. Oof. Right? All in all, out of all the games that we had in this match, this was definitely the closest. You can definitely feel that Justin, the pep talk really helped Yangon Galacticos. They were more energized, they were more willing to take fights, they were more willing to move forward. But again, when it comes to the late game, that's a real test of experience. Because as much as we want to say that Yangon Galacticos is experienced, Sunset Lover has been here since M1. Who can really beat him in experience?
Yeah, nobody beats him. Same goes for Sao as well, right?
Yeah, Sao as well.
Just, it's incredible to see that this team continues to evolve. And I think that TS, this is a great form to see, but it does bring up a couple of concerns. Is this going to be the exact same TS we're going to see every time we get to Lord 2, Lord 3, Lord 4 for any other team, if not for YG?
And it's going to be scary for Team Spirit because they are going to be facing against Alter Ego, a team that is actually decisive. Unlike other teams, they will be willing to go.
Sometimes too decisive.
Too decisive, in fact. We saw that yesterday.
Yep.
They were so decisive that unfortunately it didn't go in their favor. However, I think that there are more hits than misses when you are more decisive. I think teams that have, are fast when it comes to their decision making, at the same time pressing the issue, they're more likely to succeed in a game. Of course, you cannot discount the fact that they can be punished, but in this particular scenario, imagine if Team Spirit or YG have been more decisive, this game could have been easily won by another team.
Yeah, because for me, in looking at Alter Ego play, I feel like the way that they structure their questions is a little bit different compared to other teams. Because other teams say, should we go?
And we go.
They just say, go? No, we go.
We go.
The should is missing. It's just that we go. It's like, no discussion, we go. All right, there you go, Alter Ego.
Yeah, you can definitely tell when YG is like a little hesitant, right? Especially when it's like, oh, are we about to? And then something slightly changes. You notice everybody does that little 180 of, whoa, just a quick spin around every single time.
Look at the damage. Lina 176, Sunset Lover 209. You would have thought that the Farsa would deal way more damage, but Sunset Lover, again, since everyone is like, yeah, I know what to do with this Valentina.
Hey, you can thank Hiko for that because he was making sure feathered airstrikes were either getting canceled early on, and Hans just like, dear God, somebody help me.
Yes, I don't care who at this point.
Just somebody, anybody.
If the buff, if anyone can help, I'll take it.
Look at this gold curve, right? Because initially we see that TS is able to kind of maintain that lead, but when you miss the final moment where you have that like, oh, I got that 10k lead, sure. But as soon as we don't get to that, the 5.6 is only halfway, not enough to close out. But that Lord steal was so nasty to the point where it really evened out the score back to 42k once we started to get past the 15-minute mark.
Sorry, Wolf, I have a very, I would say very sad question here because we went to the late game. Stage on this Harif was full build, but I felt no impact coming in from the Harif. Like, why was this Hive not effective against Team Spirit? Like, is Team Spirit just having too much damage? They keep kiting the Zaman Force. Like, I don't know. I'm not feeling the Hive's presence.
Yeah, there's just so much skirmish damage that this composition you can see from Team Spirit can have. You have the Leo Mord, you have the Valentina that didn't copy more impactful spells, and then of course the Grok. There's so much that he has to dodge. That's why Harith was always in his head. And of course, we did not like the Harith anyways in the draft.
Yeah, honestly, very good job from the both of you. Also, quick shout-outs to Trex as well as Gani. That was the longest game in M-Series history. Like, Trex flew all the way from the America of the North for that game. After this, it's going to be Onyx against Team Liquid. That's going to be insane. We're going to go for a short break, but when we return, Onyx Team Liquid, baby. See you then.
Let's try our first game.
Okay. Oh. Just ling, just ling, just ling, ling. Ling, just ling, just ling, just. Ling, chow, ling, veil, chow, veil, ling. Chow, ling, chow, veil, chow, veil. If link, clint, glue, link, clint, if glue. Glue, clint, link, just. Glue, gourd. Chick, clean, link, if just guard. Glue. Gato, test me. Ayaw mo sabi. Ay, balik.
Ganda tayo sa kaya ba yan? Bali pa naman. That's it? Bali ako yan.
Before we play the video, so this is ready?
Ready for the video?
Mortality right now. CW to be brought back to the team right now. Is a Raging Sascorp. Will be hours away from by Kyrie. CW pops in with an danger. Able to shot some damage. Kill the base wide open, but it's going to be cleared out. Sans in the back doing some damage. Mortality's falling left and right. AP Brent losing members. Now teams with the patient by break. Base an implosion, and just like that, the sky tank descend from the skies back to the Philippines.
First question.
What time everyone got wiped out? Wait, same time?
3, 2, 1.
22:10.
22:0 na naman.
This one is the video end.
22:09. Oh, 1 second apart. So 1. 0-1.
3, 2, 1.
3-1-11.
1-1-13.
3-1. Asif yung pala yun.
Go lucky shot!
Wala, yung ito masyado
I just said randomly. I don't know.
1.
Super Marco. Ew.
Oh my God!
Yun yung sasabihin ko sa ni kaso di ako sure eh.
Oh, you remember this? Oh,
3, 2, 1.
View and who? Huh? Ogwen?
Sogan na lang. Mga pure.
View and Ogwen.
The answer is wrong.
Few and KTZ.
Correct.
I see the KTZ. So, no die, 3-0.
Doing some damage. Mortality's falling left and right. AP Brent losing members. Now teams with the patient by break. Base an implosion, and just like that, the sky tank.
Ay, yeah, Phil. Ogwen.
Okay, time's up.
6 got killed, right?
3, 2, 1.
I'll say the player's name, right?
Yeah. Yes.
First is View, Flap, Marco, Ogwen, Kaltizi.
It's wrong.
Okay. Few, Marco, Flap, Ogwen, Kyle.
Nice, bro. Tama sila.
Hey, fuck it! You use your brain, right?
You Marco Flap?
You didn't have
Wow, Marco Flap.
23, easy win.
Bye!
Realme 15 Pro M7 official gaming phone.
Nice, bro.
Magic just use the ada. Not good, this team.
We confuse enemies.
Welcome players to today's game, Strongest Brain. Let's get ready for our first game.
Okay. Mid laner.
Stand by ya. 3, 2, 1. Okay, team A. Okay,
Tak apa. Salah dia jawab. Bagi.
I trust you, bro. I trust you. Yeah, what's your answer? C. C.
It's A.
Dah bisa cowok. Dah jawab juga ya.
I don't worry. Sorry. I mean, I was sorry. Just guess.
Okay.
Okay, stand by.
3, 2, 1. Team B.
C. Kalau gua main Magic Chess, betul-betul itu Aurora.
Yes.
C.
C. Okay, we show the answer. Yes.
Magic Chess.
Sia-sia.
Ya.
Sia-sia ya.
Gak sia-sia main Magic Chess.
Stand by.
Easy.
3, 2, 1. Team A.
That's right. A. Yeah. A. Hey.
Correct.
Easy.
Aduh.
Lu main, lu try main.
Oke.
3, 2, 1.
Lu main Magic Chess kan?
Gua nggak main Magic Chess.
Okay. Based on Magic Chess ha, C. Yuzong Magic Chess. Magic Chess Yuzong ada. Kalau based on Magic Chess ha, tak ada.
Round 2.
Oh, okay.
Remember the position, be ready to click.
Weh, Mek, lu tahu harga tu tak baik?
Start counting.
Aduh.
Okay, stand by ya.
Gua nggak tahu harga.
1.
Kalau physical gua tahu.
Team A.
It's either A or C.
Okay, bro. Let's go, man.
Yeah, what do you think?
Sama.
Hey.
A. Wrong.
Okay.
Meng.
Round 2.
Suka Mek.
Dia jawab second.
B.
B.
Correct.
Gak sia-sia, cok. Gua ambil later. Okay. Gua tahu. Okay.
3, 2, 1. Team A.
Let them.
5.
I already know the answer.
Yeah, I think so. 5. The answer B. 5. The answer B.
B.
D.
B.
5. 5.
Boy.
Boy.
But you say 5?
So they have different answer. Oh, not good. This team.
3.
Okay.
We confuse enemies.
Okay.
So the answer is B. I know.
The answer is B.
Yeah.
Right.
Nice, bro.
Yeah.
So good. If it was wrong, they would go with 5, bro.
Okay, so the next one.
Gua nggak faham itu 5-4.
Gua bentil.
3, 2,
Gua nggak tahu
1.
jawaban.
Team B.
C.
Nggak tahu betul ke tak?
5, 4, C.
So the answer is C, right?
Ever
Okay,
and
bro.
Pagu.
Go with D.
Okay.
Correct.
Nice, bro. I'm a wrong player.
Yeah.
3, 2, 1.
Oh, what do you
I
think,
don't
bro?
know.
I don't know.
Lu selalu monteng kan? Gua nggak tahu.
Can't try again normally, but
A or B?
3.
okay. At least try. Your time.
A.
Wrong.
Wrong.
Lu baik.
B ya.
Gua baik. B.
Correct.
I got pressured by them.
Okay, stand by ya.
Langganan.
3, 2, 1. Team B.
Can one more.
Hey, no.
Okay. Gua rasa Meng.
Apa? Gua nggak pernah main series masalahnya.
Okay. M4. A.
Yeah.
Gua selalu dengar lagunya.
Emang langganan M series nggak ngerti makan ini.
The next question.
Bukan ya? Bukan kan? Bukan sound Gatot kan? Ini juga bukan. Apa cuy?
Ini nih 4.
3, 2, 1. Team B.
Gua percaya lu, Meng.
Let's go. Answer. Can I answer? Obviously, answer B.
Pasifnya itu.
Okay, see the answer.
Bro, itu tahunan.
Gatot nih ya.
Udah Gatot dua.
I am the moonlight that breaks through the darkness. You should be ashamed for not trusting yourself.
Only light can drive out the darkness. Horology
Mana ni?
Minecraft.
Gua rasa sebab betul, cok.
Okay.
Stand by. 3, 2, 1. Team A.
Tricky question. Mate, what do you think, my teammate?
We give them jug.
Okay, I trust you, bro. What's the answer?
C. Okay.
Okay.
Meng, lu bet dorang, Meng. Lu bet dorang.
Nice bet.
Okay. It's not the same.
Okay. B.
Okay, let us see the answer.
Nice bet.
Let's go move on. No problem. Next question.
So the last one, general one.
Stand by. 3, 2, 1. Teammate.
Hey.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're going with answer A. Cyclone. Yeah, for sure.
Very confident?
Yeah, of course.
Is it?
Every single time.
Correct.
Same score. Yeah.
Meng, lu tekan Meng, lu pasen sikit. Oke. Langsung. Ya.
There, Mali. Nice.
Wait.
Home ground, bro. Yeah.
Di MPL.
Okay, stand by. 3, 2, 1, pick.
Dia dulu sih.
They know, bro. They know.
Gue juga nggak tahu. M-Series player.
You. I would go with answer B.
So lucky. Yes.
Anjir. Nggak tahu juga, Cok.
Past tense.
Forget.
Okay, last question.
Wah, oke ini Meng.
Oh, berapa jumlah?
Berapa hero? Lu tahu? Enggak.
Gue nggak tahu. Oke.
3, 2, 1.
Oke, jawab Meng. Lu jawab Meng. Gua udah jawab.
Play.
Percaya diri Meng, percaya diri. Coba bilang. B.
Also
Itu.
Okay, thank you all players for joining us today for Strongest Brain. Team A, 12 points.
12 point, nice.
Team B, only 7.
Nah,
So the winner is Team
Good try,
A.
nice try. We have big brain.
7? We have 12. Oh, nice. We won.
We 7 dia.
Aurora.
7, nice.
Thank you. Oh, nice.
Okay, 7. Better than none. 0. Thank you. Bye.
Trying to push it, they're running out. Heralds their unstoppable reign. Unscathed, unrivaled.
A trophy, a symbol, a legacy, a champion. We begin our story with the pioneers, forged in gold, Fairy's champion ring and medal, relics to be worn with pride. Among champions, one legend outshines all. You play, we carry. Realme M7 official gaming phone, forged for those who create miracles, the ultimate artifact of mastery. Every cheer from an army of believers shapes the determination of a champion. The Visa Champion journey is reserved for those who never stop believing. When united, they become something greater. The legacy of the M Series, a home for every champion to stand eternal. This is the Hall of Champions.
Nothing can withstand the withering. Against the endless erosion, my strength grew weaker by the day.
True power dwells within the spirit. Try to embrace all that you are.
to the M7 Carnival, legend. You traveled all the way to the Land of Dawn? Don't worry, we'll guide you through all the activities and wonderful experiences we have. Here's everything you can do in the M7 Carnival for ticket prices as low as 20,000 rupiah. First stop is the Stage of Legends, filled with performances, music, cheers, the biggest M7 watch party, and a special performance from Stephanie Poetry on the final day of the carnival. Game recognizes game in the M7 Carnival, as we'll be collaborating with the NBA. And history is made here at the M7 Carnival, the first ever MCGG World Championship. The Go 1 Grand Final will be hosted here at Stadion Maja Jakarta. So come join us and feel the energy. Next stop, the Heroes Playground, to take photos with giant hero statues and meet cosplays of heroes from the Land of Dawn. Come to the Hall of Creators and Pros to meet and greet with top content creators. Teams from MPL ID and Legends are here. Line up, take photos, and even walk away with an autograph. Play games in the rewards arena to win prizes from all of our brand partners. It's at the MPL Market. Booths of your favorite teams, exclusive drops, and surprises from your favorite teams. Take a quick bite at GoPay's Land of Dine. We've partnered up with GoPay for your food and drinks. The magic map has shown us all 6 zones in the M7 Carnival. We're calling you to play, explore, and wander. Don't miss out on exclusive gifts ready for visitors worth over 2.5 billion rupiah, including M7 limited edition swag bags, exclusive merch, in-game chests, and special skins. Are you ready, legend? Get your tickets soon, because we can't wait to meet you at the M7 Carnival.
Rise beyond greatness and reignite your star. Come then, embrace the struggle. Hold on. Let it become your strength.
Yeah.
Let's try our first game.
Yin, sun, yin. San, yin, san.
Yin, chit, yin, san, chit, us.
San, yin, san, chit, san. Yin, chip, joy, sun, chip, yin. San, joy, chip, yin, joy, san, chip.
Chip, eat, shoot, clean out.
Real Eve tiptoe.
Gatot Esme, Gatot. Palen.
Gatot Esme Haya Valen Esme Valen Gatot Haya.
Uy, gokil. So good, dude. So good.
So now, before we show you the video, we'll show you the teams or the teams first.
Ready?
Ready for the video?
Well, pushing those lanes, cutting those lanes the best he can.
Right.
RLTZ on the hunt though, not gonna let him invade any longer. Wait, he's not out of the water yet. Go. The jukes coming out, the retribution though, they're gonna be looking for him. The shadow kill comes out, he's got no backup just yet. Kyrie the bomb, the weave. How does he escape? The divine judgment comes out, but Yawi with a set, and Kyrie goes back. Give him the grab and kill. Everybody's left. Massive play from Kyrie. Sonic Esports. How is he doing it? Kyrie.
Nói lượt tay ở trên.
Not yet.
Not yet.
Ready for the buzzer? 3, 2, 1.
Wow. Tutor 3, power 5. Between this time? Okay. Or like this? I'm not sure.
3, 2, 1. How many seconds?
I think. Yeah.
Answer is wrong.
We open the choice and by 3, 2, 1.
B. It's okay. Yeah.
3, 2, 1.
Kill, death.
Wrong.
Can I just say it or?
Yeah,
should
you
I?
can write down.
Kill, death, assist. Oh, part 2, 14. So close, so slow, 14. Ah.
I have a small question. Sao
Easy. Yo.
3, 2, 1.
Point.
1 euro, 2 euro.
What?
Answer is wrong.
Answer is Cho.
Also wrong.
Wait, he's not out of the water yet. Go. The jukes coming out, the retribution though, they're gonna be looking for him. The shadow kill comes out, he's got no backup just yet. Kyrie the bomb, the weave. How does he escape? The divine judgment comes out, but Yawi with a set, and Kyrie goes back. Give him the grab and kill. Everybody's left. Massive play from Kyrie.
I think this. Sim. Yeah.
Stand by. 3, 2, 1.
Yeah, it's not like.
The answer is correct.
Thank you all players. One team get 15 marks, one team get 30 marks. The reflex king is Team B.
Bye.
Hi guys, we are Nona! And we are here on our Sizzle music video shoot with Mobile Legends! Day 1!
If you know the fact about me,
I'm playing Mobile Legends like 10 years when I'm high school. I'm a gamer. I'm so happy and so excited because I'm a big fan of Mobile Legends. And I can't wait to see my music video with Mobile Legends.
I feel like as Nona, as a group, we've never done a song like this before, and we've never done a collaboration with a game like this before, so it's definitely a first time for everything, but it's opening up a new side of Nona that we've never tried to venture in, so it's really fun, it's exciting, and it's just something new for all of us in the team. Yeah, but it's really fun so far.
So, we're going on a date. Bye! Bye! No! Oh my god!
Do you afraid?
I'm not scared. Maybe if Esther was here, she'd be scared.
When I walk in the room, everybody gonna watch us sizzle. Got a crew so hot, no riddles. It's 0 to 100, no middle. That's right, that's right. When I walk in the room, everybody gonna watch us. R to the I, to the S, to the E. Gonna shut down the apps if they're trying to get past me.
Hi everyone, I'm Shaz from Nona. I'm gonna talk about the choreo a little bit here. So this choreo is quite fast. I feel like it's one of our song that is it's actually probably the fastest, because it's probably the fastest BPM song that we have so far. But I hope you guys like it. It's I'm so excited to share this to everyone because it's a different side of Nona that we haven't shown. It's a little bit more cool than like feminine, so yeah. And then wait for Christy's signature move because she's doing a little Gatotkacha impersonation, so look out for that.
That's right, that's right. When I walk in the room, everybody gonna watch us. R to the I, to the S, to the E. Gonna shut down the apps if they tryna get past me.
Yes, and we're ready for today. It's a completely new set with AC.
Yes, no more sunburn, but
no more sunburn.
When I walk in the room, we rise as one. Up, 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 up.
Hi, we are Nona. Did you enjoy our music video? We had so much fun filming it. And we have a special performance at N7 MLBB World Championship Grand Final. See you!
Got a crew so hot, no riddles. It's 0 to 100, no middle. That's right, that's right. When I walk in the room, everybody gonna watch us. R to the I, to the S, to the E. Gonna shut down the apps if they tryna get past me. You can watch us sizzle. We're making this drop go triple. It's 0 to 100, no middle. That's right, that's right. When I walk in the room, we rise as one. No riddles, it's 0 to 100, no middle.
first game.
Ay, apa tu?
Okay.
Oh. Zasling, zasling, ling. Ling, zas, ling, zas. Ling, chow, ling, veil, chow, veil, ling. Uy. Chow, ling, chow, veil, chow, veil. Oh. If link, clint, glue, link, clint, if glue. Glue, clint, link, zas. Glue, gourd. Chick, clean, veil, if, zas, guard. Oh! Gatotes niya, ayaw po sabi. Ay, Valentin. Gatotes niya, ayaw ba yan? Bali pa naman. That's it? Bali ako yan.
Before we play the video, so this is ready?
Ready for the video?
Mortality right now. CW to be brought back to the team right now. Is a Raging Sascorp. Will be hours away from by Kyrie. CW pops in with an nature. Able to shot some damage. Kill. The base is wide open. But it's going to be cleared out. Sans in the back doing some damage. Mortality's falling left and right. AP Brett losing members. Now teams with the patient by break. Base an implosion. And just like that, the sky tanks descend from the skies back to the Philippines.
First question.
What time everyone got white out? Wait, same time.
3, 2, 1.
22:10. 22:09 naman. This one is the video end.
22:09. Oh, 1 second apart.
Oh, 1.
0-1.
3, 2, 1.
3-1-11.
1-1-13.
3-1. Si Few pala yun.
Gago lagi siya.
Wala, yung ito masyado
I just said randomly. I don't know.
3, 1.
Super Marco.
Few.
Oh my God! Yun na yung sasabihin ko sa ni, kaso di ako sure eh.
Oh, you remember this?
Question 4.
Oh,
3, 2, 1.
Few and who? Ogwen?
3.
so na lang. Mga
Few and Ogwen.
The answer is wrong.
Few and KTZ.
Correct.
I see the KTZ. So, no die, 3-0 ta.
Doing some damage. Mortality's falling left and right. AP Brett losing members. Now teams with the patient by break. Base an implosion. And just like that, the sky tanks.
Ay, yeah, Few. Ogwen.
Okay, time's up.
6 got killed, right?
3, 2, 1.
I'll say the player's name, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
First is Few, Flap, Marco, Ogwen, Kaltizi.
It's wrong.
Okay, Few, Marco, Flap, Ogwen, Kyle.
What, bro? Tama sila.
Hey, bakit? Use your brain, right? You Marco Flap? You didn't have
Wow, Marco Flap.
23, easy win.
38.
Bye!
Realme 15 Pro M7 official gaming foam.
Nice, bro.
Magic Chess user ada. Not good this team.
We confuse enemies.
Welcome players to today's game, Strongest Brain. Let's get ready for our first game.
Okay. Mid laner.
Standby 3, 2, 1. Okay, team A. Okay,
Tak apa. Salah kita jawab kan. Bagi.
I trust you, bro. I trust you. Yeah, what's your answer? C. C.
It's A.
Tak bisa cowok. Kita jawab juga ya.
Don't worry. Sorry. I mean, I was sorry. Just guess.
Okay.
Stand by.
3, 2, 1. Team B.
C. Kalau gua main Magic Chess, udah terbuat itu Aurora.
Yes.
C.
B. Okay, we show the answer. Yeah.
Magic Chess.
Sia-sia ya.
Gak sia-sia main Magic Chess.
Standby.
Easy.
3, 2, 1. Team A.
Answer. A. Yeah. A.
Correct.
Easy. Aduh. Lu main, lu try main.
Oke.
3, 2, 1.
Lu main Magic Chess kan?
Gua nggak main Magic Chess.
Okay. Based on Magic Chess ha, C. User Magic Chess. Magic Chess user ada. Kalau based on Magic Chess ha, tak ada.
Round 2.
Oh, okay.
Remember the position, be ready to click.
Weh, Mek, lu tahu harga tu tak baik?
Start counting.
Aduh.
Okay, standby 3,
Gua enggak tahu harga.
2, 1.
Kalau physical gua tahu.
Team A.
It's either A or C. Okay, bro. Let's go, man. Yeah, what did you?
Sama.
A.
A. Wrong.
Okay,
Mek,
round 2.
siapa Mek?
Dia jawab second.
B.
B.
Correct.
Gak sia-sia, cok. Gua ambil later. Okay, gua tahu. Okay.
3, 2, 1. Team A.
Let them.
5.
I already know the answer.
Yeah, I think so. 5. The answer B. 5. The answer B. B.
D.
B.
5. 5.
Boy.
Boy.
But you say 5.
So they have different answer. Oh, not good. This team.
3.
Okay.
We confuse enemies.
Okay.
So the answer is B. I know.
The answer is B.
Yeah.
Right.
Nice, bro. Yeah. So good. If it was wrong, they would go with 5, bro.
Okay, so the next one.
Gua nggak faham itu 5-4.
Gua bentir.
3, 2,
Gua nggak tahu
1.
jawabannya.
Team B.
C.
Nggak tahu betul ke tak?
5, 4, D.
So the answer is C, right?
Ever and Pangu.
Let's go with D.
Okay.
Correct.
Nice, bro. I'm a wrong player. Yeah.
3, 2, 1.
Oh, what do you think? I don't know.
Lu selalu monteng kan? Gua nggak tahu.
Let's try again normally, but A or B.
3.
Okay, let's try your time.
A.
Wrong.
Lu Mek. B ya. Gua Mek. B.
Correct.
I got pressured by them.
Okay, standby.
Langganan.
3, 2, 1. Team B.
Can one more.
Hey, no.
Okay. Gua rasa Mek.
Apa? Gua nggak pernah main series masalahnya.
Okay. M4. A.
Yeah.
Gua selalu dengar lagunya.
Langganan M series nggak makan ini.
The next question.
Bukan kan? Bukan kan? Bukan sound Gatot kan? Ini juga bukan. Apa coy?
Ini nih 4.
3, 2, 1. Team B.
Gua percaya lu, Mek.
Let's go. Answer. Can I answer? Obviously, answer B.
Pasifnya itu.
Okay, see the answer.
Itu tahunan.
Gatot nih ya.
Udah Gatot dua.
I am the moonlight that breaks through the darkness. You should be ashamed for not trusting yourself.
Only light can drive out the darkness. Horology is
Mana
my
ni?
craft.
Gua rasa
Baby is
betul.
my name.
Sebab betul, cok.
Okay.
Standby. 3, 2, 1. Team A.
Tricky question. What do you think, my teammate?
We give the judge.
Okay, I trust you, bro. What's the answer?
C. Okay.
Okay.
Bang. Lu bet dorang, Bang. Lu bet dorang. Nice bet.
Okay. It's not the same.
Okay. B.
Okay, let us see the answer.
Nice bet.
Let's go move on. No problem. Next question.
So the last one, general one.
Stand by. 3, 2, 1. Teammate.
A. Yeah, we're going with answer A. Cycle net. Yeah, for sure.
Very confident?
Yeah, of course.
Is it?
Every single time.
Correct.
Same score. Yeah.
Bang, lu tekan, Bang. Lu pasen sikit. Okay. Langsung. Yap.
There, Mali. Nice.
Wait.
Home ground, bro. Yeah.
Di MPL.
Okay, stand by. 3, 2, 1. Okay.
Dia dulu ni.
They know, bro. They know.
Gua juga nggak tahu. M-series player.
Here. I would go with answer B.
So lucky. Yes.
Anjir. Nggak tahu juga, Cok.
Past tense.
Forget.
Okay, last question.
Wah, okay ni, Bang.
Oh, berapa jumlah?
Berapa hero? Lu tahu?
Enggak. Aku nggak tahu. Okay.
2, 1.
Okay, jawab, Bang. Lu jawab, Bang. Gua udah jawab.
Play.
Percaya diri, Bang. Percaya diri. Suara bilang.
B.
Also wrong.
Itu.
Okay, thank you all players for joining us today from the grade. Team A, 12 points.
12 point, nice.
Team B, only 7.
Nah,
So the winner is Team
Nice
A.
try. We have big grade.
7? We have 12. Oh, nice. We won.
We 7, Bang.
Aurora.
7. Nice.
Thank you. Oh, nice.
Okay, 7. Better than none. 0. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Trying to push it, they're running out. Thunder heralds their unstoppable reign. Unscathed, unrivaled.
A trophy, a symbol, a legacy, a champion. We begin our story with the pioneers, forged in gold, Fairy's champion ring and medal, relics to be worn with pride. Among champions, one legend outshines all. We play, we carry. Realme M7 official gaming phone, forged for those who create miracles, the ultimate artifact of mastery. Every cheer from an army of believers shapes the determination of a champion. The Visa champion journey is reserved for those who never stop believing. When united, they become something greater. The legacy of the M Series, a home for every champion to stand eternal. This is the Hall of Champions.
Nothing can withstand the withering. Against the endless erosion, my strength grew weaker by the day.
True power dwells within the spirit. Try to embrace all that you are.
Welcome to the M7 Carnival, legend. You traveled all the way to the land of dawn? Don't worry, we'll guide you through all the activities and wonderful experiences we have. Here's everything you can do in the M7 Carnival for ticket prices as low as 20,000 rupiah. First stop is the Stage of Legends, filled with performances, music, cheers, the biggest M7 watch party, and a special performance from Stephanie Poetry on the final day of the carnival. Game recognizes game.
Jakarta, Indonesia, the battle will start here in M7 World Championship. Let the world see us.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the match everyone has been waiting for. A lot of you thought this would be the grand finals, but who would have thought this will be the matchup here in the lower brackets where it's elimination, a match. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the M7 World Championship. Now, I have my wonderful panel over here, but first, I would like to introduce our lovely casters that will be responsible for the match here, Naisu, Leo, as well as Mirko. Now, here's the thing. I gotta talk to Naisu here because looking at Team Liquid going up against Onyx in the low bracket, I'm guessing not a lot of people were expecting it. Yeah. What's your thoughts on this matchup?
I was surprised as well, man. You know, I think we've talked about this pretty extensively. They're in the lower bracket, but I do have to say that I feel like they've refined what they needed to, and at the same time, maybe they play the best in the lower bracket when their backs are kind of against the wall.
I'm looking at this as Christmas coming early. For millions of MLBB esports fans watching, this is less of a heartbreak. This is more of a, so we get to see what peak Onyx and peak Liquid look like on the world stage.
In that case, we get to see both Christmas Miracle and Christmas Nightmare because I don't think any of these teams want to go home.
Hey, here's the thing. I actually have questions for the both of you. First of all, I got to ask Leo because so far Team Liquid, in terms of fighters, they only really showed Freya. All the while, it's been a marksman. But we've seen here in the M7, fighter in the gold lane is a very hot commodity. Do you think Team Liquid will change it up, or they will still with marksmen?
I think there's more to the question because we also saw earlier today Team Spirit bringing out the mage in the gold lane. Yeah. Since Sora is a big threat, you want to be able to play that Valentina as well. Not to mention, last night, Harith
Domin Kite picked up Harith once again to an MVP performance. So I'd like to say the gold lane is wide open. Both teams should respect that, both Skylar and Oheb.
Thank you very much, Leo. Now, here's the thing, Mirko. If I ask you, you might curse someone here. So I'm going to stay away from that. In fact, right now, let's look at our panel. We got the Trex as well as Wolf. By the way, coming all the way from the America of the North, having to cast the longest game in M Series history. You're amazing, my guy.
Thank you.
What a guy. But for now, we do got to talk about this matchup. Onyx going up against Team Liquid, champions coming in from both regions of the Philippines as well as Indonesia. Greatness offers no immunity. And this is the thing that we got to talk about here, Trex as well as Wolf. Doesn't matter if you're a legend, right? There's no immunity here. If you lose, you lose. What do you think about this matchup that we're going to see either Onyx or Team Liquid that's going to get eliminated?
So far, we've seen Onyx start off shaky and get a little bit better, honestly. And then it's the other story for TLPH. They started off very strong, and now they're starting to lose games here and there. So the question is, are they meeting in the middle, or is, at least in my opinion, TLPH still a couple notches ahead? We came into this event thinking they would be the favorite, but right now they're in a shaky position along with Onyx.
What about you, Wolf? What do you think about this matchup?
I think Team Liquid is not struggling. I think that's the hot take because they lost. The only teams that they lost to are the teams that are in the upper bracket finals, right? Minimum top 3. That's SRG as well as Aurora. So I don't think that they are weak or whatever. Onyx, however, I think that we can prove that there are so many games that they have lost because they have struggled or they made bad decisions. But we know Onyx, Indonesia, is a team with great support from their organization, and I'm sure that they can come back. They have great players as well.
Yeah, I mean, like, here's the thing, because if there's anything that both Onyx as well as Team Liquid is hiding, at this point, there's no more room for you to hide. Whatever your best composition is, you got to bring it out now. So with that, Wolf, we've seen the matches coming in today, 3-0 for Team Spirit against Yangon Galacticos. Do you feel like there's any picks that both Onyx as well as Team Liquid is looking out for?
I'm going for Harley and Leonward here, and I feel like both teams, Kyrie and Carl TZ, we have seen them play the assassins, the utility junglers, but maybe this time they can focus on those niche picks, like the Guinevere maybe, but Leomord and Harley on Kyrie and Carl TZ, that's going to be exciting.
What about you, Trex? So far, we've seen a lot of damagers in the jungler. Do you feel like we might even see a utility? Because personally for me, I do not want to see Kyrie on the Boxia anymore.
I definitely don't want to see Kyrie on the Basha. I wouldn't be against seeing Carl TZ on the Fredrin or something of that nature. We haven't seen it pop in yet. But honestly, the meta has changed so much from Swiss to now that just about anything is possible.
Yeah, we're going to talk a little bit more about this one. We're going to be looking at the matchup coming in from both teams here. The Sky King versus the Cavalry, right? These are organizations that have met multiple times. We're just looking at the MSC here in the group stage. Team Liquid was able to beat them, same as the semi-finals. Although in both situations, Onyx was able to take one game off of them. And with them being shaky here, if I'm being completely honest, I'm actually more worried with Onyx rather than Team Liquid, because I feel like the problems with Liquid is easier to solve than Onyx.
Yeah, especially because when you're looking at the games that the Sky Kings have played, they look really shaky in those individual games. As a series, though, we know that Onyx Indonesia is a team that can easily recover. Now, for Team Liquid, what you can actually expect from them is for them to perform so well after a loss. Team Liquid is a team that whenever they lose a series, be it in the regular season of a local league or be it an international event, they really can perform.
The crazy thing here is because since Aurora was able to defeat Alter Ego yesterday, that make it so that there's no Indo Grand Finals. That's not possible anymore. And this makes it, I would say, quite a nervous situation for Indonesia, because if Onyx does well, eventually they will meet up against Alter Ego if Alter Ego also does well. So you coming in all the way from the States, what do you feel like Indonesia is feeling like right now, where both of their representatives are here in the low brackets?
I think nerves have been on edge for a while, and overall, if I'm an Indonesian, I have put my faith heavily into Alter Ego. They've done an amazing job so far. Yes, they got knocked down in the lower bracket, but if I had to choose between which Indonesian team had a better shot at making it to Grand Finals, it's definitely Alter Ego for me. But if Onyx wins this against TLPH, it's a whole different story.
I'm going to set this up. Wolf, if somehow Team Liquid loses this one, can we just say whoever is aiming for that golden road is bound to fail. Because, dude, every single team that attempts it at the very last stretch, there's some kind of problems. I still trust Team Liquid, honestly, but if, you know?
That just proves how competitive Mobile Legends could be. And if you think about it, no one has ever actually done the golden road, even outside of MLBB. So it's just a difficult feat to have. But yeah, you're true. I think you're speaking true. I mean, I think the golden road
is the impossible road.
It's almost an impossible road. But who knows, man?
Hey, like, we're going to be seeing this matchup. If Team Liquid is able to beat out Onyx, and I feel like if it's convincing, then there's a good chance that it might still complete the golden road. I'm just worried if it's like really competitive. It's going to be amazing for us, right? The audience, the casters, us panelists. But I feel like for the fans, they're like, okay, hold on. Against Onyx, it was very difficult. They are the champions of Indonesia. But you got to admit, man, Team Spirit looks solid. Aurora from the Philippines looks amazing. And SRG as well is on a roll.
Yeah.
Now for Onyx, Trikes, what do you think like they really have to improve on?
I think in contrast to TLPH, it's not just a few small draft issues. There's also some in-game issues. I think a lot of teams had trouble adapting to the meta. And now even into top 8, where we're seeing things like Leo Mord and even more different meta picks are still having trouble. But that's not the only case for Onyx here. There's some in-game things that they also need to improve, and I think a lot of that comes down to pacing. Pacing has been so important in the laning phase. It's something that a lot of these more, hey, let's wait till late game, things like that, those type of teams, they need to change it up and win out in these first few turtles.
What do you think about Dimitri of Onyx? Because I kind of feel like, honestly, they've been lacking a little bit.
That's a good question because, yeah, I do feel like they are lacking just compared to other teams because other teams are more consistent. Surely some other trios out there, like the YSS trio that you like for SRG, they have
Yum, Stormy, and Sakai's, yeah, the YSS.
Right. A Team Liquid, for example, JP, Carl TZ, and Sanji, that's been pretty solid. Keyboy Sans has the highest peaks, though, when it comes to like a duo mid. And then when you combine Kyrie in there, they are so mechanically skilled that they can actually turn things around no matter what happens. It's just that they're so inconsistent. Yeah. And there are so many clips that we can show you to prove that. And I don't think we don't even have to prove that at all because we can see that. If they pop off, though, they are going to be exciting to see.
Yeah, and I like that you point out, we can show instances of why they look pretty shaky. But the thing is, even the audience, you guys at home, you guys have really been vocal about this one, saying like, yeah, the mid trio hasn't really been performing all that well. Loopy has been looking amazing. Skylar's a bit here and there, but I kind of feel like it's more of a meta thing, right? We got to see whether they can fix that or not, because going up against the final boss, Team Liquid, that's going to be quite a steep hill to climb. And one of the problems is, I really feel like, is the hero, because Keyboy so far has tried the Hellcurt. Doesn't really work. Kalia, which is one of his signatures, doesn't really work. So it comes to the question, what can work for Keyboy right now?
That's why, is it really just like the Kalia for Keyboy, or is it a bigger issue at hand? Because we are seeing Kalia work for a lot of teams. We're seeing some of these picks do very well for a lot of teams. So is it a hero or a pick problem, or an in-game rotation, mechanics, macro, those type of things that Onyx is lacking on right now?
And the problem is because, again, we don't know what's going on behind the scenes. We don't know what's happening in their camp. We can only speculate whether it's an in-game issue or out-of-game issue. Because as much as you want to talk about the things happening in-game, it is a reality that we have to think about. Because esports, Mobile Legends, it is a mental game. If there's something happening in the background that we all just don't know, it could really throw a wrench in how you make your decisions. Especially because we saw earlier Team Spirit going up against Yangon Galacticos. It was even up until the point Yangon Galacticos could not make a decisive decision around the Lord.
Yeah, it was rough, and I think mentality. Definitely
good job.
It was rough. We made it for sure. But mental, I think, has been the story for a lot of these games over the past 2 days. It's kind of been one of our hot storylines in general. How is this team going to recover from losses? How is this team going to do when they are on a roll and gaining wins or pressure in game? And that seems to be something that Onyx has kind of had issues with throughout time itself.
I was able to talk to some of the players of Onyx in an interview that will eventually come out there, but he basically said that there is something that is beyond what we can observe as just the viewers. And it's not that necessarily that they have problems on their own. I think it's more about them not being locked in during those times. I think they're just not activated at the right moments. Whereas for other teams, with just a snap of a finger, you can see them just being so locked in when it comes to games. You can see Team Spirit, for example, all of a sudden show us their 100% strength up against Young Galacticos. You can see even Alter Ego take a game away from Aurora eventually winning that, and then SRG almost losing against Aurora Turkey. What I'm trying to say is that every single team has their switch. It seems like we haven't turned that switch on yet for Onyx.
So now I want to swap it down to Team Liquid. They're looking very strong. But if there's any reason that Team Liquid drops the game here against Onyx, since you know them a little bit better, what could be a reason where Team Liquid just doesn't perform today?
That is so interesting because I think that that there is no reason. They have built their lineup around and their organization around them being really good at the games no matter what happens. And if ever there will be someone who will underperform, there is 4 other people that will actually catch them. So I don't know how to answer that question, but I think it will definitely start with the metagame. If for some reason Onyx ID invents a metagame or a strategy that Team Liquid is so unaware of for now, then that might be their weakness. Because if I were to look for a hole in Team Liquid for the longest time, through the years that I've seen them, the only time that they will not win a tournament is if they're not updated when it comes to the metagame.
So do you agree with Wolf here? Because so far he's saying like there's no reason for them not to be looking good here unless they just could not keep up with the meta.
Yep.
Well, I think one of the great things about Onyx, at least, you go back to some of their prime times, M4 and M5, they were willing to push the envelope sometimes. They were willing to do things like Aurora Turkey picking up the Harley and turning it into meta. They were willing to kind of pick up picks, and they made them work. We saw things like Lunox Kyrie. We saw all kinds of crazy picks. And now Onyx, when they do try that, they fall short, and then it's like, oh, we're never trying that again, So I think Onyx, it's an identity crisis. For me, it's, who are we right now? Are we trying to be a Filipino team? Are we trying to be an Indonesian team? I think they need to just be Onyx.
Yeah, so honestly, we will talk about that a little bit more when we actually go to the draft, because sometimes creativity works out. Sometimes it just goes a little bit too creative. Now, before we jump into the game between Onyx going up against Team Liquid, let's look at some of the videos to see how they've been rolling here in the M7 World Championship.
Aurora turned the tides with one team fight. They sent the Golden Road Dream to the lower.
We had doubts for Onyx ID. I gotta say, their next fight, it's now or never.
Kalau menurut gua ya M7 ini sangatlah berdarah-darah ya. Kita pasti bisa bangkit lagi dan kalah lagi.
I'm just really frustrated because I can still do more, but at that time I didn't do it, so I still have my regrets after that game.
Kemarin sempat sedih, cuman ya balik lagi kita harus cepat move on karena kita belum berakhir.
Dan ya gue berharap kita bakalan bangkit lagi lawan TLPH karena siapapun yang menang, yang kalah bakalan pulang kan. Jadi kita bakal berjuang juga karena kita pengen balas dendam lah dari kekalahan terakhir.
I wish them luck. They're not gonna get the sweet revenge that they wanted.
After I beat him, I'll become #1.
Last time in the MSC, they taunted us first, especially Kyrie, and I just gonna get back at them. If they taunt us in the match, I don't know what's gonna happen.
For Liquid, the lower bracket's a very comfortable place for us because we like the pressure, especially when we only have one life. We kind of give our best and we kind of improve very fast.
Onyx chance-nya masih ada banget kesempatan buat juara atau masuk final. Kita nggak peduli mau lewat mana lah, misalnya mau lewat upper bracket, lower bracket, selama kita bisa menang terus. Yang penting kita bakal fokus one by one dulu sih, mungkin dari tim Liquid dulu, baru next lagi.
I am personally confident because I just want to play. I want to also get my revenge for myself and I want to meet SRG in the near future.
TLPH juga kan ngejar Golden Road, terus kita ngejar title terakhir kita yang belum kita dapetin M Series. Tapi realitinya cuma satu tim yang bisa dapetin nanti.
We wanna do more to achieve the Golden Road because it's much more harder to get the Golden Road and much more satisfying and also good for the storyline if we make it.
Kita bakal berusaha gagalin, bikin tetap jadi curse aja.
you ready? It's time for the Sky Kings to take the stage.
Onyx. What time is it, Onyx? What time is it, Onyx?
Tennis indoors
What time
tonight
is it,
on.
Onyx?
What time is it? The Sky Kings are ready to bounce back. Skylar, Lutfi, Kimai, Kyrie, Sans, and Onyx time!
Ladies and gentlemen, Onyx are on the stage, but going up, it's gonna be the final boss of M7.
Right here in Jakarta, let's go, Team Liquid!
Ladies and gentlemen, both champions from the Philippines and Indonesia is up on stage. And again, just to remind everyone, this will be an elimination match. So whether you like it or not, one champion goes home.
One champion definitely goes home, and one will move forward to even harder matches. Nobody would have thought that both regional champions would be here today in one of the first lower bracket matches going up against each other on life support.
You wouldn't think that this will be an elimination match between the two of them, but here we are. And what's good about this is that we can expect them to be prepared after days of preparation. Maybe a new hero will come out, maybe a new duel will come out. This is gonna be an exciting match for sure.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, looking at both teams are on stage alongside their coaches. This will be the final match for one of these teams. So make sure you give your support because both of them will need it in this best of 5 elimination match. Now we call for the fist bumps for both teams as we start the match.
And a match it's gonna be, I mean, at this point, we've broken down the possibilities for each team to win, right? We think our ideas, at least, on how this is going to go. But I do at least want to ask, we haven't been able to give any predictions.
I try not to because I want to make it fair. But now,
he's a safe guy now.
Yeah, of course. Now we're going to look at Onyx ID here. Loopy, Kyrie, Sanski Boy, as well as Skylar. I got to say, out of everyone, Loopy has really impressed me the most, especially the final game where he was using the Alice is basically unkillable, trying his very best to make sure that Onyx has a chance against Alter Ego. But again, it can't be a one-man army. Everyone else has to step up.
I think Onyx definitely needs to be able to work as a team here. They need to find a way to be able, TLPH has been a more passive team in a sense, so I think Onyx can maybe take advantage of that in the early game.
And right now we have Team Liquid. We got Sanford, Carl TZ, Sanji, JP, as well as Oheb. And again, all 5 players have been known to be the best in their individual positions. But again, looks like here in the M7 World Championship, just like our panel has been talking about, it has been very competitive. So each of their position, gold laner, EXP, jungle, roam, and mid, every single one of them is being highly contested here to see that who is going to be the new king of each position.
Oh, wow. That's a scary thought just to think about it. The jungler, of course, is there. Carl TZ, everybody's eyes is on him, right? And I think that the Team Liquid as a whole, when they enter this tournament, if there will be a pattern for which team you want to beat, Team Liquid will always be on top of your list when it comes to trying to study it. And that's probably why the teams that Team Liquid have faced have always been prepared against them.
And another thing to point out, Sanji's been #1 in first blood kills in the mid game, tied with Rosa overall, and that shows that they do have control over that mid lane tempo, something that we're looking for in this match to come up.
Yeah. Right now I have a question for Wolf. Have you ever feel like a situation where you just wasted your time?
Yeah, many times, yeah.
Like you're trying to set up a joke and then it just won't happen at least for another 40 minutes?
Pretty much. Especially with the amount of effort that you've put in. Yeah. And
I'm just saying,
hassle for your teammates that you did.
Yeah, I feel like lowering your vision is not needed anymore.
Yeah.
So
I thought we were gonna have like an interview with a player.
You can take it off. I'm just saying.
I actually can.
He was committed.
Yeah, he was very committed, and now he looks very, very disappointed. But now we got to talk about this matchup here because I feel like just like the matchup between Team Spirit against Yangon Galacticos, when it comes to the bans, it's going to be something that we really have to look out for because if we do see a Freya ban, there's a very high likelihood that we might be seeing a Claude, which is very interesting considering we have not seen a Claude almost at all, only Innocent, and it's just one game.
That's my big question right now is how different is the lower bracket meta going to be from the games we saw earlier today? Is TLPH and Onyx going to follow the same pathing of, first picking Leo more, things like that? It's nothing but Sora Gold and Claude essentially tossed to the side at this point.
The way I see it is it will be completely different, Trex. I think that we will see some exotic heroes or at least a different pattern for both these teams. And the reason why I say that is because of familiarity. These two teams have battled against each other many, many times before. In fact, I would even wager that they have scrimmed against each other during the regular seasons of their own leagues many, many times. So what I'm trying to say is, if you already know what your opponent is gonna do, if you know their pattern, you try to outplay them and then they try to outplay you, all of a sudden, it's an entirely different battlefield. So, in conclusion, I think this series will have such a difficult draft pattern to predict.
Well, speaking of draft pattern, ladies and gentlemen, looks like Team Liquid will be the first pick here. So now, Wolf, run by me. What are the possible advantages that Team Liquid can have being first pick blue side?
Okay, so that offering a trade is the most important part of it. And what I say about that is you force your opponents to even open up a Jushin, for example, in exchange for a Claude. The first pick is so important when it comes to the trades that this is something that we can expect them to actually go for.
Now, well, ladies and gentlemen, this will be the first draft between Onyx Indonesia going up against Team Liquid from the Philippines. Team Liquid will be having first pick, and it looks like the map will be Dangerous Grass, one of the faster maps here in the M7 World Championship. And Wolf, like you called it, it is going to be a first pick Sora with Team Liquid betting on the Fanny, the Kalia, as well as the Eve, and Onyx Indonesia betting on the Yuzong, the Claude, and the Jushin.
Okay.
So there's still enough respect to ban out the Claude from Onyx here, but that leaves the Sora open, and yes, we've been seeing nothing but gold lane Sora, but also we know it's possible in the EXP, which makes TL very flexible from a starting position.
That's why you want to pick up the Hilda if you are Onyx in this case. Usage Hilda could be a good opener because it kind of prevents... Okay, so they went for the CC instead. What I'm trying to say is it might prevent Team Liquid to go for an assassin, but in this scenario, you just might as well get the Lancelot, right? You're up against just the CC. Lancelot Hilda might be the opener here for Team Liquid.
I'm thinking maybe Hilda Farza, you lock in mid, and then you can still go to a jungler into second phase comfortably. You have things like the Sora already in.
I agree.
Something I do have to say, Onyx has a very SRG kind of opening here, picking up the CC as well as the Yisun Shin. I kind of feel like if they get something like a Farsa or a Cho is still open as well. I kind of feel like that's going to be a priority here. The Farsa taken away and the Lancelot shown up here. Now the question is, do they want to go for a Valentina pick? Like, is that too much?
I honestly feel like Hilda is better for Onyx here. Valentina is gonna be a massive pick though because it has 2 ultimates to answer already, and I will not be surprised if that is going to be the case. But I feel like you have to really stop Count Easy from farming, and Keyboy has been so good with that hero. Maybe you can pick up the Valentina now and ban the Hilda if you're not that scared for your Valentina to not have a good game.
The good thing about the Valentina here is you still have the option to read the last 2 picks of TL.
Yeah.
If they decide not to put Sora into the gold lane, you can flex around, right? You can leave Valentina as your mid and pick something else up. So I think picking it up here now leaves them a little bit more options coming into the second phase.
Gentlemen, right now I'm looking at the roamers, Keyboy as well as JP. Their primary heroes are still up. We still have the Cho, we still have the Hilda, but we also got to talk about the Khalid, the Hylos, and even the Gatot. Gatot hasn't been picked up so much, but still, especially that Khalid. I feel like Khalid is something that both teams are thinking about.
Yeah, I think that for Team Liquid, they're more likely to pick up the Khalid than for Onyx, especially because they want to preemptively, kind of counter the Hilda. But at the same time, you don't want to give a good ultimate to Valentina anymore. Of course, you've already given the Sora ultimate as well as the Farsa ultimate, but if you give something like a Khalid, it will give so much options for Sans, one of the best Valentina users that we've seen all throughout the history of MLBB, another good ultimate to steal.
So TLPH needing to pick these 2 bans here. You guys mentioned the Kadita earlier as a pickup for Onyx. I know it's like a fallback pick for Sans, but it hasn't been performing for just about any teams at this point. And yes, it's supposed to work good against the Farza, but I think TLPH has that card checked at this point. And Onyx needs to, dig a little deeper than just comfort with Kadita or something of that nature.
Yeah. And I guess the predicament that Onyx have put themselves in is, if they do pick up the Keyboy hero 4th pick, Red 4, that means the Team Liquid can easily adjust. But then if you pick up the Lutpi hero or the Skylar hero on 4th pick, you also reveal so much, so you get countered heavily. That's why I feel like the blue pick is the blue side. I mean, is just so good and so flexible.
We're not gonna feel like the Cho. What do you guys feel about the Cho for Onyx?
For Onyx, it will be countered by a Hylos. That's what I'm saying. Like everything could be good for Onyx. I mean, there's so many options for them, but at the same time, they can be answered by Team Liquid. But yeah, Cho could be good for Onyx. They take it away from Team Liquid. Team Liquid will have eventually have answers to that though.
I think at this point, honestly, I know that the Valentina does well against Sora in the goal. Oh no matter what this because you already have CC. CC's got to go to gold, right?
Yep.
I mean, essentially, so we know the Valentina's in mid. You just pick up EXP lane at this point.
I mean, they can still flex it. They can still kind of flex it, put CC in EXP Valen gold, but again, just like Wolf said, you kind of have to pick Keyboy's heroes 4th if you do want to move it around. If you show either side lane, that's it. We're locked in. Valentina has to go mid. So I feel like this 4th pick from Onyx is going to be one of the more important picks in their entire draft.
I'd rather them go for a Hilda than a Cho, but a Cho for Keyboy with the Valentina on Suns that can copy the Farsa ultimate to be good. It is indeed going to be the Hilda. And you take that away from Team Liquid because this is a hero that doesn't have many answers, apart from a Khalid, for example.
And this is a hero that could still possibly be flexed.
That's right.
Yep.
So it leaves themselves open as well for this final pick, depending on what TL picks up here. Now, they're pretty simple, straightforward, rounded out. For Rome, what do we think we're looking at? You mentioned Hylos earlier?
Yeah. Oh, they pick up the show. This is interesting, and they heal the answer. I think Onyx are okay with this, the picks coming up from Team Liquid, in all honesty. They can really just use this Hilda as a sandbag for the show. Esmeralda is not that big of a threat if it's just Hilda, especially because they have this CC. Now, they cannot go for a Harith. Maybe a Granger could be good for Onyx in this scenario. Overall, it's a good hero to have. They go Alice instead.
Okay, so it looks like this is going to be Alice EXP, which again is one of the loopy standout hero against Alter Ego. So right now, Trex looking at draft coming in from both teams. How do you feel about the draft overall?
I mean, overall, Onyx trying to pull off what SRG did to TLPH in the Swiss round with a heavy fighter dive composition, the CC, the Hilda, things of that nature. If they're going to be able to pull it off, it is a big question. The lineup rating skews heavily into Onyx's favor right now. But like I said earlier, with so many fighters in the meta right now, so many weird offlane picks, I think it has trouble. I think the AI has a little trouble reading.
Thank you very much, Wolf, as well as Trex. Now, ladies and gentlemen, this is champions versus champions in an elimination match. We're going to be throwing it over to the casters. It's your turn.
5 seconds till
Thank you so much to the panel here, and once again, everyone, welcome to the Land of Dawn. It's a crucial match between the champions, one of the Philippines and one of Indonesia, to take us through. It's me, Nice-Suit, joined on the desk with Leo and Mirko to bring you the action of this best-of-5 elimination match here in the MS7 World Championship. Boys, the panel shared their sentiments on this draft. I have to agree with Trex, man. I think the AI gets a little skewed sometimes because, man, those lineup ratings.
That, and they may be blinded by the aggression that Onyx could potentially bring out. You're looking at a very strong mid lane, Valentina and Hilda. And you're seeing here, Team Liquid is answering back. They essentially held the line.
That they did.
Yeah.
And at this point, I'm wondering what the matchup's going to be like, right? Because we haven't really seen too many Alice versus Sora matchups. The fact that they ended up flexing this Valentina into mid so far is kind of crazy.
Part of this, too, as we look at the emblems here, this Sora in the hands of Sanford will be going with that concussive blast. I know we've seen a whole lot of gold lane Sora so far through this. Oh, early poking? Yeah. Keyboy should be fine. All right, Keyboy is able to get out of there. But yeah, the Sora has been such a priority so far, alongside the Leomord, especially here in the knockouts. You know, we've seen that, but again, gold lane Sora works a little bit different, temporal rain there, but this tankiness that we see from Sanford, we've seen this a couple times, even through the Swiss stages, and it provides a good amount of crowd control, takes some of that responsibility away from JP needing to constantly kind of be there, and opens up that window for him to go and hopefully find the right target acquisition with the Cho. We've seen Cho, I think even based on the win rate, what is it, around the 50% mark, I think.
It's definitely a very reliable hero in the Swiss, in the knockouts, and was almost single-handedly responsible for SRG's comeback win last night. That's why they're sitting in the upper bracket. See here, JP jumping in between two.
Yeah. Getting some good damage over on Kyrie, forcing regen, both really setting up for Turtle number 1.
All right, Turtle 1's up. Again, Dangerous Grass being a part of this whole dance when it comes to the objectives here. You're going to see the team get into position. Pretty much everyone going to join this fight. Half health already on the Turtle.
Yep, JP going to be taken very low. That's going to be thrown a ruin.
Carl still winning out the retribution. It's in the back line. It's Sans with a sword. Actually, just an assassination. Oh, but it's the same. Both Sora ults taking a kill, but now it's going to be Keyboy who jumps in on Sanford with the help of Lutpi. That's 2-1.
40 in too deep. Had to use the flicker as well. 2 for 1. Onyx happy with the returns on that. Up by about 500 gold here. 2.5 minutes into game number 1. And what do? When you get this kind of advantage, you dive deeper, you take away a little bit of the jungle. Farthered airstrike by Sanji.
Carl wants more, gets shot down by the arrow, but Lutpi has taken a bit of damage. Now as Carl goes over to Phantom Execution now with a puncture as well. Let's go for the Thorn Roll just yet as Keyboy is able to walk away, baiting a few more abilities, but it's Sanford who takes the kill.
Good pickup, man. Just a whole lot of trades going here already early on. Even after the objective was secured by TL, they still go ahead and battle it out. This is pretty much what I feel like we can expect here throughout the knockouts, of course, and already in this kind of matchup. Hopefully we get 5 games of this kind of back and forth to see which champion will come out on top of it. But now, as we look into exactly what's going to be happening here throughout this game 1 already, you know, pace is showing, and I think one thing for sure that Onyx
from Indonesia needs to be able to do is match the pace that's being set up by TL. A lot of this comes down to even the usage of that feathered airstrike. We have seen this constantly throughout M7, setting it up, and then that's why Sans works well with the Valentina here.
We literally saw it just a minute ago when Sans was behind maybe a step or two, and he clicked it, he grabbed it, but there was no one there left. And what this is saying for all of us is 4 minutes in, it's a game of inches. Whoever can turn that inch into a foot, into a mile, will definitely run away with the game. 500 gold is what Team Liquid is playing with. 10 seconds until this turtle spawns. And I can tell you now, the cavalry is in a better spot. Onyx ID, currently they're suffering two-step syndrome. They need 2 steps to be able to get a good foundation on fights. While Liquid, all they got to do is just get a good kick, and Carl just commit.
Yeah, that seems to be the case here. Anytime a Cho is on a composition, you can see Sans holding on this time to the Sora ultimate. Oh, this play up top.
Tank up top, Auto Shocker lands. Oh, it's going to be caught by the curtain call as well. His teammate picks up the kill as JP's able to find a way to drag it over to Skylar for the ruin.
Skylar gets away! And now they change targets on a Sanford. Going into Thunder Form, finds Keyboy!
Sanford will fall as well, though. Sans gets the pick, and now it's Onyx who move on to Turtle. Carl holding this angle. It's going to be Lutpi trying to zone him away, but still, he has the punctures, the free resets. Lutpi is going to zone him away entirely into the mid-wave, so we will be free for Onyx ID.
Oh man, a fight, and even a feathered airstrike drop down.
Oh, the chef wants more! He finds Kyrie!
As I was saying, there's trades everywhere. You don't take anything for free in this game of one, it seems like. And so they go for a trade, but still, nonetheless. Oh, whoa! Big JP?
On JP. Now Sanford wants to go in, goes on a Sans. A desperate feather airstrike earlier to try to deal more damage before he dies.
Leo.
He wasn't done.
He wasn't done, man.
He wasn't done.
I'm looking at you here because I just feel like we have seen the teams and the players from the Philippines really adapt to this more hectic, chaotic, brawly play style.
Oh, yeah.
I love it, man. Oh, what? As I say it, Skylar falls.
Yep. Welcome to Indonesia.
It's something in the food, man. I don't know. It makes
the spice,
It's
bro.
the spice. They brought it to the game as well. And it's working. I mean, look at this. They built up a small lead up to this point.
And this is what Liquid revel in. They enjoy the fact that they can keep fighting, and all the more the reason why is because Onyx ID's not ready to fight just yet. I'm looking at Kyrie, he's a scaling jungler. I'm looking at Skylar. Yes, you are a CC, you're a fighter, quote unquote. But compared to an Esmeralda that's just happy to peel, you kind of need to clap back, and they find the kick!
Way the dragon, independent airstrike, and everything in the kitchen sink thrown at Keyboy.
That's that Cho play we're talking about, man. Every single time he's up, that kick is available. Oh, okay. He's gonna get out of there, right?
Yep.
Is holding him back, yeah.
Got about half dozen dashes on this Thunder form, he's fine.
There's a reason why this Sora does keep getting picked. He's gonna get chased down. Whoa, okay, at least, again, I said it before, you don't get anything for free, but here comes JP.
The Traceless out of Jeet Kune Do. Oheb was holding on to the falling star move, just uses it onto the wave, gets prio, and now they move to Turtle. But Lutpi is gonna be caught by the airstrike now to Jeet Kune Do as well as the way the dragon. Lutpi pinned down, but there's not enough damage to take him out. And Stone the Ruin will react in time for Sanford and Sanji. But now JP getting bombed.
The father has fallen, and now in Thunder form, Sanford are going to deal a lot of damage. The Keyboy, oh, Hep finds Sans dancing around him.
The Filipino sniper on an Esmeralda as Carl Teasy gets a free turtle up top, now rotates into the purple buff and takes it away from Kai, but he wants more, jumps onto Keyboy, not enough.
Tote is guilty of Grand Theft Purple. Again, a game of inches. That start was, wait, Skylar? Let's find out, that's 4 members!
All alone, there's no way you can survive that. Oheb on a killing spree now.
Man, oh man, I feel like we're watching 4 different games or 1v1s go on and break out throughout this game. Neither team wanting to let up just yet, too, up here up top.
Traceless out of the way of the dragon, but now it's going to be Carl with the Phantom Execution and a Thorn Rose. Great Traceless again, but again, it's going to be Kai caught in the bad spot. As you see Carl rotate him over, it's Lutpi who gets the blink in time.
Okay, so they go, they make it happen, they'll find a pickup, minus everything that's been happening here in the past minute or two. All these constant fights will lead us nearly to that lore in about a minute. They want to start to open up the map at this point, take down this tier 1 turret. That's exactly what TL wants to do. Can Onyx hold on to this turret? Good question. Sanford walking up, able to go for the CC, but it's only onto Lutfi now as he dashes out again. And look at JP.
That's what you get with a Cho pick in the hands of Team Liquid's Patriarch.
On dangerous grass.
On dangerous grass, again, there's very little he needs to do to get in there. And just to call back the kill that Kyrie suffered up top, that rarely happens to the Sky King. Sanji's fine here. The Gleam, Lutfi did fully commit. And now Oheb is in a position with, what, 2 items? Oh, the King onto Sans!
All in on Sans. Oheb picks up the kill. Lutfi's a bit late to react now. Gets shot from the skies by Sanford. And man, you can really start to feel that damage.
What a kick again from JP. He has been a menace on this side of the jungle of Onyx, and right now they're going to go ahead and work to take the purple buff as well from Kyrie. Still go for the tier 1.
Oh, look, he gets the blade, but he gets disintegrated before he can tap the second part of it. That's a free turret in the mid lane, and Kai can only get a trade up top with a tier 1.
Team Liquid make a beeline for the Lord. Massive conversions. Onyx ID not down and out just yet. There are still trades happening for the defending champions of Indonesia on home soil. They are suffering quite the losses in the opener of this best of 5, and now they're going to commit even more atrocities in the jungle.
Jeez, what you got to do, man? You got to continue to put pressure where you can, and they'll do exactly that. Kyrie, no buff, no orange buff, no purple buff either, and you expect JP to pretty much just live on this side of the jungle of Onyx. So they have a Lord approaching. They've got to defend.
Leo, usually when we talk about these Grand Theft purples, it's sneaky with it, you know? It's kind of like a sneaky heist, but they're just going in. They're in front of their faces, they're stealing it.
This is blatant thievery, is what's happening. Highway robbery, in your face. I know you know, but I'm going to do it anyways. Sanford checking range in the back. JP just crossing straight up. He's honest about it. Feathered airstrike.
Popping Mana Shocker there. Carl's easy walking up against Skylar, trying to survive. Flickers out to safety. Now they're throwing a ruin into the Flicker defensively. Carl gets the kill. It's a big double for the GOAT.
How many times have we seen a Carl TZ on this Lancelot, or Lancelot on Carl TZ, man?
He is him.
He is him. He's able to follow through with whatever JP sets up for them. They get these shields down. Lord is still up. That's got to be worked with. Sanford's low. He goes back. But I think that's all TL wanted. They ballooned their gold lead even further, almost 8,000 gold ahead, and they're nearing these base turrets to fall in the base of Onyx here.
Wait a second.
They're gonna fight?
Only Starman on 2, Carl's in the back, Phantom Execution, and the Thorn rolls down with the help. Skylar taken out by Oheb, who's unstoppable.
Team Liquid, up now 8,000 gold. The reason why they're going fast and picking fights and stealing everything away from Onyx is I believe they know that they're on a timer. With no marksmen and no quote-unquote generic hitters, typical for taking objectives, they know that their time is limited, especially in the face of Lutfi. Lutfi showed signs of life by holding out, and now by pushing this bottom lane inhibitor, they jump in, Oheb!
Two-man falling Star Moon, Carl, Phantom Execution backwards. He knows. I think a couple of times we've seen Team Liquid actually get overconfident through the Swiss stage, even in day 1 of play-ins. So they've learned from that. They've corrected their errors.
I like that they've corrected their errors and they learned from it, but at the same time, you see them pressuring in a way that's like, hey, will they fight us or not? You know, and Onyx is deciding not to, which is the best option because you can see between the items here how much work and ground it needs to be covered by Onyx. They're almost 10,000 behind. We have seen games and teams turn around before, but this is tough, Leo.
9,000 between them, but you're looking at the deficit that Onyx is suffering. It's not like they're looking at the same currency. Liquid is counting gold. Onyx, bronze, coins.
Yeah.
It's a quick winner crown from Sanford. He's really going to be looking for the set and instantly for the freeze, so no one can target him down.
So I'm saying, man, you see the Sora going in the XP laner's hands. You know they're going to go ahead and try to utilize that crowd control, which works best for more of a tankier build as Sora than what we usually see. You can see him picks up the Radiant Armor now too. He's quite stacked up defensively. Even Carl TZ building him. This should just be a free Lord for them.
I would say this is still a hybrid Sora for Sanford. You see how lethal his Thunder form is, especially when he finds Kyrie alone, even Sans. So with that said, they can just take this slow. Again, this could be the final Lord if Liquid gets this right.
Yeah, even if it's not the final Lord, I think it's guaranteed one more base threat.
Yeah.
Best case scenario, for Team Liquid, it's an N. But even then, I think 2 base turrets isn't even a stretch. Onyx don't have the best clear.
This is why you see Sans take the feathered airstrike, because they gotta rely on that and somehow stop this push in. There's a forced fight.
Way to drag it onto Keyboy, the point summon as well, and that's the Sora looking for the big set. Won't be able to find it just yet as Lutpi still able to survive, but the Winter Crown is there for him to survive. Lutpi taken out. It's a fadeaway kill from Sanji,
and that's 2 taken out from the Sky King's ranks as Liquid waits for that Lord down bottom, pressuring a mid, pressuring top. This is gonna be a defense that could be their last.
This is tough to deal with. You're down 2 members for a little bit longer. Gonna work on the base. There they go, Sanford.
Yep. 3 members down, or just 3 members alive rather. Sans taking a shot at the feather airstrike, not following Sarmoon, cocking him in place. That's gonna be, oh my goodness, the way the dragon. He loses the immortality. Carl in the back, able to find a Thorn Rose. They still have the Lord to play with as Keyboy tries to zone the back of Sans. In a desperate attempt to save the game, stole away to Phantom Execution. Last base turret up top gonna be falling as well, and Onyx now are stripped down to just the crystal.
And with that, they expose the base of Onyx. Off that Lord, it looks like they're doing exactly that, playing the discipline route for TL, even up 12,000 gold. They'll just go ahead and stick to the foundations here, taking down the base turrets and reset.
To put it into context, Onyx ID are playing with less than a full deck. Already, a Hilda that can't get the brushes, that can't get the grass, is gimped. You are literally playing
grass.
With a fractured hero here, and Kyrie isn't, well, sure, he did get the big tree items, right?
Yeah.
But moving from there, he can't even get a good position because no one's going to peel, no one's going to set. Lutpi dies like 3 seconds into a fight with Team Liquid, and here they go!
AP again with a way to drag it over a Keyboy, but Self gets caught by Sanji! Thrown a ruin to the blinker, able to find 2, but that's it!
There you go, Lutpi gleams on out, the kick, and the knock-up, Kyrie falls! Skylar gonna come up next, buy in time, Hip gets 2!
A big double, and now it's just Lutpi and Keyboy! Can they defend? No, they cannot. Lutpi trying to hold down the waves. About an execution from Carl. Lutpi's in the midst of it all, healing. Wow. Best he can. He buys a bit more time. He actually gets away in time. Keyboy's there, feather air straight to blinker. Keyboy gets the shutdown.
They need the wave. Keyboy's gonna fall. Lutpi's holding on.
And now it's Liquid who stick onto the base to secure game 1 in this best of 5.
A dominant game 1 from the Cavalry here. Team Liquid comes in non-stop against Onyx Indonesia. An amazing start to this best of 5. They controlled the game from start to pretty much finish. And I'll tell you what, this is going to be a tough adjustment, I feel like, for Onyx Indonesia, because there was a lot to work from.
Massive meta evolution in terms of how Team Liquid changed their game. Onyx, luckily, they have time to recalibrate, but what happened here should never ever happen again. I'm looking at a 13K deficit.
Yeah. That's why I was concerned with the Valentino flex into mid, because the Esmeralda was already visible. They just had no shred, yet they forced that pick into Sans. And with no shred, that's the result.
The result is true, and again, this is one of those crazy games that just started off the foot of, you know, you have a Cho, you can find someone to lock down, set things up. JP maybe only had 1 bad kick, or a kick that didn't go his way. It's not necessarily bad, but it just wasn't what they wanted, but Carl TZ was still there to follow through. And again, that's just the synergy for TL. We're gonna go ahead and throw it over to our panelists to break down game 1 a little bit more for you guys here. It was dominant 1. Guys, what do you guys think about it?
First of all, thank you very much, Mirko, Leo, as well as Naisu. And yes, first of all, we do have to talk about this, where this is a very Indonesian kind of game, you know, fighting over and over and over and over again, because it does seem like Onyx, they want to bring in the battle, and Team Liquid is like, hey, we got you, fam. But at the end of the day, Team Liquid just looks much more cleaner. JP having amazing kicks, and Carl as well, before 12 minutes, is full build. Kyrie was nowhere near that kind of goal, Trex.
I mean, Carl TZ just showed that Assassins are definitely still alive. In M7 top 8, that's been the question on our minds, and he's showing that it is very possible. The guy was a monster.
Yeah, this is called the Liquid Stampede back at home. But I think that if you think about it, it's really just the same as how you treat it like in the Brawl server. Unfortunately, though, the main difference is they are timing it correctly. For the side of Team Liquid, they waited for the Esmeralda as well as the Sora from the side lanes, which kind of means that if they join together with Kyrie in the middle, they will have relentless amount of just overall team fight, right? They will never run out of ways to team fight. Even when you say that the Cho ultimate as well as the Farsa ultimate, their cooldowns are quite longer than what you would see from the Sora as well as the Esmeralda, the idea is the same. You constantly apply pressure to your opponents. And I think that this game, if you just look back at it, probably had 1,000 plays that happened every single minute, you know?
Can I just say, like, throughout the M7 World Championship from the Swiss stage up until now, early picking that Valentina is such a huge risk. In fact, the only one that can really work out was coming in from Sunset Lover from a Team Spirit. But other than that, the fact that you don't have that range really hurts your composition a lot.
Yeah, that's why I said that during the draft, right? You also called out the Valentino that will be picked up, and it was in the right spot. Lafel, you actually predicted that, but I thought like it wasn't the right idea because it kind of limits them to this spot. I think that Onyx Indonesia generally have put themselves in a spot where it's difficult for them to get a good matchup in the roam role. In Keyboy, for example, he was forced to get that Hilda. We did predict the Hilda to be picked up, but in that scenario, the Cho was banned out. So I feel like if they kind of bumped the priority on the Hilda on the third pick, they could have banned the Cho, for example. That's what I'm thinking about. But they were put in this spot, and now they lost because of it.
I mean, I feel like Onyx felt big brain for picking the Valentina because of the possibility of flex towards the end. But in the end, the Esmeralda comes in from TLPH and the outplay to return that no, this Sora was going to Sanford all along.
Yeah, I gotta say, fourth pick on the Esmeralda really threw them out a little bit. Here we have the MVP by Realme, 5-1 and 10. Sanji, by the end of the game, he was one-shotting everyone.
That's the thing, right? That's what you look at Team Liquid. You can never really pinpoint who the MVP is because I could have sworn that there was a time where JP was the MVP of the match, but I think
because of the control in the kicks that were amazing.
Exactly. Sanford was important in the first few minutes where they were able to apply pressure on the jungle so that Kyrie will never be able to catch up to Karltizi. Karltizi himself has delivered MVP performances, but I think specifically for Sanji, the way that he manages his ultimate and wings by wings and to always be there in the team fights, whether or not he has the ultimate, meant the world for both Sanford as well as Oheb because now whoever connects with Sanji has a kill threat no matter what.
Now, gentlemen, the thing that I want to talk about, even though Sanji is our MVP, is actually JP. Because if JP is performing like this the entire match, Onyx will have a problem. And I would say JP is not bannable because if you take the Cho, there's a Hilda. If you take both, there's a Khalid, right? He has so much picks that I feel like if Onyx pays attention to that, everyone else will be free.
Yeah, I mean, you go far back enough and JP came in during more of a support roam meta.
Yeah.
And then now he's becoming this more aggressive roamer and has just grown as a player so much. And that is a great point that I don't think a lot of us think about. He is almost impossible to ban. No matter how many things you take out, he still has more options.
There's always a system. If you pick this hero, this is our answer. It's almost like programming when there's an if-else statement that if you pick this is our answer. If there is Hilda, they will pick up Cho. If you pick up the Cho, they will go Hylos, they go Khalid, they go Grab, they go all around that. And you're right, it's almost impossible to ban because if you commit enough bans to it, then you'll open up other heroes for the other roles.
Yeah. You know the thing is, if the monitor wasn't slanted that way, we could see the monitor.
Yeah, but we can't.
Yeah, right now is a little bit difficult. Yeah, we can look at the back.
I want to point out some of those final plays towards the end there. This is, you know, the Liquid Stampede. This is the Team Liquid that I think I've been waiting to see overall, where they're aggressive. They're not too passive. Of course, they're a team that has patience, but Team Liquid all the way back to Echo days, all the way back to these hollowed halls, have always been known as a Filipino team that are willing to really, punch you in the face a few times. And that's what they did today, layering those skills, Falling Star Moon, into the punctures, into Sanji's wings by wings to catch someone off guard. This is prime TLPH in that last game.
What I don't like about the Alice last pick for Onyx is that they kind of told themselves that, okay, we're just going to work around the Alice ultimate because apart from that, they don't have a stun. Maybe eventually if Suns was able to copy the way of the Dragon, they could have a way to engage, but that is not the optimal way to do it. The problem with picking up the Hilda, although it is a very good pick, I would feel like for Onyx up against the Lancelot, is that it doesn't have the stuns for you to set up. That's also kind of counterintuitive when in combination with the CC. So I feel like for Onyx, if they do want to keep up with how Team Liquid wants to play the game, they have to have other sources of stun. That is not an ultimate. So Alice, although this hero is in theory good, in application, it's so difficult to pull up.
Now, speaking of Alice, the EXP lane, I want to focus on Sanford's item build here in the EXP lane. He does go for the hybrid build, Malefic Roar, Roar Axe. And that's, we saw earlier, previously in M7, some EXP lane Sora's going full tank build. But I think this type of build fits Sanford so well. He can still be that proactive, aggressive EXP laner, but he can also take a decent amount of damage.
Now, here's the thing, gentlemen. I kind of feel like we got to talk about this after 2 days, well, technically 3 days of the knockout stage. And I feel like all of the players here, they're very impatient. So I feel like if you're going up with the draft that has scaling in it, it's kind of to your disadvantage because all the drafts that we've seen so far that has a clear, I would say scaling pattern, it's always interrupted, right? Even when SRG tries to bring this Yusunshin style, he will not get the farm, right? And this is the same kind of thing where Team Liquid is like, we gotta chill in the Farsa. Your mid is not gonna move, and if your mid is not gonna move, Carl will go in, take all your buff, and then what, right? Then what, right? I really feel like since Team Liquid looks like they're so ready to fight, so ready to brawl, I kind of feel like that shows that the meta is shifting so that if you have a lot of skill in your lineup, you're not going to be having a good day. That's what I've been seeing.
That's interesting, but I guess like that might be so applicable in the 2 teams that we have right now, mainly because they're so dependent on momentum to start the match and to start a game, for example. And this is so evident for every other Team Liquid game because, yeah, they're highly skilled. They are so they can execute lineups that have, you know, high skill ceiling. And
I mean, scaling. Yeah, meaning like you need a lot of farm. I feel like maximum 1, 2, you're already stretching it.
But they speed it up in a way that you kind of accelerate your scaling. So it seems like if you have so much scaling that will depend on 18 minutes, but if you play so fast that you get kills and assists, all of a sudden, that 18-minute mark becomes 15 minutes, if you get my meaning.
Yeah, so right now, basically, if you're going to use scale, just play faster.
Yeah, that's what I feel like.
Yeah, and I feel like you can...
Scale faster.
I feel like you can't, like... It's kind of like saying, wait faster. Yeah. You know? I feel like you can do it if you have Farsa and Cho. I feel like that's the skill. No, that's the secret sauce.
The skill?
That's the secret sauce if you want to go for a big scaling
I call it
lineup.
a bridge.
The bridge.
The Farsa is more of a bridge where you have this, you want to go from point A to point B. That's the bridge.
And you can get the bridge here because we got to talk about the Realme 15 Pro. It has the AI insights to actually give you quite a lot here. You know, it gives you gold analysis, win rate prediction, item. It is just like a coach on this phone. And here's the thing. If you're using a hero that you're not too familiar with, you can actually set up your combos quite early and then use the consecutive skill button. And then all the while, it will just execute the combo for you. It guides your strategy and elevates your execution. That's a full AI-powered edge. Prediction of the performance is the complete package. You play, we carry. Is the Realme 15 Pro M7 official gaming phone. Which, by the way, if you're using this phone, yes, try to get Farsa as well as Cho or Farsa, Grok, or whatever. And then at that point, you can kind of use whatever you want. Speaking of using whatever you want, you guys at home, you guys can witness the true prestige with Granger's new Prime skin. Beauty is waiting for you at level 75 of the M7 pass. There you go, it's down there. Unlock the pass and start grinding today, because look at this figurine, man.
I think it's the best yet.
It is the best, I agree.
It's the best one yet.
I agree, I agree. I feel like we're gonna talk about this a little bit more, Wolf, in the draft, where we really need to see that bridge.
Figurine? The bridge.
If the bridge is not there.
Unfortunately, the bridge is not here today.
If the Farsa and Cho is not there, you really got to go to a different kind of plan where, yeah, I just don't use too much scaling. If you can't have those heroes, just fight all the time.
But if you think about it, Team Liquid...
Okay, at least Farsa,
I would say balance, you know? Balance. Like Farsa, you get the Hilda in the beginning, something that can help you get to that scaling place. have a scaling hero, have an early game hero. You know, everything should be perfectly balanced.
Oh. Well, unfortunately for MLBB, that's so difficult to achieve. Just because of how good our drafters are. I think like they force you in this situation. I think, for example, Team Liquid, the way that they drafted it. Yesterday, when I saw SRG eventually win over Aurora Turkey when it comes to their picks and bans, I think they just forced mistakes in the draft.
Yeah, like for example, Sora. Sora is incredibly balanced, right? Sora looking good, tanky, does a lot of damage. But now we got to look at Team Liquid, and we got to look at behind the scenes. How is it going on with the Golden Road? Let's check out this video with Team Liquid to see what's up.
Team Liquid are on the Golden Stampede! Team
Yung Golden Road kasi sobrang bigat siya na title na kunin dahil kailangan mag-win streak muna sa mga international tournament and local.
The Golden Road for this year's for the Sky King.
Membuat Golden Road sulit. Mungkin harus selalu konsisten karena pas 2023 kayak hampir gak ada tim yang bisa kalahin kita dan susah aja buat ini stay on top.
The Golden Road!
So difficult to achieve because it is gonna take so much momentum.
Takes him down! And there you have it! Team Liquid taking all 4 members!
Golden Road. Tingin ko hindi naman siya curse. Parang ano kasi yung kaya naging champion, kaya may tinatawag na Champions Curse kasi parang naglaylaw sila. Hindi sila nagtutuloy-tuloy ng bata kasi nga nag-champion, gusto muna magpahinga. Karoon ng mga bagong patch, hindi sila nakakasabay. Kaya may mga new teams na umaangat kaagad kasi hindi sila tumitigil sa paglaro.
Tingin ko po hindi siya curse kasi parang sobrang naming binrake na curse na magkakasama. Kagaya ng yung mga naglo-lower, ganun, di nanalo, and yung mga upper na di nanalo. Tingin ko talaga hindi siya totoo.
Kung malakas talaga yung team nyo, makakaya nyo talaga. Walang curse for me.
Kami yung kauna-una ang maka-achieve mo.
Looking to be the very first team to achieve the Golden Road. And I gotta say, being in the lower brackets, if they're able to achieve it, now that would be legendary. But again, ladies and gentlemen, Game 1 went over to Team Liquid. We've seen a sweep in the first match of the day. Will this be the same, or does Onyx find a way to deal with Team Liquid? Now I gotta ask you, Trex, like based on game number 1, do you feel like Onyx, was it really the draft issue, or were there some executions that weren't really all that clean that allowed Team Liquid to take the advantage?
I think the draft suffered a little bit in the beginning. The Esmeralda was uncalled for. The ability to dive on to Onyx, but Onyx had a good game plan, I think, in mind. With the Hildo, with the YSS, they had an idea of let's scale early, but they just weren't able to really fully follow through on that.
Yeah, I kind of feel like it's safe to say Valentina and Yi Sun-shin is not the best friends right now. Right? I feel like Yi Sun-shin with the E, with the Farsa, maybe even the Zetian.
Yes.
Would have been better.
Yeah, because you can easily supplement the damage output or even the vision that you get, the utility that you get from the Yi Sun-shin with long-range nukes. Valentina needs to get up close and personal, that's what I feel like. But when it comes to like Farsa, Yi, and the Zetian, when you have so much range, that means that you can maximize the strength of a Yi Sun-shin.
Yeah. Which again, range, like, they could have gotten through to it, but it's just too much of a front line. TLPH were able to just stiff on them completely, and once they got to mid-game and those front liners could absorb a little bit of damage, there was no way for Valentina or YSS to ever even get through.
Farsa should be the pick here for Onyx, I feel like. Yi Sun-shin Farsa in this scenario would be good, especially because most of the heroes that you are looking for, like Yves, counter it, is already taken out.
At this point, maybe you just ignore the Valentina completely. Go for the Cho instead. Keep themselves, I mean, don't get me wrong, there's been plenty of jungle picks possible. I don't think they need to pigeonhole themselves into a YSS or something of that nature, right?
I guess. And also that means that Team Liquid will think about their jungle choices as well. Now, I do feel like either the Hylos or a Grok will be good here for Team Liquid. Both are super good. And I think they have to pick the JP hero now. The reason for the Grok is that it can easily cancel the Farsa. It's just a good laner. Reason for the Hylas is you can also be a problem for the Farsa, but also you are not a valid kick target, unlike in the previous game. So Eason Shin is going to be the other choice as well. And the Onyx will, hopefully, they do answer with the Lancelot.
Peace shall reign.
What's that? Oh, Louis.
Early Louis.
Yeah.
Okay.
I kind of feel like
wow.
I think it is still pretty good. If JP is able to zone out away this Farsa, making sure that the Farsa does not disrupt her, I think it should be fine. So now with the first 3 picks have been done by both teams here, Wolf. Run us through about this draft, because we did talk about the Cho and a Farsa now in the hand of Onyx. With that Leomord, how does the draft look like for Onyx?
The Leomord tells us that they want to go for the fighters because they are quite scared of this, the airline support, the airborne or the air force coming out from the Louis, wherein you just
force the air.
Force the air.
You just teleport this Sora to anywhere in the map, maybe the backer to kind of disrupt the formation of Onyx, and then all of a sudden you don't have any good kick target anymore because your backlines you have to protect as the Cho. Leomord also makes it so that you have a lot of damage with the Cho. So for example, you go for a kick, maybe if the Farsa's ultimate is not there, you still have a source of damage. However, this could easily be answered by Team Liquid with maybe a Charizda onto Sandford or maybe a glue.
I think Onyx right now, this time they have the range, right? And I think you could keep it that way. I'm looking at gold lane. With the Leomord, do you think we fully commit to fighters? Do we see something maybe like a Freya Gold here? Something of that nature, and then with the XP, and it's kind of just everyone protect Farsa so that the Louis can't get to the back end. And Leomord can also just be your big damage dealer.
Especially because there's the Louis, and I would really support that. They're facing up against the Louis. Their gold laners should be self-sufficient.
Yeah, I think definitely Freya, something of that nature. For EXP lane, I don't know, do you go full bulk, or do you maybe pick up something like the Lapu that can still do a little bit of damage? Maybe something, so we have Lapu, we saw Yuzong's banned out, so no Yuzong.
Alice maybe. Maybe this is the game where you can say Alice, but yeah, I do agree with the Lapu Lapu because...
But you don't want to give it over to TL here, right?
Don't want to give it to TL, that's what I'm also getting at. Especially because you're running the Farsa. So Freya or Lapu Lapu, the 2 heroes that can be picked up here, they pick up with Uranus.
Something that I do have to say was that I was looking at Onyx to see if they were going to take the Terizla. Because fun fact, in case people don't know, there's a special interaction, Terizla as well as the Louis, where you can stop the teleportation.
Yeah.
With the penalty zone.
So because you scared.
Yeah, you pull them so they don't teleport.
That Uranus kind of hit them in the end. The Trex. This is such a bad 4th pick for Onyx in a way that it gave a very good hero for Sanford to utilize. Now, I think you're just left with the Freya here, or maybe a carry if they're
Myriad of stars.
Okay, yeah, the Freya. See, if they pick up the Freya first,
then they leave options.
Oh no. Yeah.
Or at least if you're gonna go EXP lane first, you take the Lapu, right?
Right.
Or even like Hilt, like anything, you steal something away.
Not gonna lie, I was even thinking if Skylar was gonna entertain the idea of picking up a Lunox because they used that before to go up against tanky lineups like the Hilda. So, any last thoughts about the draft here, Wolf?
Watch out for the teleport, the Sora play.
Onyx needs to be aggressive. I think at this point you have a draft that can do it. Get in their face and push back.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we're about to jump into the second game. It's going to be Expanding Rivers. And now, gentlemen, Naisu, Leo, as well as Mirko, get ready because game number 2 is here.
Thank you so much to the panel to break down our draft here for game number 2. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the land of Dawn. It's me, Naisu, Leo, and Mirko. And we're after a heated one-sided match for Team Liquid Philippines. I don't know about this draft, gentlemen. Is this what Onyx Indonesia needed?
It's not about what they need, it's about what they're comfortable with. At least, despite all the weird flexes and the odd order of the draft, as noted by our analysts on the panel, I think they're comfortable because look at how aggressive they are. Look at how fast and how forward they're being from lane to lane. Even Luthi, even at a third of his health, I think he should be fine. This is still a Uranus.
You know, I think One thing that they have to go ahead and adjust is making this, for example, the Uranus pick, like they said, Red 4 being brought up, that could be playing a part in here. Some of the drafting patterns or choices, I feel like, is one of the biggest things the panel is trying to highlight here. So we'll have to see if Onyx decides to go ahead and utilize that, specifically even this gold lane fray in the hands of Skylar here. Yes, he's running that Warcry emblem as we take a look at the emblems here specifically. But, you know, even that flexibility to go ahead and switch things up with that priority Sora like we saw, you know, once played in the XP lane, now in the hands of Oheb here. He does still have that Temporal Rain. He's got a little bit of Vitality and that Festival of Blood. So his trading is going to be pretty good against Skylar. And then if they're able to build up that lead like we saw them do in Game 1, that's where things could get a little scary for Onyx.
This matchup, though, right, in the gold lane, Sora versus Freya. We've seen Freya as a way to counter the Claude, but against the Sora, I think it comes down to just clearing out the waves and rotating. Whoever manages to rotate and to get the activeness earlier is the one who actually wins out in the matchup. But you can already see Oheb doing a much better job rotating straight after that wave to cut, and he's going to have a bit of a tempo advantage.
What happened to our game? It's the gold lane that's doing these proxying this early in the game. Turtle spawned, upper quarter. JP pushes out these three, spacing them out. Mount Shocker coming in.
Manfred with Wave of Spider. Now it's going to be Kyrie still able to dodge away with a Shadow Stamp. Or the, oh my god, damage on JP was actually quite big. Wow, Reggie from Carl still winning, and Ludpi still able to walk in forward though, but that's first blood for Sanford as Ludpi falls as well. It's a double to CC immune.
Man, oh man, and Skylar, he should be able to get away. Oh, he's dragged back.
One more! Regen! Oh my god, Skylar gets away with the help of the regen tap. But look at this diversion just to send him back to gold, and look at the instant conversion of gold.
I guess that's being a Valkyrie right there, man. I'm so surprised Skylar survived that, but still, that's only one problem. All that double kill for Sanford, and now an objective under the belt of TL.
You might be scratching your head how, why Skylar gets extra shields when he procs abilities, and I think Sanji did throw out a basic attack, thought it was going to be enough.
And wait, hold on for the airstrike. Untargetable Oheb though, just flies away. But this is why I was shaking my head to Wolf, just saying it's over when I saw the Leomord pick. We were both expecting Lancelot, but they went Leomord. Like, sure, Leomord has been great, but it's so not Kyrie.
Hasn't that been the question even back in their previous games at the Swiss stage when we were like, man, you know, the Lancelot was left open, and it's like, why
they don't like
don't they not want to play it?
Onyx hate Lancelot. I don't know why though.
You know, that was at the time to be comfortable and have preferences because you need to evolve with the metagame. Team Liquid, even they did it.
Yeah, they did it. The Leomord has done pretty well, especially when we got to see the glimpses of it yesterday, but for some reason, Onyx just isn't able to go ahead and get the lead that, you know, some teams and some viewers that have been watching Onyx for a while are used to seeing them have, and there's been a constant kind of struggle for making them or showcasing the compositions they bring to these matches and then making them work. And right now, as the turtle comes up in about 10 seconds, I feel like they're going to have to figure something out, some way to utilize Keyboy specifically, like we saw JP in the previous game, to potentially get a setup going on with Sansa's damage with the Feathered Airstrike.
Step by step, number one, make use of the dead lane. Know that Ludpi is going to be fine. Don't bother with it. Step two is find a way to get Coyote good with the Leomord. Getting over here. Phantom Steed.
Wait, the Dragon JP was able to actually escape for a bit. Ludpi picking up the kill. Keyboy able to flicker on the safety, but look at the damage on Skylar now from the Sora. Carl picking up the turtle. Ludpi with a chase.
They deny the deep trenches from Carl Teasy. Liquid helps him off camera. Sam's finds Oheb. They're not done with Ludpi. Where are they going with the diversion?
Straight into the mid bush.
Okay.
P bought so much time.
Wow, okay, again, this is just like we saw in Game 1 where there's multiple fights happening across the map, and even more so with Aloyi in play here for, okay, able to get away, just barely. Skylar there, getting away with his life. Oracle now picked up here for Ludpi.
A little jump scare moment.
Yeah, a little jump scare, but this might be he's actually going to be able to get this turn down. He should be able to. Yeah, wow.
Third aggro there. It's okay. I think he should still be able to escape. Mount Shock coming down as well, but he's on Consecration. Now with the ultimate, never mind. Oheb fisting him down.
That's Thunder Form for you. Bottom lane opened up for Onyx ID, so they could get some farm now on Skylar. It's not like he's in trouble, actually.
Yeah.
He hasn't died, and the map isn't exactly bearing down on him. They go for the swap. A minute until the turtle spawns. Again, looking at Keyboy, I think that's a good step. Whatever happened in the turtle, save for the part where Carl TZ still got it.
Yeah.
Find a way to use that kind of approach.
That's what I was saying, you know, step one, step two, Suns had the damage there, but JP did flicker out. That's how he was able to kind of like avoid that a little bit, but then he eventually died anyway. There's a setup in the mid.
Oh, Suns brought back to the team. Instant damage from the in-air reaction. Keyboy really looking for the play, but he gets bonked, and then Oheb comes in and smacks him.
Man, that can't feel good. You know, you're getting yin-yang reaction thrown around, you're getting torrented around. At the end of the day, you just want to be able to play. And right now, this composition, here's a diversion.
They collapse onto Kyrie. He's fine. Dashes out of there. And they go for the tier 1 in mid. Sure, take your win in the bottom lane. Oheb's back to reclaim it, but the map is gone once again. It's looking like it's all Liquid.
Yeah, it just feels so lost for Onyx. They're late to the rotations. When they do get the rotations, they don't know what to do. And now it's Keyboy trying his best. Sanford with the Raven Spider again. Gets kicked out of the way of the Dragon. Now it's going to be the all-in with the Phantom Steed as well. Over on Sanford. He's still buying so much time. Rejects away. Oh my god! Sanford still surviving. What the hell?
The bravest fighter keeps him up. The Landshaker sends away 4, and Carl TZ secures a turtle. Down goes Suns. Keyboy gets away with 1 HP. It's all Liquid now. 4K up.
How many times do we have to see Sanford pull something like that off, especially on this hero, the Lapu Lapu? He does it again, surviving amidst it all.
Oh my god.
This right here is fresh hunting grounds, and the apex predator is hungry.
This guy really makes me want to curse, like,
in a good way.
Curse the team, not
that way.
Yeah.
Oh
boy.
Uh-oh.
Gets away the Dragon, but there's just no damage, right? Oheb takes him back to the team, and it's straight into the Mountain Shock, and now with the Phantom Steed as well. Kyrie trying to look for damage, but JP inside of the bush will not take any damage.
Kel didn't even need to flicker. He knew he was going to survive. Torrent form gave him the extra HP.
That Festival of Blood, being able to go ahead and heal back up, and that was about of a good setup that you could expect from Onyx. I mean, they made the play, they went for it, they had the damage, but unfortunately, they're not scaled up the way they need to be. Again, this is a gold lead that has been built up, especially in the last couple minutes or so. It's now ballooned nearly 5,000 gold, which is just right on time for this lore to come up. There's the Chastised Pauldrons too, now in the hands of Sanford.
Chef's kiss. You did say there is some damage for Onyx.
Yeah.
But for that to be completely shut down and neutralized, Sanford picks up the Chastised Pauldron. So all the more there is going to be little damage. You're looking at Skylar to scale up. Kyrie maybe some way, somehow, if he gets the stacks. Not going to happen anymore.
And that just says they're relying on their fancy footwork.
At least for the next 5 minutes.
Yeah. I mean, this is tough because even more so does Sans have to be on point with the Fendered Airstrike into this objective. Lord's going to be up here shortly, and look at the play up here. Diversion's going to be used.
Yep.
Relocating TL to this side of the map. They're ready to go ahead and start the objective here in just a bit. Once things get situated and Carl TZ makes his way. Again, expanding rivers, fast rotations here. Onyx knows what's up, and they'll also get in position. Despite being down this much, it looks like they do want to contest if they can.
Oh man, taking a lot of damage there. Oheb walking up, forcing the flicker out from Sans before he can actually get the CC down. And that's a big gun from Mr. Goat.
Brush control totally in Liquid's favor. Holding down that Y brush while playing with the nearby lane. And they do get the kick, finding Sanford. The answer with all of the ults that they got, yet he still stands!
Yeah, there's no way you can kill him. That's CC immune. JP now caught in the midst of it all. He doesn't die. Oheb goes in again, this time on Keyboy! And he takes him out! Oheb on a killing spree. JP regenning in the bush again. Onyx have no answers.
What can you do against Sanford? Even when you get the setup right, he doesn't die. And now off of it, Loopy gives the information. They're going for the Lord here. But there's just nothing that can be done unless... Nope, Lord already secured. They're going up for more.
Oh man, Kyrie with the Phantom Steed now jumps in, but look at that CC immunity in the air. Oheb. Skylar can only just look for a trade up top, and really, for Liquid, they're taking a chill pill at this point. They're not even going for the diversions aggressively anymore.
They are putting their hands up while they're stepping on Onyx's neck. Literally. To be fair, they are less aggressive in taking these buffs these camps, so they're not attacking the economy, but what they are attacking is Onyx's propensity to fight back. And I'm pretty sure this is getting into the mental of the Sky Kings. Again, if you get at the match point, that's literally every game is a must-win. Now is a must-defend situation. They're going up against the Lord, pushing down bottom, and I'm looking at a situation wherein these Holy Shields pop.
Yeah. Yep. Holy Shield up top just popped. Working on this tier 2 in the mid. They do hold that Lord there, so they're going to try to hold on to the mid and bottom if they can. They do have good clear. They'll go ahead and clear this out. A diversion used here. And this is the thing, man. It is more so on the mental state. I feel like with Onyx right now, they're kind of scrambling. I mean, even the way that they're approaching some of these fights, again, you got to think, how many times do you actually get that setup your composition is supposed to allow you to do, and not capitalizing now, what, 2-3 times in this game? You start to think, is that the play? Like, who are we going to lock down? If they can't get to Sanji, who is? Because if you can find Ohem and kick him, because you don't want to go for Sanford anymore.
There was moments in game 1 wherein the shoe is on the other foot. It's Keyboy on the Hilda, and the same thing happened.
Yeah.
So I think it's less of what they're playing with and more of how they're playing it. At this point, you can't cry over, oh, we picked the wrong heroes.
Yeah.
You're deep in. You're 12 minutes in. Lord spawning in a minute.
Got to use what you got.
I love how the game has evolved, wherein XP lane and Gold lane can just share the same things. They can just do the same things. And you're seeing a Winter Crown almost on Oheb.
Yeah.
That's it, all the more. Everybody's just going to be really hard to kill.
Yeah, and he already has the Queen's Wing, so I think even for Sanford, he's already immortal. He doesn't need a double on that, right? No need for the immortality.
There's nothing Onyx can do for at least the next 8 minutes that can kill Sanford.
Yeah, he doesn't need too much anyway, because again, it's just been his mechanic skills that have pretty much kept him alive. And so, you know, for Onyx, as they kind of get ready for this next Lord, because it seems like they're also just going to kind of calm down, get what they can. In terms of items here, you can see the Concealed now being swapped in. Now Keyboy's got that. So they are going to most likely try to make an attempt here, a play with the Concealed, the kick. And it's just about target acquisition here, like we mentioned. Oh, Keyboy, you can already see him, on this side of the jungle too. It's going to be spotted out, though.
It's a good angle, but it's the wrong person you're tracking.
Yeah. So Lord up, fighting for position here now for this Lord take. Carl Teasy will start it up, but with Onyx in tow, they'll go ahead and get ready to fight this Keyboy.
Able to play, able to find the G. No one's Carl T with the Vintage Dragon as well. Skyler walks up and Keyboy gets the pick on the goat. That was the damage coming through, and Sanford just slicing them.
2 for 1 currently as Onyx are thinking, should we stay, should we go? Kyrie dancing around, bumps into JP. JP very low.
Yeah, Kai bonked around, still trying to go for more damage. Is able to kind of wait, but Sanford takes him down, picks up the mega kill as Ohem walks into the mid lane, and now goes for the chase onto San, forcing the flicker out, and now it's Lutpi who's trying to buy time, but the airstrike coming down on him with the stun as well, but Ohem goes to the skies and goes back onto Lutpi. Now the helm of the Brave Spider in through the consecration. They swing him down, but Lutpi's able to flicker out.
They're buying time. Sans joins the tag team battle, and the Lord has gone ahead and scaled up here. 14 minutes, still standing. Purple in jeopardy. Carl TZ is a respawn too.
Everybody's pretty much going to reset after that, but man, give it up to Keyboy. He found the target he needed to find, and still yet, they weren't able to secure the Lord just yet. So we come back to where we just were. Now, if Keyboy can do that again, he doesn't have the flicker this time, though, so that is a bit of a loss here. Oh, hold on. Whoa, kick already used.
San's able to kind of away there from the stun of the Bravest Fighter. Now it's going to be Skyler in the backline going in all the way onto Carl T. No, it's Sanji actually. He gets the kill back, but he's going to be dead as well. Oheb finding the trade. Lutpi taken down by Oheb, but Keyboy did the same to Sanford now. It's a 3v3.
Oh, Liquid taken away from home court as Carl Teasy in the midst of the chaos secures the Lord. He finds Keyboy, serves up a kill to the GOAT. He's feeling himself.
Onyx is fighting. They're going for these fights. They're trying to turn it around, but man, TL right now just has the upper hand. A Phantom Steed thrown out to go ahead and clear out this lane, but the Lord is the problem as Onyx waits for everyone to be up for this defense. Once again, TL finds themselves with a lead to work with as they approach the base in game 2 of this best of 5. Potentially knocking down these base turrets of Onyx unless somehow they're able to turn it around in this game. We've seen it before, teams turning around at big gold deficits. Can they keep it together here? The mid turret's going to go down as that Lord charges in. Uh-oh. And a full force of Onyx on the defense here.
Yep, good for the airstrike to zone him away, but the position that Team Liquid have right now, it's like they don't really care for the team fight. They can just go for the slow build-up again, wait for the next neutral objective to spawn in, and then take Onyx into deep waters.
And what's troublesome for Onyx is Liquid are playing with both mid and long-range heroes.
Yep.
You have Sanji, you have Carl Deasy, and then if things get worse, you want to play in the paint, you have the Sora and the Lapu Lapu. So the only real solution for Onyx is a pickup. That's the only way that Lord was delayed. The second Lord could have been theirs. It's just, I don't blame him. I don't blame Onyx because that was their one chance. That was their one try. Oh my God, Lutfi here gets caught out. Tail end of the bravest fighter, and they get him. Oheb.
Oh no.
Diversion into the midst of it. Oh, Keyboy trying to go for the way the dragon cannot find it. Sanford takes him down. And now with Lutfi and Keyboy down, they have a wave in the mid lane to play with, but they'll just go and play it safe. They go up top.
A surprise stampede from the chef. He cooked this one up. And Onyx ID in just a few moments might be cooked because it looks like Liquid are going for it.
Oh, him in the back. Sanford popping Bravest Fighter. Kyrie almost going for the kill, but again, out gets stuck out by Sanford. And he all in, and he takes him down. Skyler in a minute. Whoa! He hits the wall! But they're looking for the kill. Desperate plays from Onyx, desperately trying to stay alive.
It's just the base left standing. Lutfi and Sans doing their last stand. They clear the wave.
They clear the wave, they stay in the game, but man, what is going on for Onyx? They still have to deal with the wave pushing down a bot with Carl Teasy. Does Team Liquid look to do any more than take these base turrets down? Uh-oh. Well, items being picked up here. Immortality for Keyboy as well. They're going to push it in.
Sanford, you're looking for the play again. Every time it's up, he goes for the Bravest Fighter, dude. And it's crazy because I have never seen Onyx panic like this before.
Yeah.
They are usually composed in even the toughest situations, but something's gotten to them, bro. What was that?
And from one P-word to another, what is the plan? Usually when you draft a certain way and you end up in less than ideal situations, there is a game plan. But for now, Onyx, again, the best thing we can say is get a pick-off.
They're going for it.
Find one. And that's gonna be a winner crown, the safety! Oh, it's okay!
Phantom Steed coming down from Kyrie. He's gonna be stunned up again. JP is still looking for the play right now as that's gonna be Skyler in the backline taken down by Sanji. Sanford looking for it, doesn't get the stun down. They're all trying to run away. Diversion from Sanji!
A surprise stampede from the back! Kyrie gets run over! Sans? Wings by wings? Oh, he can't save the base.
There's a cannon minion in the base. TL with ease. Take the series to match point.
Match point. You can't stop a cavalry coming through the diversion just when you think you've got the kick for the 5th or 6th time. It's all stopped in its tracks here. You can see just how disappointed right now Onyx is feeling with this, man, because match point.
Multiple times, the Loyi has given Liquid, this squad, multiple accolades. The surprise stampede, you never expect an 800-pound stallion in your closet. That's what Onyx woke up to today.
It's GG. I think at this point, after the panic we saw in game number 2, we know what's the outcome of game number 3 already.
Yeah.
Predetermined, Naisu.
It is, man. It's going to be a tough one here just with what they've got to work on because, again, you said it, man. They were shaken. They weren't playing their game, Onyx here. They were making mistakes throughout these team fights, and you know, part of it again is it's mistakes because TL's just playing damn good, man. I mean, again, individually they're able to go ahead and pull off crazy things like we saw from Sanford, but just as a team making it all work, and that's what TL has been known for and why they're on that golden road adventure right now. We're going to be thrown over to the panel to break down game number 2 for us. Guys, what do you think?
Thank you again, gentlemen. And I kind of feel like 2 things that we do have to talk about. Number 1 is Liquid basically out-brawling Onyx, and now we need a one-on-one on how to untilt ourselves, because it does seem like for Onyx, even though they are known to be well composed, but
there were some plays that we can definitely see that were a little bit desperate.
Yep.
Wait, LaFell Trex? Hey, who's this?
Sanford.
Sanford.
He ran
Why?
real quick.
Sanford, how are you?
CC Immune, CC Immune. I'm CC
This is
Immune.
Vanua.
This is Vinuya.
Oh, you look very handsome, by the way.
Thank
Nice
you.
suit.
I feel so good because I'm able to use my lapu-lapu in the grand stage, and it's unstoppable. It's hard to beat.
In the same place.
Yes, that's right.
When you won it at M4 the other day.
That's right. That's very true. It feels so good, man.
How do you get this height?
He's always been this tall. He just looks small on camera.
I see.
He just looks small on camera.
How are you at two places at the same time?
Again, I am CC Immune, so you may confuse me now. Right now, Sanford is playing, but this is CC Immune we're talking about.
CC Immune, I have one question for you.
Okay.
How's your vision?
It's so limited.
That's what he has his roamer for, to give him vision.
That's right. I'm relying on just your information, guys.
Okay, if that's the case, I want to ask you, how is it that you were targeted a few times, but you did not die? That was amazing on that Lapu.
I guess because there's not much magic damage that can come from the composition of Onyx that's ready enough to take me down. My 30% damage reduction from physical is just so good because I'm always hitting all my spells, and also because I'm the one to start the fights first before you're able to react, and you cannot deal damage to me.
This might just be the best player interview we've ever had, I'm not going to lie.
Yeah.
So talkative, very well spoken. Normally you're so shy, and it's just surprising to see you like this.
Yeah, you can't be shy if you're winning like this, man.
That's true.
I just don't know whether he has a beard or not. Like from some angles, he looks clean shaven. Other angles, a bit of something here. But right now, we're going to be looking at the MVP by the official gaming phone, Realme. And it could go on to anyone because everyone from Liquid is looking amazing. And hey, you're the MVP. Congratulations, CC Immune. 6, 1, and 3. Not gonna lie, I thought you would die more times there.
Yeah.
Getting kicked around.
It's mainly because of my itemization, right? We're going to see it's Queen Swings after the Oracle, which normally is not something, a build path that you would see in this game. And like I said, it's difficult to die if you're the one to start the fight. And I think that this is what us, Team Liquid, have done in this particular game. We start the fight first before Onyx is able to set up and actually activate themselves.
No, see, that's the funny thing because you were quick twice. Right, Keyboy kicked you into 5 men.
Yeah.
Like, personally for me, if we're talking about tilt, right? If I have my entire team, if my roamer had a good kick, and we still cannot kill this guy,
get tilted.
Not gonna lie, I'm ready to surrender.
Yeah. I'm sorry, by the way, I have to go back to our...
Hey, no, it's okay, Trex.
What's about to come up here?
Yeah, Trex, run us through this on Sanford's greatness while we let CC Immune go back to his camp.
I mean, Sanford is... The guy's just a monster. I think the moment we're finally seeing him in peak 40 mode, this is his season. We came into this event knowing that with these heroes, he was going to shine. And the moment I saw that, what was it, top tier 2? The flicker back...
Yeah.
Earthshaker to dodging to the left and right. I mean, he's locked in right now. And I think this just speaks the story completely for this match because honestly, no, I wasn't completely against the draft of Onyx. I think TLPH are just playing better right now.
Yeah, especially
just playing better.
Yeah, especially because of how they utilize this Louis. Feel like maybe if you're Onyx, the reason why you don't really want to fully commit to the kick is because you always you kind of feel like you always have to look over your shoulder where there could be a TP play because that happens so many times. And I'm sure that if we look back into the game, we're going to see how beautifully those teleports were coming out from the Louis, from Sanji himself, because this is what allowed Team Liquid to just keep on pressuring.
Yeah, we're going to be looking at the highlights just to see all the fights that really happened in that game. And I kind of feel like, again, as impressive as it is for Team Liquid, this is match point. And Onyx Indonesia, they are playing in home turf. So there's a lot of pressure for them on this one. And I believe the casters have said it, Trex has said it. Honestly, the draft, even if you're going to say, oh, what if they change this and that, it's really nitpicky at that point. The draft is okay. It's really all on the execution.
Yeah, I mean, because the reality is this. I remember Mirko saying that, you know, this isn't a Kyrie hero. But the thing is Leomord is the meta, and every other jungler has been able to make it their hero. So if you want to be a champion, you need to make whatever works, your hero. And that's just the reality of the situation. And it feels like Onyx just isn't quite there, at least not against TLPH right now.
Yeah. See how much Team Liquid were going in and out and trying to zip in, zip out of the fight, starting to kite essentially on Onyx ID in here. Because the idea in order for you to get out of the zone of the Leomord is just to invite him into your box. And then what generally happens is that you see the Farsa onto the backlines that eventually now gets into trouble because Onyx ID are so conditioned into committing into the team fight. Then the teleport play happens and all of a sudden you lose control of the skirmish. And I think that's Team Liquid's MO in this game.
Gentlemen, here's the thing. As we're going to be looking at the items here, I feel like partly why it was so difficult for Onyx is that even if you discount the diversion, let's not even talk about the diversion, I would say the dive comes from many different directions. A dive, let's say from the left, Sanford, from the right, Oheb, and all of a sudden, a wild JP is on a Kyrie, and Carl Teasy is just looking for anyone that is overextending, right? So I kind of feel like a Team Liquid is just a moving a box, right? So no matter where Onyx is, while you're looking in front, someone's attacking you from the back.
I like it because normally when you set up your box, it's just you plant yourselves into that spot and you make sure that if your opponents get into that box, you take them out, right? And then when Onyx ID tries to get away from that box, hey, all of a sudden there's a box behind them. So I really like it.
It's a rectangle at that point.
It's a rectangle at that point. But now if you are Onyx, you're going to have more problems heading to game number 3 because now do you actually have to ban in the low yi? Because how difficult it was for you to play against it.
I feel like it's very difficult because if we're looking at things to ban, there's always something, right? You're like, okay, we're good, we already banned this, and then, oh wait, he can use that too, right? So I feel like that's part of the problem drafting against Team Liquid.
I mean, at this point, I don't know, I feel like I'm past the whole super deep analytical phase. I honestly believe that TLPH is just playing much cleaner right now. Their gameplay from micro to macro, and especially in micro right now, it's not even like they're out-mapping them completely. They're winning in straight up just brawly team fights, meeting them head to head, and their mechanics are just better overall. Yeah. Don't get me wrong, the picks have been nice, but Onyx had the Hilda and the YSS last game. They weren't able to pull it off in the mid. This time TL gets it, and they're able to slaughter with it, so...
Yeah.
I get what you mean.
First for me, I feel like what Onyx needs to do, and it's very difficult to do, which is to win individually, right? Basically, like, whoever you're 1v1ing, you have to win, because I feel like once the mid-duel lost, it's on the side lanes. And then if the side lanes lost, what can Kyrie realistically do, right? Kyrie can come, help out neutralize the mid, but no matter what, whatever draft that you get, you just got to win that 1v1. The moment you lose, your entire team is out. So essentially you're saying, but like what I'm saying is, for you to be a good team, you gotta be good individuals.
I kind of agree with you in a way that because this is such a high-level match and we are now in the lower bracket and everything matters so much. If you lose your lane, you are pulling the weight down on your teammates, and of course, you're just really giving so much of an opening for your opponents in order for you to lose.
Don't be an anchor.
Yeah, no, honestly, like, this is do or die for Onyx Indonesia because right now, Team Liquid, they are match point. Just to remind everyone, this is an elimination match. So before we even jump into game number 3 between Team Liquid and Onyx, we're going to be throwing it over to our host to see what they are up to.
In the second elimination match of the day, Team Liquid is currently at match point. And of course, from the side of the Calvaries, I see a few familiar faces from the Philippines. Over here, we have Hans.
Hello, hello.
How are you?
I'm good, I'm doing good. Come on, I want to hear you guys. Let's go, Liquid!
The energy is electrifying here in the arena. Hans, how do you feel watching Team Liquid secure a lead like that?
You know, it's just a natural thing in the Philippines to play like that, you know? I can't help but also respect Onyx because they've got here to this point, but you can't help but deny that we're looking at probably a team that can complete the Golden Road, and they're gonna do that here in M7.
Oh my goodness. A team has not yet completed the Golden Road in the history of Mobile Legends Bang Bang ecosystem, and you really think Team Liquid has what it takes?
Yep, not only Liquid, but also Aurora. We're also looking out for you guys later, okay? So go on, guys.
I see the Filipino fans have brought so many of their people here. I even see Myrtle. Hello, how are you? Come join us.
Come over.
Hello everyone! Hello Indonesia! Hello! And sa lahat ng mga Team Liquid fans! Kamusta kayong lahat?
So cute. Myrtle, how is Indonesia like for you, and how is watching two Filipino representatives still alive in the knockout stages?
Of course, we're very proud. These two teams right now that's competing are two of the top teams from Indonesia and the Philippines, and as a huge fan of Team Liquid, sobrang nerve-wracking to watch here right now. When we saw Sanford choose Lapu-Lapu, and when we see Carl Tizzy really just bring in his skills, sobrang nakaka-proud bilang mga Pilipino, and we're so excited for Game 3.
Oh, it definitely is electrifying here in the arena. Thank you very much, Myrtle.
Thank you so much.
Hans, do you expect this series to close in a 3-0, or you expect a bit more fight from the side of Onyx to push this to a potential 5-game?
Well, we manifest for it, that's for sure. That's what we want to happen. I wouldn't be surprised if Onyx would give us a fight back, but Liquid can get this in the bag if they play just like the past two games.
Yes, yes, yes. Now, as you guys can see over here, we have a few more buffs. Let's make this quick, girls. Who are you here to support?
Sanji.
Sanji, what about you? Carl Tizzy. You know what, girls? I hope the very best for your men later on. Thank you so much. And of course, we have the community leader of Team Liquid Philippines. How about you give us a bit of a cheer before we wrap this up?
Okay, let's go, guys. 5, 6, 7, 8. Let's go, Liquid! Let's go, Liquid! Let's go, Liquid! Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you very much, the Cavalries, and congratulations, guys, on a match point. However, it is time to enter a match point for Team Liquid. Which team will get Game 3? Will Onyx Indo push back, or will Team Liquid finish this off?
Thank you very much, Rose, and shout out to Hans as well. So far, he is looking like this is going to be a 3-0, and looking at the first two games, it's hard to argue with that. But we do want to see if Onyx can really push things through, because for you to become a champion, you need to have a strong mentality and have that fighting kind of attitude, which we do want to see for Game 3.
I definitely would love to see something. Hopefully Onyx pushes us the distance. They've been known to do things like that before, but it's been a while. And if they can take us to a Game 4, Game 5, there's a lot of things that have to change. There's a lot of things that have to change in that laning phase to mid to late. The whole package needs to be flipped.
It's crazy that we are in this stage in the M7, and we are expecting every team to have this already, but there are so many mistakes. I was looking through my timeline, through my social media, and I've seen a lot of those moments where you can really blame Onyx Indonesia to not play well. Their matchups, you know, the way they're throwing their spells. There was a time where Skylar just ulted on a wall, Kyrie not knowing where to go, and it seems like these are fundamental mistakes that you should not be doing at this stage of the international event. I feel like in this particular game, we have to really look at improving how they execute how they perform.
Yeah, and right now, while all of it is going on, we got to let you guys know, because Acecraft is an amazing game. While we're talking about Acecraft, we got to see where V is really hiding out. And for you guys at home, make sure you guys log into the game at Acecraft, because I got to say, of all the mechanical designs here, it's really all about that retro kind of feeling as they're deflecting bullets, all with the special skills. It is an STG where you guys can come around and play, and I gotta say, I played it myself. And even though, yes, you can play co-op, but even playing solo, it is quite a lot of fun. I'm able to get a Tom, and it's amazing. So make sure you guys jump into Acecraft now for some nostalgic fun.
Have you played yet? Have you downloaded?
Oh yeah, I've downloaded. I'm actually quite a few levels ahead.
We should play together. Isn't it co-op? Can't you like play together?
Yes, you can. Yes, you can. But
you don't.
How do I say?
You don't play with America.
Malaysia and North America, they're a few kilometers, few miles away.
Few miles away. Yeah.
Yeah,
Planes are too far away.
It's like this far, at least.
Yeah, and if it's in kilometers, it's even like...
Yeah, kilometers
bigger?
longer.
What's a kilometer again?
1.68 miles, or it's the other way around.
Something like that. As Malaysia, we don't use miles at all. So, you guys know where this is? Is it around?
They have taken.
It was stolen.
They have taken.
Oh, they've taken it. Well,
There is no V.
well, the GG then. So might as well talk about the upcoming game here. As I'm looking at the players, they're still probably discussing on what they want to do.
Yep.
And the draft is good. Like, if you were a coach here, Wolf, like, what would you say to your players for Onyx?
For Onyx, all right.
Because I feel like Team Liquid, just do whatever you want.
I gotta tell them that they have to relax and just focus on winning their matchups, as you have mentioned, and also just hit your spells. Maybe something good comes along. Because I feel like when you put so much pressure to your team at this stage in the game, they might just mess up it even further because they're overthinking things.
So are you on board with me that the fact is that it's not exactly a draft issue completely. There's been spells missing. There's a skill diff happening. Not exactly that TLPH is playing amazingly, which they are, but Onyx does seem to be having some issues.
Oh yeah, for sure. And when it comes to their issues, here's the harsh reality about being a professional player, which is it doesn't matter what state that you're in, right? You could be sick. You could have a lot of things going on in the background, but at the world stage, you just got to show up. Speaking of, a bit of a fun fact here, but for Onyx Indonesia, quite a few times this has happened where if they have a big success in a previous international tournament, the next one kind of doesn't look good. It hasn't been 2 or 3 years. It's kind of been in that kind of route.
Yeah, they have just one.
You know what? I kind of feel like CC Immune took your headset, so you can chill a bit. Like Trex, have a conversation with me. I don't get to talk to my fellow American for a lot.
Well, we're a lot of miles apart.
Kilometers, but you know what? It is what is it, right? As we're looking at the players here,
like Fahrenheit, it's like 100. It's like
wait. Fahrenheit is you or me?
I'm Fahrenheit.
You're Fahrenheit.
You're Celsius.
I'm Celsius. There you go. I'm centimeters and you're inches.
Yes, exactly. You're centimeters and I'm inches.
Well, dude, we should all celebrate our differences, no?
Yes.
Yes. So let's see how we're gonna celebrate the differences between Onyx as well as Team Liquid here. Trex, you're my best friend here, so let's talk about Team Liquid. Is there any situation that they just change things up, get too creative, and then just end up like Onyx taking a game because they were doing too much?
You want my biased or unbiased opinion?
Unbiased.
Doesn't really matter because either way they're gonna stomp. It's all the same at this point. The reality is it would be nice if Onyx took a game or two at this point.
Yeah.
That's what I am hoping for. But Team Liquid, what I was worried about them in the beginning through Swiss stages, they were playing almost too Filipino. They were playing too passive. They were playing too safe. And now they're getting back to that Liquid Stampede, Echo Express. What we've known to grow and love them for is they are the best of both worlds when it comes to play style. And they are in that mode right now in the top 8. And Onyx has to be able to face two sides of the coin when going up against this team.
Yeah, it's very dangerous when Team Liquid gets that sambal, them spices, the nasi uduk, nasi padang. It really changes your DNA, your chemistry, your biology, your language, sometimes even your hair.
So like if they win here in Indonesia again, is that the key?
I mean, like, they won it here before.
Exactly. That's the only time they've won it here before.
Maybe that's the secret. Everywhere they go, they actually have sambal. They just don't tell us. Whenever they need to be aggressive, it's like, hey, coach, you got them red stuff. Right? Something red, something orange. But ladies and gentlemen, we're about to jump into the draft here. Let's look at the map. It looks like it's going to be broken walls. If it's difficult for Kyrie to play in the jungle, oh my goodness, it's going to be more difficult now, Trex.
All right, so first pick is over to Oh no, last ban over to TL. Sora is banned out this time, which makes a huge difference in what we're going to see because the past few games, it has gone through. Claude gone as well. Grok on the field. Do we think we see something like a Grok up front here from Onyx? Cho? I don't know. I think you go for something more group crowd control. With the way that TL's been playing, the Cho, Keyboy, I mean, I think you need something that can really stiff arm the advance of TL. Something that can slow them down.
But it's banned out by themselves. Maybe a Yuzhong, but it's also banned.
So banned, yeah.
Grok?
Yeah, Grok maybe.
Or just Farza YSS, okay.
Essentially, this is so scary because you could just go, well, Hilda is not available, but TL could just go for Khalid eventually.
Or TL just take away the Cho now.
Lancelot Cho. Yeah, Lancelot Cho might be a...
Cho Farza?
Or Cho Farza.
Cho Farza looks so good. Like Onyx, I really feel like go back to the most basic thing and get winning lanes. Like I feel like once you see the Farza,
Yep.
I kind of feel like take the prio side leaders. I don't know because it's difficult to go up against OHEP and Sanford. Even if you get a counter matchup, they still somehow win.
Well, I think with the Sora gone right now, there's not exactly like prio offlane. You want to go for counterplay. The Esmeralda, though, what I do like about it is we know OHEB can play it. If they have to, they can use it elsewhere. Most likely going to the gold lane, though. But still, the option is very open, right?
This kind of tells me that Team Liquid really wants to put JP0 onto the second phase, which also it has worked in the previous games though. So Oni cannot easily just pick up the Cho here because of the presence of the Esmeralda. I think the Grok is gonna be better.
Yes.
You also have that Hylas to protect your team. That's gonna be for Keyboy. However, maybe they just deprioritize Keyboys here now. I think they just might go for EXP. Maybe get they go Kalea. And maybe Violet Lunox. This is really scary. But Team Liquid can just go can go back to the Lancelot, I feel like. I don't think they're a team that will go for the Leomord, especially in this scenario where there's a Lunox and a Kalea. You might want to go for an Assassin here, Hayabusa, or the Lancelot. There you go.
That's how they beat him in the first game.
Yeah.
Carl TZ felt comfortable against the YSS with it. Coming into second phase of bans, though. So both sides we still need a roam for the side of TL, so does Onyx just kind of, you ban out the Grok here, you ban out some of those options?
Yeah,
Gatotkacha, I guess.
Right now, I feel like TL is in such a good position, it really is just on Onyx. So most of my questions will be closely related to Onyx. So first of all, how do you feel about the first three picks here, Wolf, the Yisunshin, Lunox, and Kalea?
The Yisunshin and Lunox, I really like. Kalea, it's just the slot where the Kalea is right now, which I'm scared of because Team Liquid can draft accordingly, but they can also just ban out Zingers that will eventually counter the Kalea, like the Gatotkacha, for example. So to answer your question, I like it actually. I think this is much better than the first three picks of Onyx in games 1 and 2.
So what about you, Trex? What does Onyx really do not want to deal with just to make sure this first three picks is not going to be disturbed?
Oh man,
you got to look at JP's hero?
I mean, I think you definitely look at JP's hero. The Hilda is already gone. Again, I think the Grok could be a problem. Anything hyper-aggressive, you get rid of maybe the... So they did ban out Gatotkacha here, and then maybe just get rid of the Grok next and keep it simple?
Yeah. Grok Farsa, though, that's going to be scary.
What if Onyx throws a curveball? Because they have done this before. They put the Lunox on the gold lane.
Yeah.
I'm not saying it's a great idea, but because they have done it before, we do have to talk about it.
Yeah.
I mean, if the hand gets shown of Esmeralda being in the gold lane, but the problem is TL gets final pick, so it's very hard. They have to make that call preemptively, essentially.
You know what? What if Team Liquid picks up Chip?
Yeah, that would be trouble.
That would be a lot of trouble for Onyx, especially if it's going to be
because their mid trio is kind of selfish in their own defenses.
Yep, that's right. Kalea as well as Lunox. There's the Lapu Lapu being banned out.
They leave the Grok open.
Let's see. Uranus is also open. They can actually... Oh, it's panned.
Yeah. Yeah, I know the monitor shifting is it's something to deal with, you know?
Yeah, it's hard to deal with.
Yeah.
Okay, Arlet is left, Terizla's left, but you want to pick that up now if you are TL? Actually,
yeah, Sanford has used quite a few heroes to glue as well. They picked up the Alice here.
And I can really see, because what happens now is that you don't have a luxury of side laners now for Onyx. What do you pick up against these two heroes? You need some sandbag and you also need that damage. I think Ranger might be an option for them.
I kind of want to see Onyx kind of like have a lot of crowd control here because they only have a single lock.
Yeah.
I want to see just a little bit more. But that's
Ranger Terizla, man. I think they don't have any choice.
Terizla. We haven't seen a Ruby in a really long time. It goes well with the YSS.
Oh, you're right. That could be good. Maybe you take the maybe get Khalid. Edith, how about Edith though? Is it something that Onyx like loot pick and play? CC, by the way. Oh no, it's bad.
Yeah, you just got to.
There it is.
You just got to get used to the monitor facing
the monitor
away.
bans. It really actually glares the bans. I cannot see it.
I've been waiting like 30 games for this Ruby pick right here because I feel like it still works well, especially against a double fighter off lane.
Yeah.
Because what they want to do is all jump on you and Ruby slows that pressure down.
Hylos might be the option here for Team Liquid, but I do want to see a chip. It might be so spicy. There you go. It's a Hylos.
Hey, you gotta go with the low and easy, what's it called? Low hanging fruit. Like if it's obviously a high loss, just pick up a high loss.
Yeah.
So Trex, is there a chance Oni can extend this?
Because I'm a Ruby fan, I think there is. I think there is a chance. I'd give it like 35 to 65.
Yeah. Well, I'm not good at numbers. What does that tell us?
That tells me that they have a better chance in this game compared to the previous two games.
Okay. I'm still not all that good in numbers. There's a scissor here. Well, this is potentially the final game between Onyx going up against TL. Will TL drop Onyx in their own home turf? We're throwing it over to the casters for this one.
You know what? I'm not good at numbers either, LaFell. And that's why I'm right here, joining with the boys, Leo and Mirko. We're bringing it in Game 3. It's match point right now for Team Liquid. Two champions once again that started this all out and has been dominant so far for the champions from the Philippines. Gentlemen, are we thinking the same things here with the draft?
If we did not watch the first two games, worrying about the mental of Onyx right now, then yes, I'd even up those numbers. I'd say it's a 60-40 in favor of Onyx. I really like this draft.
But the thing is, the first two games happened, and in game number 2, it was honestly quite brutal to see Onyx panic the way they did in the base defense. Skylar hitting a wall, going for the Valkyrie's descent. Keyboy flickering, trying to really look for a way to drag him, but unable to. So they are on easier to execute compositions now, on easier to execute heroes. It's back to the basics, even the Ruby, something that we haven't seen in a while, getting to the hands of Skylar
Not
again.
just easier, I'd say even at an advantage. You're looking at Keyboy, who is holding on for dear life and can hold on to these softies. I'm looking at Carl DZ, I'm looking at Sanji Hill. There might even be a world where he holds on to Sanford, hits him with a Tsunami Slam when he's not ready, because again, you have to scale up. You have to get the right items on Sanford for him to, you know, literally be CCMU. They catch JP.
Oh man, Revitalize can be popped instantly now as JP still able to sustain back up. And that's it. Onyx just want to bait out the Revitalize. But the thing is, they're getting poked down. That lethal ignition take down on Sans.
Yeah, that's part of it. Take down the Revitalize. They even have to work through 2 Purifies over there on the side of TL. That's something they can work on. You see the emblems here coming through. Yeah, you're going to have a lot of crowd control. And I have to agree with the panel, you know, when Trex was saying, like, bring out the Ruby, bring out some crowd control to go ahead and compliment Keyboy on this Kalea, who traditionally, this hero, the Kalea, does really good at setting things up, obviously, and then the sustainability that comes with it built into the kit. So they've got to be able to play around this potential. JP?
Well, Revitalize this time around. Mana Chakra locks him down with help of Keyboy, but JP stood alive for quite a bit. Carl TZ looking to play now with a Thorn Rose, but it's actually a bit too aggressive. Keyboy gets away, gets Sans back to a comfortable spot too, but look at Sanford already holding in the turtle. Sans going in over on O'Head. He might be able to get them down completely. Skylar walking up now. Keyboy gonna go in as well. It's a double flicker from Skylar and Keyboy. But O'Head getting pulled back by the Alpha Friend. It's on a ruin.
There you go! CC Immune coming in. Knocks up the trade for Keyboy. They fight Skylar even after he hits the flicker. And Lutpi cannot catch Sanji.
Dark Wave on 2, that's gonna be Inferno Pursuit, the puncture away to Thorn Rose, locking him down, and it's JP with the DPS taking him out.
It looked so good for Onyx for a minute there, but then it all fell apart. And they're going to be zoned off this turtle with Sans.
Doing a lot of damage over on Sanford, but he's able to flick around now. Kyrie jumps in with the traces, and a mountain shocker is the retry in for Kai! And now it's JP to fall! Sans gets the last kill in the skirmish.
And there's the counter punch, man. When I was saying it looked so good, well, Onyx took it back and said, here we go, we'll make it look good.
It's all Onyx. After the first turtle, Liquid, what they're looking at is off-timing engagements. Onyx has better uptime in this draft. They're 2,000 gold up at 3 minutes. This is dangerous waters Liquid swimming in.
And for the first time, no joke, Nice Leo, for the first time today, we hear the Sonics roaring as JP falls again.
Roaring,
needed it.
Roaring with purpose.
Yeah.
They were roaring before the match even began, but now they're roaring in celebration. They can celebrate the fact that the mid lane has been won. They can celebrate the fact that Ludwig can freely leave the EXP lane because Sanford is still on wave clear duty. So that means that's taken care of. Up top though, that might be where Liquid can find a little bit of breathing room. Between the Esmeralda and the Ruby and the Esmeralda, Ohem can dance around, threaten something from Skylar, and then leave. They actually are still at the 50-50. This is the only lane, I think, that Liquid can hold on and say, can we do something here? That's why JP is kind of scouting out, and they send up Sans.
Yeah, Donor Wolf King now. Sans under turret though, goes in for Brilliant. Skylar's still able to sustain, but the Glorious Pathway is right there. No kill, just yet for Onyx and for TL.
And that's why you were just saying that. You know, Onyx knows that exact compilation up top. They have to go ahead and deal with it. But they tried to make a play, it didn't happen. But they did get a Purify out, so that's something for them. It was a great response from TL. But now, with this bit of a lead that Onyx has built themselves, they're in a good position to go ahead and get control of the next objective. Yeah, they secured the first one. It was a little messy, a little chaotic, but that's fine because this lineup also allows them to kind of take these fights. Again, with a Kalea on your side, your sustainability can be there. You can see them fighting for the position here. TL in their own position. They want to fight for it.
Glorious Pathway by JP. Falling Sun would lock it down. Lutfi now as JP's going to be caught low. Throwing a Ruin on 4, but there's not much damage coming through as Carl Teasy is able to secure the turtle. Tsunami Slam.
Liquid with the body block, securing the turtle for Carl Teasy. Down goes Sanford, down goes JP. Sanji follows through. The Sky King is angry. Order in the court.
You might have gotten the turtle, but we got the kills, and now they continue to put the pressure here. In that mid lane, Sans will be fine. TL holds on to the tier 1 in the mid.
So the one way Liquid did that is through sheer threat of damage. And their main source of reliable damage right now is Sanji. Sanji got the pop off, a good amount of salvos from feather airstrikes in that engagement, more than he had all game long, 5 minutes in. So what is the trick? Onyx has just better vision right now. Mountain Shocker, almost guarantees that Sanji cannot pick a good brush to fire from. But look at this 1v1. This is a dream come true for a lot of fans watching.
Yeah, but
not gonna break out.
Carl knew something was off, man. There's no way Kyrie wants a 1v1 like this. Someone is definitely in the vicinity and he spots. Well, he didn't spot, but he sniffed Lutfi out.
Yeah, not gonna happen there. Again, they want to fight mid.
Only starting one of the Glorious Path we used together as Sanford walks up as well. The Brilliance aggressively with a feathered airstrike, not doing too much as Skylar rotates into mid, but again, it's just a feint from both teams.
It seems like the Stallion sense is something that all members of Liquid share.
SS.
The fact that there was Skylar coming through the side lane and then, wait, they're fighting this. They're fighting this. We shouldn't be going in. Man, all right, despite it being a good position, we shouldn't overcommit. Again, we are still down 3,000 gold.
This is the first time the win rate prediction is favored Onyx.
Realme knows what's up.
Realme knows what's up.
That's math you can follow right there, right, from Realme. So 10 seconds up for this last turtle. 1-for-1 right now in terms of turtles for both teams. But right now, Onyx has been winning these fights.
Oh, yeah.
And look at this, TL wants to get a position.
Walks up, dashes through. That's going to be the stun from JP to lock him down, but now Dark Wave lands on 2. No in front of pursuit just yet as Lutfi holds it in. Sanford, opponent's angle in front of pursuit finally with I'm offended as well with the Glorious Pathway used up, and the following Sunwood comes out with Revitalize as well, but Carl wins out the retry. Thunder Ruin on 1. Sans,
who turtles over the Team Liquid, but Kyrie continues the onslaught, finding 2, serving up 1 to Sans.
Kai in the back with a double. Now it's Carl and Ohem running for the hills, and Kai wants to go for the traces, will be able to find the angle, now goes on to the goal, that's an offended. Kyrie with a maniac.
They will wipe out The Cavalry Team Liquid, for the first time in the series, feels it here in Game 3.
Baby Cakes reeling. No farm for Oheb. No farm for Carl Teasy. Sanji can't even stand 2 seconds with the feathered airstrike. This is looking like Onyx have woken up.
Oh man, I'll say
too late.
Yeah. Well, good thing it's a best of 5.
If they take it a game at a time, it's not too late.
They started with capping out this game, getting it secured. Right now, man, Kyrie, I feel like, has woken up. 8-0-5 on this YSS.
Not a real KDA line.
Hey, man.
8-0-5 in 8 minutes. Feathered airstrike. Start up, cancel just as quickly. The answer, Mountain Shocker, Liquid, back out of here.
All right. We're under a minute away from this Lord to come up here. Things are settling into place. Team Liquid drastically trying to catch up.
Thing is, Nice Leo, the last time these two met, it was in the semifinals of MSC 2025, and it was the same story. Team Liquid started up 2-0, Onyx getting 1 game in, and then it ended with a 3-1. Now that's why I'm asking, is it too late? Because it's a best of 5, but if you only get going now, Team Liquid, they've yet to adapt.
They're already going.
Exactly.
So they don't stop at this point. Even with this, again, for the first time throughout the series, you see TL down this much against Onyx. They've turned games around before, but right now it's a complete control fest for Onyx to deal with this. They're on this side of the jungle of TL. Are they going to force a fight for the purple buff? Glorious Pathway.
Skylar already using that earlier. I'm offended by the airstrike coming out. Keyboy instantly canceling it out. Now it's Sanford is still in the midst of it all. Throwing a row in from Sanford. Doesn't land on most of them.
They do take a lot of damage. Down he goes. Punished hard by Kyrie. They do trade out 2 for free. Onyx are running right through Liquid.
They're going to take this tier 2 turret down. That was a team fight that they wanted to force TL under. They went for it. They tried to make it happen. I mean, they used a lot of ultimates and even battle spells to fight it out, but they lost it.
Look, when you're down almost 10,000 gold,
what do you do?
Your mistakes are super punishable.
Yep.
You can see Skylar again. What was that? I'm offended early. It doesn't matter. That might have just been a false gleam of hope for Liquid to overcommit.
And it's because of Lutpi. He has stepped up immensely in this game. Look at those dark waves. It really staggers you. It's not like a big CC ability, but it stops you from moving for just a second. And against this kind of composition, with so much damage output, just a second, just a millisecond will count. And you can really see how the frontliners can't handle that damage. They can't walk through. They can't try to look for any stuns.
I can't even see frontliners. That's what Liquid is right now. They're just a big ball of mush that Onyx are running through.
Lord charging in. That's going to be a dash for the Tsunami. Snap into the all-in onto him. That Sanford would throw in a ruin, but it only lands onto again. As San's able to dash away with brilliance. Now JP falling. Lutpi jumping around.
Sanford falls. It's all Onyx so far. Oh, but look at the HP bars. Kyrie gets shut down by Carl, but Carl falls. It's just Sanji left. The Lone Stallion facing off against 4.
For the first time in this series, the Cavalry will fall. Sanji taken out. It's a wipeout for the Sky Kings. They have a cannon minion in mid, and they will end it. The first strike for Onyx.
Onyx, Indonesia, come alive. First point on the board.
They desperately needed it in this series, and man, I'll tell you what, if you guys could hear the stadium erupt off this win, the morale boost for them might carry through the series, but it's just 1 game under the belt of Onyx. They still need 2 more to make it happen, and this is a check for TL to kind of readjust. They need to go ahead and readjust some things here desperately and in this game, because again, it was a tough one.
Again, Nice Leo, panel. This is something we've been talking about all the way from Swiss. It always seems like they're overthinking the drafts. It always seems like they're trying to go for the highest execution comps available instead of prioritizing simplicity when you have the players that you do. You have Kyrie, Keyboy, Sans, Lutpi, Skylar. You have the best team form in MPLID history. Yet you try to overthink, you try to go the extra mile when you don't have to. Play around your players.
And it seems like Onyx comfort trumps Liquid's comfort, at least in this game. And they can take it a game at a time to take us all the way, possibly. Not out of the woods just yet. It's 2-1, and Liquid's turn to adapt. It's their turn to evolve.
I was hoping that we would get a 5-game series, and this is a step in the right direction for that to happen. Let's throw it over to the panel to break down Game 3.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. And I gotta say, Trex as well as Wolf, if this tells me anything, right, it reminds me back all the games in Swiss. And I feel like when the meta is like this, the #1 priority is gonna be Shred, right? The Lunox, the CC, whoever can take down front lines, that's the key in every draft right now.
And something that paired up so well with that was the heavy crowd control to give them that ability. Having something like the Ruby, having the Phobius in the offlane, able to hold TLPH still enough to where they can shred through.
I really like the first 3 picks coming up from Onyx Indonesia. We did say that it was a really good first 3 picks. For them, it's one of their better choices in the past 3 games. But the way that they executed it is kind of reminiscent of how Onyx ID has been dominant in their local leagues. And if they play like this, they're so confident, they are decisive, and they are always fast when it comes to the trigger.
Yeah.
It will mean that it will be difficult for Team Liquid to react. Team Liquid have chosen to go for this Alice plus the Lancelot, which has been successful before, but you can really feel how slow it could get if the enemy has gotten the first few turtles over them.
I wonder if the coach is like, you know what? Don't imagine you're fighting against TLPH. Just imagine you're fighting against TLID.
Yeah.
And then gave them the confidence like, yeah, let's just kill him. Easy. TLID. Shout out to TLID and their
I'm not going to add anything to that, but I do know that that is a good mentality, actually.
Yeah, exactly.
Because you can just erase that aura that they exude. You know for sure that Team Liquid Philippines is a force to be reckoned with, but if you think about it as just any other team and execute accordingly, be comfortable in your own skin, you can actually be successful, and that's what we saw in that previous game. We saw how decisive Onyx ID can get if they do have their signature heroes. Keyboy on a catch type hero. You can see Suns on the shred type of heroes, which will now make it so that even when the Alice is tanky enough, or if there's a frontliner like Nihailos, nobody is safe from the DPS that can come out from Suns.
Well, I'm not comfortable in my own skin. What about you, Trex?
I'm very comfortable in my own skin.
I can see why.
Because
a lot of advantages.
You're driving miles. You measure with inches.
There's a lot of advantages. Either ways, I'm not going to continue that one. We're going to be looking at the MVP here. Honestly, even I don't know who the MVP is going to be.
Kyrie had amazing.
They hear from the official, hey, it's Sans. And here's the thing, he 100% deserves it because Kyrie had an amazing game. Got a Maniac, a very good KDA, but I really feel like without this Lunox, it was not possible. If Lunox gets banned out somehow, they got to figure something else out.
5-0 and 14. Somebody has to keep track on how much kills per minute these two teams can do in their games and show us how good the Brawl meta is. But if you are playing like Suns in this particular game, going in for full penetration, full damage, and of course, playing so well because of how fast your teammates are also looking, it means that your GPM will really shoot up. Even when you're a mid laner, even when you're technically a support for your team. Suns, I think that this guy, when I do all my dream team, when I interview a lot of pro players out there, and when I do my tier list, Suns' name will always come up, and he will always be considered as one of the best players out there. So far, the entirety of M7, this might be the only game where we can say that, yeah, finally, the Suns that we are all looking up to has now returned.
Yeah, not only does he pick a hyper-aggressive build, but also into his emblems, cooldown, Wilderness Blessing, wanting to move around and use skills as much as possible. And that was the goal here, pressure quickly and end the game faster.
Yeah, we're looking at the highlights here, and this is basically where Onyx ID, they're just saying like, what are we best at? And that's fighting. So let's just get a draft. We're fighting all the time. And I want to go back all the way from game 1 where I said what I want to see is they get a draft where they can fight at any moment, right? You don't really have to think, oh, we need conditions A, B, and C. We just go in and then hope for the best. And this is what I'm getting at with this kind of draft. The only, quote unquote difficult thing is really Kyrie. You want to make sure you're positioned well, you want to get your items. Everyone else, as long as I see someone, they're dying.
I really got to give it up to the Kalea, the Ruby, and the Phobius. I think we're focusing a lot on Kyrie and Sans, but realistically, I think this heavy crowd control, triple crowd control meta in their hands is what really sealed the deal on this game. It completely puts a stop to the stampede that TLPH wants to bring, and we saw TLPH try to dive in a few times and just get immediately stopped in their tracks and taken out.
I mean, as a roamer, I love stunts, so I'm not going to argue with you on that one. What about you, Wolf?
Yeah, you see also that not only do they have multiple stun composition, they also have a winning composition in their side lanes. Obviously, the Ruby does not outright win against the Esmeralda. In fact, some people will even argue that Esmeralda is better, but you don't lose your lane, unlike in the previous games where the side lanes of Onyx ID were struggling.
Yeah. Looking at the itemization here, this is a pretty quick one. 11 minutes and 14 seconds. 21 kills to 5. If there's any game that they are comfortable, this is definitely one of them. But again, just like how our casters were talking about it, is that Onyx has now figured it out. But for Team Liquid, they've been playing standard. But now after seeing what Onyx did, it's on them to adjust. And I don't know, like,
yeah,
the Lunox will be a question mark whether Sans will get it again. I do want to see if Onyx, without that Lunox, what other shred options do they have?
You're definitely risking it. I mean, they could, I still think a Farza or something like that could do decent with this composition as long as they have protection around them.
Yeah.
My mind really goes into they were able to protect Kyrie and Sans. And as long as they can protect them, gold lane, maybe damage gold lane isn't as important. They don't need damage on anywhere else but Kyrie and Sans, and then it's just protect the guy with the ball, you know?
Yeah, I think for Onyx, maybe if the Lunox eventually gets banned or if it's like useless in the game. For example, there are no tanky heroes from Team Liquid that will make the Lunox powerful. Maybe a hero like the Lilia might appear for Onyx, or maybe even a Selena, with two heroes that are really good when it comes to compositions that don't require you to shred through, just unlimited amount of poke you're looking for, and at the same time, Sans plays it well.
Let me just say, because of this game, also gives another reason why I prefer picks like Ruby, like Phoveus, like Arlet over a Uranus. I know Uranus is strong. You kind of can't kill the guy, but at the same time, don't you just love all this crowd control, knock-up, displacement?
Yep.
That makes the game cooler.
I'm a fan over a lot of picks over Uranus all the time.
Most of the casters are pretty Uranus haters, huh?
I mean, I know I am.
I'm not. I'm a Uranus enjoyer.
I know.
I even prefer Hylos because at least he has one stun.
See,
and he can
you can use Petrify.
Petrify
wait,
what?
Can
Petrify
you,
Uranus?
Petrify Uranus.
Do you know on the Hayabusa, if you use Ogi Shadow Kill and Petrify, all of the people that got caught will get petrified.
Because they're all so close to you?
It's kind of like the same as Benedetta, you know?
Maybe if you have the macro that Realme,
But then what lane would you play it in?
No, see, in my game of Brawl, that's the only time I was able to execute, and I'm like, oh, so that's how it works. Okay.
I find it hard to believe, but maybe you had the AI actually. I feel like.
Look, let me just say, if at any point Hayabusa gets some kind of revamp, where Muntan is saying, you know what, we want Hayabusa to be a support mid laner. Maybe. We'll see. But yeah, at least it's not a 3-0. So now it's looking much more competitive because again, this is going to be an elimination match. And I believe when you're the champion, you kind of don't want to go down. But hey, before we even talk about that, we got to talk about our good friend. Because visiting us is here V, the cheerful buddy at the heart of Visa's biggest cultural moments. So, you know what, V, let me just ask you, do you have anything to say to the fans? Kumusta ang pagalang ko ay V? Ako ay mula sa Visa, ang brand na nagunay sa buong mundo, at ako ang inyong mapagkakatiwalang mascot. Ang aking tungkulin ay tulungan kayong magbayad ng mabilis, ligtas, at matalino. Pas mimili paglalakbay o malilit na gastuin sa araw-araw. Kasama si V, lagi kayong panatag,
Kaya naman sama-sama nating simulan ang mas praktikal at mas masayang cashless na buhay hanggang sa muli. So that's how it sounds like if Naisu is saying that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Naisu.
Did you feel like
you actually sound like Naisu? I mean, you.
Yeah, V actually sounds like Naisu.
Actually sound like Naisu.
Tagalog with a mix of
built like him too, like
Florida.
The Florida energy.
Where are you from again?
Inches energy.
Where are you from again?
Florida. Oh.
Yeah, from Seattle.
Yeah, yes, actually from Florida. Actually.
Yeah.
That is a real state. Yeah.
So it's a combination of the Philippines and Alabama. Shout outs to V, guys. He's the real MVP, and Visa is our official payment partner. Honestly, amazing. Even CC Immune made a quick debut there to spot with V. Where is he? Come back in.
There you go.
There you go.
Vanuya.
Ignore that he doesn't have a body. Yeah. Other than that, this is the perfect thumbnail for the M7 World Championship.
That's right.
Honestly.
All right, so take
one of the two things that we really like about the M7 World Championship, Sanford and V.
We love both. Both are amazing. I kind of feel like with the shred and crowd control kind of conversation, I actually want to talk a little bit more about the crowd control. But before that, we got to talk about the MLBB Academy, which has been fully upgraded. And here's the thing, you guys can get personal weekly reports to understand your strength and weaknesses, along with a complete match history. So every big moment is recorded. You can also rate the trending topics and share your perspective. Like, for example, we can have the topic, which one is more important, the shred or the crowd control? And you guys can contribute by letting us know what you guys think. The MLBB Academy is where you watch matches and understand your growth in MLBB. Now, the question is, where can you guys catch that? Well, you can check it out on the mobilelegends.com/academy. And of course, something to talk about as well is Magic Chess Go Go. Like, I gotta say, I'm a go banger, you know? I go, I bang. And for you guys, from now up until the 8th of February, reach level 45 in the Go One Pass to unlock the Yuzong Emerald Dragon for free. Purchase the Go One Pass to instantly unlock Yuzong's Go One skin, the Dragon Shade, and reach level 75 to unlock Yuzong's Prime skin, the Cosmic Dragon. And along the track, you guys can get the Yuzong piece as well to eventually upgrade all the way to 3 stars. So make sure you guys go while we bang. Speaking of crowd control, right? If not for the Ruby, what other gold laners that can actually contribute that? In ID, it was the Cho. I haven't seen Cho gold just yet.
Yeah, but are they going to ban a Ruby? I think the Ruby will.
I feel like
at least one more game. At least one more game, Ruby will slip through.
You know what? Maybe. Right now, I love streamers, right? So I want to see who is the top 3 co-streamers in terms of PCU viewers here on M7. And looks like it's a Zay Casting Channel and the CEO of Alter Ego, as well as Sitya Wande. I actually thought, I didn't thought that Code Delwyn would actually have higher than Sitya Wande.
That's 396,000, but
almost 400,000, yeah.
That deserves a double. Double is in the chat for all these streamers, man. They're keeping it.
Shout out to CEO of Alter Ego. He really needs to get that king crab for the boys.
Yep.
I think Zay Casting is a Myanmar
maybe
caster, and that's what. Like I saw something about him. He's been killing it, watching all the YG games and everything. So the Myanmar fans have been showing up.
And of course, again, shout outs to Mas Ade. Probably going to be hanging out with Mars, so we'll see how that one goes. But now I'm back to the question here. And yeah, as you said, there's a high probability that the Ruby will be ignored for at least another game. But if they do that, it will be match point for Onyx ID as well. And if Onyx ID wins this one, that's going to be a very interesting situation. They're not looking at you, by the way, so you could miss. You could miss? Okay, you didn't miss.
You did not miss. Yeah, and something that will definitely not miss is if we actually go to game number 5. But then again, it's going to be dependent on the draft. I think any other team out there, particularly Team Liquid, would wish that this will end at 4 games. But obviously, we gotta have to look for our draft first.
All right, so we saw Onyx finally put some hope in the fans, hope in themselves. Now I know the talk has been all shred, but still for me, I think crowd control is the key here. They need to find an answer to the advance of TL, and as long as they can do that, it's gonna be huge. Now let's jump into game number 4's draft. LaFell, anything big you're looking for here?
Nope.
Well, not even me and you right now. It's me and you, big boy.
I guess. For expanding rivers, I would want to see a lot of action. Sora being banned out, Team Liquid at the first phase. Might go for, are gonna be eyeing for Eve if it will not be banned out by Onyx.
Yeah.
But then again, they can always just go for the Luigi. So maybe they will still go for the Isenshin first pick, Team Liquid.
Yeah, they are up front this time on blue side. Eve gets banned out.
Sora. Oh, sorry, Ben. Sorry.
Sora's banned.
I think you would want to go Isenshin now if you're Team Liquid. That's what that is the trend that we have seen from both of these teams. But you also have the Claude, which so far has not been the priority for any other series, but in this particular series, it's Oheb and Skylar.
It's kind of like the teams are saying, boo, Marksman, boo, boo.
Well, they banned it in game 1, right?
That's right. So I think this is just between Isenshin or
Boo-ish.
Claude.
Well, there's the Claude.
There's the Claude.
Can we see Skylar on that Freya, but this time actually making it work?
Yep, decent Shin and or Leomord Freya could be good, but Yisen Shin or actually Cho Freya would be good. Okay.
Hey, if it works, right?
I think you can even go as far that second phase if it's open. Just pick up the Ruby against the Claude again.
I agree.
Anytime it dives in, boom, catch it for a second.
That's right. Team Liquid though, what if they pick up the Luyi this time with the Claude? That's a good combo.
Yep,
And
very
then
annoying.
Maybe they don't go Lancelot anymore. Maybe they're the ones to go for the Leomord. So Leomord Luyi, that could be a good pickup, but at the same time, this could be as simple as a... Okay! Fred and Varsa.
Rock?
No, you don't necessarily want to go Kalea here.
Is it crazy for them to go for something like a CC?
It's not crazy at all because they really like that hero.
And it's good against the Fred. In a way, you can deal with the Claude. They go for the Grok.
Go for the Grok. I think it gives you some turtle priority once you get to level 4. It helps. It's one of the few heroes that can get up close and personal with the Fredrin and still crowd control him without getting taunted. I think it's a decent answer to the Fredrin and the Farza. So you get kind of 2 answers here.
Yeah.
I still, if possible, I want some kind of diver, maybe like a Lapu, just to make sure that Sanji does not have a good time. But again, if it's not broken, why fix it? If they want to go for Phobius, Ruby, or any kind of crowd control of that nature, then I think it's still going to be all right. Oh, they banned the Lapu. Honestly, that's pretty good too.
Okay, because this is the Exodia lineup from Team Liquid. They eventually will just get somewhere along the lines of a Hylos, of a if against the Grok, they will pick up typically the Hilda. Hilda is actually pretty good here for Team Liquid. And I'm sure that
Onyx maybe bans it?
Yeah, Onyx just needs to ban it. But what else? You don't have the Yuzhong. Maybe Esmeralda could be the ban here for Coach Ali, or maybe Alice.
Yeah, considering that they do have the Lunangs, I kind of don't want them to ban all these tanky heroes, Uranus, Esme, and such.
Yeah.
Especially if they want it, they can take it for themselves. Esme, not Uranus.
Or maybe they're
But they banned out
gonna Hilda. I think that's such a good ban. The alternative for Team Liquid typically will be the Khalid up against this Grok, but you also have that Gatotkacha. In fact, Team Liquid can even go back to the Arlet for Sanford.
I think we see the Ruby again.
Actually, I'm kind of worried about that because TL could go for that Arlet, and if TL does not have a good game in, I would say, the first 6 minutes, then maybe Onyx can snowball just like in game number 3.
Yeah. They need to pick an XP lane that can also be played in the gold lane here to keep it really, really flexible. What else do you come with? I think they have to pick up the Alice now.
About Glue? Alice though, yeah, for Onyx you mean?
Yeah, for Onyx.
It's actually not bad.
Esmeralda can also work, but Alice might be the best option.
Anything solid with a little bit of crowd control, Esmeralda. And now they still have the flex option in the gold lane if they want to go fighter, depending on whether TLPH.
Arlet, I'm thinking Arlet here for Team Liquid. Arlet, and then
either Arlet Gatot or Arlet Khalid, both look pretty good.
Yep.
You know, for the first time, it feels like Onyx is ahead in some of these drafts. Like, they're actually the ones putting pressure on what TLPH needs to pick here. They found the magic answer, which is that YSS and that Lunox, and immediately puts them in this position of, oh, wait, we're now with the wheel.
Arlet Chip or Arlet Chip would be good as well, but I think the safest play is Gatotkacha and then the Arlet. Alice might also be an option for Team Liquid, but seeing as they already have the claw, they typically would want to go for something that can actually allow them to have a lot of plays. There's the Gatotkacha, and now they go to Rizla. I have been talking about this hero for the past few games, but now it's picked up. There is a potential for another shred here for Onyx. They can go carry.
Which it is a bit risky going up against the Farsa, but other than that, carry is pretty good. Skylar just dodges Fed the S-Strike, you know, it's not that hard.
It's not that hard.
Just dash away from the meteors.
Ruby's the safest option, but I feel like...
I still think, you keep it safe. I think you just go Ruby. I think you just rely on Kyrie and Loopy to output the damage.
I'm okay with Ruby. I like Ruby. She's actually pretty nice.
But they can also go Uranus, actually. Oh,
this is a Gold Lane Lunox. Gold Lane Lunox. Again, this is
worth it.
This is why I bring it up. I mean, here's the thing. That Gold Lane Lunox was very unfair for the opponent. If Skylar can replicate that, ooh boy. In fact, not ooh boy. Ooh. Oh, you guys are not going to reply to that? You guys are no fun. Either ways, Onyx against TL here. TL going back to the old-fashioned route. And now Onyx, they answer with this Luyi. They answer with the Gold Lane Lunox. Is this enough? Can this actually take down a TL? We're throwing it over to our casters, Mirko, Leo, as well as a Naisu. Now it's your ground.
We will take it away, and this is about as Uno reverse card as you can get through the draft here. That was great planning that we saw towards the end of the draft. I like it too, man. Again, this is still a do or die situation for Onyx. Yes, they had a dominating previous game, game 3. Can they keep it together here to get to a game 5?
I agree with the panel. Naisu, Leo, they were a step ahead finally in the drafts against TLPH. TLPH, I would say, they've been really dictating the entirety of the series in game 1, game 2. Then game 3 came along, a motivation booster, and somehow it also motivated Adi and CW because finally we're seeing some of those creative picks come back for Onyx. Already JP having to use Revitalize.
This is very emblematic of their performance in game number 3. You try to steal away these little resources from JP, and you take away the early playmaking advantages Liquid is known for. Sans,
the wall
Sans flying away.
Oh! The last one didn't land, man. But again, that's a flicker and a Revitalize now.
Just gonna say another resource taken out. You know, I'm sure Sanji was a little worried there too himself. We'll take a look at the emblems here for this match again across the board. You still got that Terizla there, a little bit of reduced cooldowns for him, but still nonetheless the same tanky Terizla. I know Wolf was mentioning the Terizla plus that Gatotkacha there, so they come through, and this is going to be mainly that front line that obviously helps the Fredrin in the hands of Carl TZ. This is going to be a much different game for Carl TZ, but it's not a foreign game, man. He's played the Fredrin so many times up to this point.
In this very stadium with a Fredrin in his hands, he won his 2nd World Championship. Let's talk about the Gold Lane matchup. A genius stroke here by Onyx to switch it up. We could have sworn mid lane was going to be Lunox.
Oh, Will with the turtle up. They're going to go for the control here, so both Gold Lane are staying up top, but Keyboy not having the tech charge just yet. They're going to have to fight for this.
Shocker from Kai. JP already using Revitalize very, very early on as Carl holds onto it. Sanford is getting poked down to a quarter of his health, but it goes and regions back to half. Carl claims the turtle for free. Onyx do not want no smoke.
Our panel referred to this in a couple of matches back, talking about how Liquid was playing very Filipino in the Swiss, but now they've reverted back, and to their advantage, look at this. They push Onyx deep into their tier 1. And I don't know how this whole readjustment of pace is going to affect the Sky Kings.
That's why I love best of fives, man. You know, when we get into a best of 5, you see very different kind of play styles and obviously compositions throughout those games, and that's been the story here so far. Now that we've got to game 4 with this, again, this is a bit of a different game plan for Team Liquid, and they can go ahead and play for mainly objectives, at least for right now, because, again, their ultimates that are going to be available for fighting into those objectives, especially when we get to Lord territory, is going to be a little bit tough for Onyx, I feel like, to deal with. You got to avoid the penalty zone, you got to avoid, of course, the feathered airstrike constantly, and then trying to get away or run away from an AOG from JP are all part of the plan. But even on the flip side, Onyx has a lot of utility themselves. A tech charge, man, that's probably been one of the most impactful ultimates we have seen throughout M7. This Grok is sometimes unstoppable, man. And so in the hands of Keyboy, that's who you want it to be with. Keyboy is known to being a playmaker, and when he gets roams like this, these heroes, you can pretty much count on him to go ahead and set things up for Onyx to shine on.
All Liquid has to answer back is, in my opinion, that penalty zone. You can't rely on the AOG. The AOG is for re-engaging. The AOG is for saving the back line sometimes. Fortunately, OHEB has a Purify, something that they really didn't rock in the series prior. That ended in 11 minutes. So now Liquid understand, oh, Onyx is playing with fire. We have to respect what the Sky Kings have on the Tempo Breaker game. Turtle spawning, it's Lutpi just scouting out. I wonder if he knows that there's 4 here.
Yeah, it has to be a double whammy with the AOG, right? It has to be a penalty zone first, and then maybe an AOG. Turtles up. Looks like it could just go in the hands of TL here. They're looking for something else. Yeah, they're looking for a trade, but Sanford's able to escape there with a flicker out, even with the tech charge coming in. 2 turtles now for Team Liquid.
Taking it slow.
Yep.
Liquid is trying to step on the brakes and the clutch to change gears at the same time, while Onyx are just going by. Yes, we're not getting any kills, but in my opinion, if this continues, this should benefit the Cavalry. Because again, they're waiting for OHEB to come online.
This is the, you know, the old way of doing things, basically, when we were back in the utility meta.
The old way.
Yeah, it's the old way, right? It's going back to how things were with the Fredrin. Not the unbreakable they were looking for. Respect, dispersion, rotation. JP can be caught here, has the AOG, won't be cancelled, and he gets out with the Revitalize as well. All right, so he tried to make a play, not going to happen, able to get away, but also pop the Revitalize again, so there's a whole lot of that happening where, you know, Onyx gets something out. But again, look at this. The gold lead is pretty much gone. It's not really anything big.
Dissipated.
It's dissipated. Dude, this is the thing they want to watch out for, though. That first item from Skylar was the Divine Glaive. He's keeping up with OHEB in terms of gold, farming up. So if a fight does break out, Skylar is actually going to have enough damage on this Linux to kind of burst the right targets down if he needs to. So that's something why we're seeing why Team Liquid kind of wants to take things. OHEB.
Damage. Oh my god, he just popped OHEB!
Big damn!
Mountain Shocker and the last shot from Skylar picks up first blood for Onyx, and they transition into a possible conversion, but it won't happen because Sanji was there. Lutpi try to steal red tree from Carl.
Not even surprised. The most surprised person here is OHEB. He wasn't expecting Kyrie to be in that brush, and there's no amount of lifesteal nor regen from Demon Hunter Sword, which he doesn't even have yet at 6 minutes, that could save you from that kind of burst.
That's why I was saying, you know, Skylar picking up that Divine Glaive is just devastating to deal with. He is going to have some poke, though, but still, he's got to be cautious, and that's the whole game plan here for OHEB. Scale up, get to that Trinity. Usually, we have been seeing that before that 10-minute mark for them, but with this turtle coming up, AOG
with the airstrike now. Oh, so much damage on Sanji. He tries to go for the dispersion, but it's not enough to get him enough shielding to escape there. Sanford now holding the lines, has the penalty zone. Lutpi trying his best to create an angle for Kyrie to walk up now. Mountain Shocker lands on Sanford. A traceless back, Carl TZ on the turtle. This looks free. There's no way for Onyx to really walk in unless Keyboy gets a big tech charge, and that will happen. Perfect turtle for the GOAT.
A little bit of a silver lining on Liquid's part, given that they got 100% of the turtles. But still, that gold lane situation is just getting worse. They lost that tier 1, and they're going to have to find something else on the map. Keyboy, you're not going to survive. Tech charge gets a shield, he's fine.
Keyboy got away. Skylar caught in the midst of it all. Pops into Brilliance in time as Lutpi holds them down. Penalty zone from Sanford.
Looking for a taunt, not going to need it. Skylar falls. Liquid happy with what they got.
Well, they force
a fight or a response from Onyx. They get a couple of flickers down, and right now TL looks to continue to put pressure under there and between the tier 1 and tier 2 turret. But man, I'm surprised that Keyboy, you know, for the most part survived that. That was a kind of aggressive play from Sanford, but that's kind of what you expect here, especially when you're on a Terizla. So it's back to the basics right now as Oheb goes and farms up and continues to scale up.
Liquid now kick it into third gear. They're moving up in the world, no longer on scouting duty, again, despite, I think, one of their major problems, and they blast Skylar out of the sky!
What is going on here? The amount of burst. No, Sanford.
Tech charge. Getting on Sanford. It's Kyrie who picks up the kill, so it ends up being 1-1. But a taunt in the bottom lane lands on Lutpi. Oheb doesn't want to go in.
All right, what I'm saying, better that Liquid surprises Onyx, because Liquid has, compared to what Onyx is playing with, zero vision. What can you do? Throw a BMI into a bush? Randomly throw spells out of Sanji?
Yeah.
Send JP, send Carl, send Sanford to check these bushes? So no, compared to the Mount Shocker, compared to the random spells Sans can throw out, even Skylar's relatively free. Yeah. As long as you know that there's no crowd control in there, you can brilliance your way out of safety. So Team Liquid, vision is their #1 enemy, and I think for the past 8 minutes they've been battling that. Lost once again, that kill onto Oheb.
Yeah.
They deserve to do that. I think if they continue down this path, they should be fine.
Well, Lord's up here. Look at the rotation happening here on this side, though. They want to potentially try to make a play. JP's charging up the Unbreakable.
Uh-oh, Kai didn't be caught. Diversion trying to get him away from the airstrike there on Kai. He gets taken out by JP in time, but the diversion saves Sans. Lutpi goes in alone. Carl TZ on the Lord.
They tried to get him out of there with the diversion, but it was just too late. And so now this opens a window to take the Lord here.
A play with 100% conviction. Liquid were all in on that one sequence, and they took Kyrie out. The flicker from Sanji and the Federal Airstrike was enough now. Carl TZ able to secure the Lord. Keyboy just setting it up. Did not have to commit. Tech charge out of there.
Great plays. Again, this is what TL looks to do when they can capitalize on getting a pick off, on making a play across the map, and they made the timing perfect for them. Now, this is just a bit of a lead for them, 2,000 gold ahead. They've got the Lord in their favor. Onyx lineup will still let them defend it pretty well and potentially set things up around Keyboy's tech charge. Now that it's available, they just have to play this right. And part of this too, again, with Skylar being on this Lunox, that was flexed throughout the draft. You know, you're gonna have to start to pay that stock pretty much. And he's got damage. They clear out the Lord, you can see that. They deal with it well. They take the diversion, they go for Sanford.
Penalty zone on the AOG there. Sansa able to flicker out the safety before the Unbreakable gets to him. Sanford taking low. Keyboy, no tech charge, gonna be locked down. Appraiser's Wrath having to flicker out. Keyboy, they'll keep their Holy Shields alive for now, but that's a big cannon minion to take the Holy Shield down to the mid lane.
Liquid wasn't playing Onyx, they were playing the map, distracting the Sky Kings from defending and stopping the forward momentum of those minions in mid. Now top lane gonna be up next. Thankfully, they got a minute left on Holy Shield, so bottom and top should be safe. OM commits Grand Theft Orange. There really isn't much that this squad has been doing except for taking down turrets in the past 11 minutes, so they're fine. Liquid, they're comfortable where we are in the mid game.
This is a great pickup here now for Skylar, as I was mentioned. He's got his Holy Crystal now with the Divine Glaive, so he's going to be a pretty big threat in terms of damage, but look at the gold gap between him and Oheb. Oheb has been farming like a madman. Just absolutely. So Oheb's got his Trinity. JP providing that vision, like we were talking about, it's crucial for TL's lineup to work, and they want to put pressure around this purple buff.
Now this kind of vision is aggressive. They're coming in!
Penalty zone of the AOG. Lutpi goes in for falling. Sarmu gets disintegrated by Oheb! And now it's Keyboy holding the lines. That's a tech charge landing on 4, but a Purify comes out as Carl's able to taunt him down. Keyboy taking low, going down. Oheb with a blazing duet gets 2 as Kai trades for it with a tier 2.
2 kills for Kiel1. Up top, Kyrie making some leeway for Onyx ID. So nothing comes for free. The long lane is taken care of. Onyx ID, despite the 5,000 gold gap, I'd say can still dance. I think they can still partake 30 seconds from now because of the singular factor that is the Mountain Shocker. And of course, the diversion. Because if in case they were losing, they can just skedaddle.
Yeah, the diversion is always going to be a big component that any team that has a Lui Yi can play around with. We're going to look at the replay for this. Again, penalty zone starting things up. Oheb popping up the damage like we mentioned. And this is, you know, unfortunate for Onyx because they just didn't have the members for this fight, right? You have Kyrie pushing into what he can. Sans earlier was part of this. Whoa, Lord is up. They're going to fight for this before.
And for penalty zone into the back. Kyrie able to trace a Sanford again, jumps in, and that's the hammer down from JP.
JP closing off the exit. Keyboy with a tech charge. That is a desperation move as Onyx retreat.
Blazing Duet canceled earlier. They're still able to kite back, but they've lost Kyrie. And look at the timing. It couldn't have been worse for Onyx. The Lord spawns in the land of Dawn.
Almost clairvoyant like game sense on Sanji. One might look at the angle and say, why would you take the Ferrier Strike far away that way? But no, he was reading where Onyx was going. And that was almost just as important as all the damage on Kyrie that took him out of the equation, that keeps him going. Lord for Onyx, what's not gonna be done? Liquid takes it and take down Keyboy too.
Buy one, get one, Lord and a free Keyboy.
Oh man,
in the lane.
That's unfortunate. For, you know, Onyx now, Keyboy up in about less than 20. They're gonna have to face the fact that these base turrets might fall here.
Actually, what were they doing down there?
I have no idea.
Was Onyx hoping that maybe Kyrie could catch up and then they could snatch a little free Lord? They're inside the base, mid lane cracks.
In the base here, Lord is making his way down into that mid lane, and Keyboy will be up for this defense. Does it all end here with almost a 9,000 gold lead for Team Liquid as they approach the base?
Oheb with the BMI backwards. Ludpi holding in on the Lord right now. They can still go for the defense. They have Sans, they have Skylar. They've dealt with it now. Feather airstrike in the bottom lane. That's going to be Oheb going for the siege as tech charge gets used defensively for Keyboy. AOG! Kai gets out with the traceless. And that's it. TL say, all right, let's back.
Slowly does it as Liquid is aware that there is no wave up top to push for the inevitable 3-lane push. The waves have not equalized, so they're going to go look at this Lord coming up in about 100 seconds, a minute and 40. And this is correct, resources for Onyx, but they're just not in a position to find those fights anymore. When was the last time we saw Sans pull off a diversion that actually did something?
Honestly,
I don't even remember it. Not a single time, I feel.
He tried. He tried to save, you know, a couple of his teammates here and there, but ultimately I feel like Sans has essentially not been able to do much on this Lui Yi pick. You know, yes, there's been a couple. Oh no, Kyrie, is he going to be in trouble here? Lupi's there around the corner.
Baton is short. Sanford doesn't want to go for the penalty zone, but look at Sanji.
Got push up top.
Airstrike. 1-2, Skylar! Brilliance! And that's it. I thought for some reason Sanji was going to flicker in there to look for the kill.
Seen it too many times.
The very last microsecond he could have clicked the brilliance, yes, but Sanji knows better. Again, that's 120 seconds compared to the 20-something that is the Feather Airstrike, so just play for the Lord.
And that's the thing, man. Sanji just picked up, his last item was the Divine Glaive, and that's why you see that amount of damage coming through. He's been very good at landing those Feathered Airstrikes and zoning out. So now it's just Onyx. Like, if they're in this situation where they're 9,000 behind, this Lord is coming about 30, you have to start to think, are they in even a fighting position? Most likely they give up the Lord and they try to base defense here. But I'm just worried about this lineup because so far it hasn't shown much. I mean, they've been reacting to what TL's thrown at them.
Lidby, on the taunt, and the hammer swings of Sanford. He's still very tanky though, as long as it's not Oheb or Sanji, he can take the beating.
Major problem for Onyx lineup. Again, I hate to say it at 16 minutes, but I'm sure our panel alluded to this one way or another. There's very little range. Onyx can only really go mid to short, and then they gotta go long to reset with that diversion and then come back in. So unless they can find that, unless they can force Liquid to fight in that short of a range, in the mud basically, Liquid's not having any of this.
Yeah, that's why this is such a risk here. Lord looks like it's just going to be quickly worked and secured unless Keyboy tries, but no. Tech charge though.
On Sanji, it's going to be Sans. Oh, he hits the wall. Penalty zone locks him down. Sans with a mistake call. Teasy with a punish. Kai with a traceless backwards. Blazing duet from Oheb.
That's a Boy Scout attempt on Skylar from the angle, but Ludwig falls. Liquid finding them, dropping them one by one. Keyboy up next.
Just one member left for Onyx for the Sky Kings, and it's Kai. Can he do it?
No, he cannot. Sanji silences Onyx, and they silence Tennis Indoor Sanayan. The Sky Kings fall beneath the charge of the cavalry marching through the Golden Road.
Two champions met in the arena of Tennis Indoor Sanayan, and only one can move forward, and that's Team Liquid.
Something about these hollowed halls here in Jakarta, Indonesia, awaken something in these gentlemen. They've all been here. They've all won here. But today, they've done something none of us thought they would do this early on in the tournament. They drop Onyx Indonesia.
And it's just like MSC 2025. The repeat happens again. It's TL with game 1, game 2, match point. Onyx getting a quick game in, and then TLPH be like, all right, fun in games is over.
You can see it here, you know, them feeling pretty good about that game. I mean, the series in general, of course, tough to see. There's the hug between the GOAT and Kyrie. It was a tough match, and it's tough to see what the result always is for Onyx Indonesia.
But thinking about what's going on in the minds of the Sky Kings, of Kyrie specifically, he said he's lost so many times and none of this phases him anymore. GG, well played to Onyx Indonesia. Thank you for putting on a match. Thank you for being here for us in M7.
Again, a phenomenal performance here from Team Liquid. Just to go ahead and make this happen again, you look at the highlights here through this game, and they started strong. They responded to Onyx, wanted to throw at them. Again, they started slow. This is what the lineup and composition does with a Fredrin, right? It's utility jungle. You go ahead, build up slow, you let your Claude scale. Meanwhile, Claude has kind of been slept on a little bit through the drafts. Well, now he comes through, and again, this fits perfectly in this composition.
This is the right response after what happened in Game 3. Liquid read into that and said, we can't lose a draft like that anymore. This ends now.
This feels like Onyx in the game, complete 180 from the draft. They were creative, they were looking for those picks, but in the game, they played it safe all throughout.
Well, again, congratulations, TL. Let's go ahead and throw it over to the host on stage for the winning interview.
With pride, they represented the host country as champions, but unfortunately now they have to bow out of the competition. Terima kasih, Onyx Indonesia, for that valiant effort. Yes, guys, and now on the brighter note, the winner of our second elimination match of the day, Tennis Indoor Sanayan. Give it up for Team Liquid! Boys, an amazing match. But to Carl TZ, many people thought that this matchup between you and Kyrie, as well as Onyx ID, would be in the grand finals. And unfortunately, it just had to be in the lower bracket. How did you feel when you learned about this matchup actually?
Nung una po, nagulat din po ako kasi talagang expected kami talaga sa finals. Pero ganun talaga, dami talaga nangyari iba sa, sa stage na talaga. And masaya lang ako na nanalo kami.
He said at first he was also shocked because he did expect to meet Onyx ID in the grand finals. But you know, that's tournament life. You don't know what could happen on stage, and when it happens, one just has to continue their journey. The beauty and the despair of the tournament, right? The ups and downs of the tournament, but you still were able to push through. Now for OHEB, a lot of people are talking about, every single person is talking about the possibility of you guys completing your golden road. Now, the thing is, this time around, it will be a little bit more tricky, considering that you guys will have to do it from the lower brackets. Now, for OHEB in particular, you've been able to achieve this in M3. Do you think that you can do it here again?
Yung run sa lower bracket, sobrang nakakapagod talaga. And ayaw sana namin siyang maulit kasi araw-araw na laban, sobrang nakakapagod, lalo sa mental namin. Pero ang gusto talaga namin ma-pull off tong Golden Run at makuha yung M7. Wala na kami pake kahit anong mangyari, kahit anong pagod, kahit anong sacrifice, bibigay na namin lahat para makuha lang namin to.
He said that as much as possible, he actually didn't want the lower bracket run to be the run that they will be having this M7 because it's very straining on a player having to play every single day in a back-to-back match. It's even more straining on the mental state because they have to go through so much. But he said he doesn't care whatever challenges comes his way. He just wants to pull off that golden road run. Wow, 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 Oheb. And of course, Carl, you were able to do it too back in the M2. Now, on your end, how confident are you that you will be able to do the same thing in M2 this time around in M7?
Siguro po ngayon yung nararamdaman ko, very confident kasi kakapanalo lang namin sa Onyx and alam kong sila yung isa sa pinakamalakas dito sa tournament kaya very confident talaga.
That is very confident, especially after the win up against Onyx. It gave them a momentum boost because they know that Onyx ID is one of the stronger opponents this M7 World Championship, Eterna.
Now, speaking of stronger opponents, we're gonna go back to Oheb. All right, because your next matchup will be Turkey's representative, Aurora Gaming, and just like you guys, right? They almost took down SRG, the Giants of Malaysia. Now, we're curious to know what your thoughts are on this team. What do you think about Aurora Turkey?
Personally, tingin ko po sila talaga yung dark horse ngayong tournament. Like mga past tournaments, lagi talaga namin sila nakakalaban. At isa rin talaga sila sa contender. Feel ko lalaruin lang namin kung ano yung nilaro namin kanina and kung paano kami nag-prepare. Pero mas better. Feel ko ganun.
He said that Aurora Turkey is definitely the dark horse for him this tournament, and he won't deny it. They're very strong as they've met in previous tournaments as well. But the gameplay that they'll be putting up against Aurora Turkey is the gameplay that they did with Onyx, but even better. And of course, study the opponent even better. Carl, what about you? Going up against Aurora Turkey, are you excited for that?
Opo, excited din ako makalaban sila tapos alam ko yung capabilities nila kasi sa MSC nakalaban namin sila and respetuhin namin sila.
That is excited and he's met them in MSC. They know what they are capable of. You know what, Carl TZ, despite playing in Indonesian home ground, I see so many of the cavalries were actually supporting TL. Is there anything you want to say to perhaps the buff that came to support you all the way from the Philippines?
Thank you sa lahat ng pumunta dito. Thank you sa mga sumupport and shout din sa girlfriend ko na pumunta pa.
Is that thank you to everybody who came, thank you for supporting, and of course, shout outs to the girlfriend who flew all the way from the Philippines.
That was beautiful, Carl. We're still hearing the support coming in here in the arena, ladies and gentlemen. And while they celebrate their success today and prepare for their match tomorrow, we're gonna throw it over once again back to the panelists to break down that game.
Thank you very much, Rose, as well as Eterna. And yeah, Team Liquid still looking very strong. And again, the final boss of the M7. Well, yeah, they're going through the lower brackets. We heard from Oheb say that they would prefer not to.
Yeah.
There's a lot of games, you know, mentally it is going to be straining. But hey, it is what is it. Speaking of, Trex, Onyx didn't have a lot of crowd control, huh?
They did not. And, you know, I know we were hyping it up, but I was not a fan of the Lu Yi swap at the end there. I think they had the full package. They could have put a lot of other options. Like I know the Ruby. I'm going to say it again. I mean, I think that would have been the answer. It would have stopped. It would have done well against the Fredrin. But, you know, woulda, coulda, shoulda. In the end, that's what's the difference between champions and people who aren't champions. That's the difference between winners and losers at this point. And right now, TLPH drafted better. They kept their composure, and they were able to get the win.
And here's the thing, Wolf, where this is not the first time we see something like this, right? You already have a winning formula. So how about you change it, right? And it's not an Onyx exclusive thing. It's just almost every team, they do that. And sometimes it can be a bit frustrating.
It is definitely frustrating. I think that it is totally different from our side of the table to their side, their own desks, wherein they're under a lot of time pressure, and there's 5 people who are different ideas, even 7 if you count in the coaches, like 7 different ideas on what to take, and then eventually you make this decision where, okay, let's pick up this Lu Yi that eventually did not have as much effect as the Lu Yi that we saw from Sanji. And it's not mainly because of the player who played it, but it's because of the matchup. I think Farsa versus Lu Yi is so Farsa-sided, and you can see that there is no actual hero that they can put into that teleport, unlike the previous time where there is that Sora that they can use for the Sora delivery kind of play.
And honestly, like, even though the Terizla was picked after the Louis, but even if somehow Sanji had a bad game, that Terizla could have stopped quite a few diversions, so they couldn't run away in the first place. But I feel like we're just going to keep it simple when it comes to analysis. If they just keep on Ruby Goat lane and then having that Lunox in mid, we might have had a very different game, especially considering the Ruby could have stopped the Fredrin, the Terizla.
I mean, could have just essentially in Turtle Pit, it would have helped them get so much advantage, mainly for the Fredrin.
Well, we're going to be looking at the MVP for this one, and could go on to anyone. Sanford had an amazing game. Sanji had an absolutely amazing game. You know, shout outs to the San duo. It looks like it is going over to Sanford 2-1-9. By Realme here. And again, Sanford, he was doing quite well in lane. The scary part is when he gets out of lane.
Yeah, that's generally what happens, especially when you put Sanford in a hero that he can actually make the plays with. Going for Inspire, actually, with a Flicker, obviously, to make him so active around the map, and when he is running around, you can see and expect that there will be a lot of plays in favor of Team Liquid Philippines. In the last moments, we saw that the big clashes went in favor of Team Liquid because of how fast they were and how decisive they were. Because the thing with Terizla and Fredrin together is that they kind of alley-oop things to each other. You can start with the initiation onto the Terizla, and then the Fredrin comes in. But you can also start with the Fredrin first, and then the Terizla. That is such a good combination and synergy that they have because of the nature of the heroes. And you always have that knock-up and those small crowd control that can come out of Fredrin to eventually help Sanford in initiating.
And Sanford does such a good job at not only being the first engager, but the second or third engager. You know, whether he wants to help his team get away, he has the full package when it comes to being an EXP laner, and he can be the aggressive person or just the support. And I think on something like this, no, he's not securing a bunch of kills. He's only 2-1-9, but he is consistently there in every team fight, catching the opponents when he needs to.
You know what's interesting as we're going to be looking at the highlights? It's kind of like Team Liquid saying like, hey, you guys actually have a good idea. How about we do it? Right? Where this time the crowd control is coming from the Terizla, the Gatot, as well as the Fredrin. So it's kind of like, we're going to do the same, a bit different, but still the same.
It's, yeah, we call it the Exodia here for Team Liquid. It's like, they just swap up some of the pieces, but essentially when they get this kind of lineup with the Fredrin on top of the Farsa, and then it's either just Lapu-Lapu or the Yuzhong, and now it's, in this case, it's going to be the Terizla, and then whatever JP uses to counter the opposing center coming out from the opponents. In this case, Gatotkacha versus the Grok, which is every time the Grok initiates, you just have the Gatotkacha. That's the Exodia formula, and they just know how to execute this properly.
You know, there's almost never a time that a call is missed on the side of TLPH. Every time one of them engage, everyone else is on point with it. Sanji almost always hits. Comparative to where Onyx in this last play, you see the tech charge coming way wide. The rest of the team doesn't follow up, and that I think is the big difference. One of the major differences between these two teams is TLPH is an oiled machine where one player pops a skill, the next one comes in, Sanji rolls up, drops down the feathered airstrike, and it is always a great combo from everybody.
I get what you mean. It's like their synergy is so good because they essentially complete each other's sentences. Think about it.
Pretty much.
Pretty much. Because what we see is a fluid motion coming up from Team Liquid Philippines where they catch each other every time they try to initiate, but there's always going to be someone to finish the kill. And that's the reason why they're continuously winning.
I mean, like, it really does look like Onyx was getting desperate there, and I kind of can't blame them being put in this situation going up against TL. Which, by the way, I should have said this much earlier, but also shout-outs to Oheb because it's clear that he loves Onyx, you know, in his expressions, hugging everyone, you know, after the victory. It's great to win, but at the same time, you gotta crush someone else's dreams to be where you're at.
That's just how it is. On the way, I mean, I'm sure the Team Liquid would have loved to face Onyx Indonesia in deeper into the tournament, the grand finals perhaps, but there's still more challenges to be had. Like Aurora Turkey, for example, as their next opponents, they're not too shabby at all. I think that will be such an interesting matchup.
Same.
And you know, I want to go back to Oheb because it's true. This guy has been through the ringer before he got into the, you know, from Blacklist to now, from M3 to now, he's had to go into MDL, back and forth, has been, you know, and when he joined this team, for me, I felt like it was the perfect fit. I felt like his aggression matched up well with the rest of the team, and then the meta went to a place where, oh, we got some fighter gold lanes, Oheb is in peak. I mean, this is his time to truly shine here in this meta, in this M7, in Jakarta.
Honestly, even the change for the fighter emblem, changing from spell vamp to a hybrid lifesteal, I kind of feel like it's kind of good for a lot of gold laners because they're like, I can use a marksman and a fighter. I gotta say, for me as a tank, I find that a bit annoying. But hey, what do I know? I know about Fairy. Now that's something that I know because the Fairy Games app is the place to create and host a room to play 1v1 online with your friends, colleagues, enemies, parents, and eSport club members. Stand a chance to win the M7 Tribute Rings, the MLBB Diamonds, new MLBB skins. Download the Fairy Games app now and register your MLBB ID to start playing. It's free until the 25th of January, which is 3 days from now. So, limited time. Get on it. Speaking of getting on it, make sure you guys get the Gatotkacha skin as well. And it's for free. You just got to make sure that on the M7 Battle Pass, you go all the way to level 45 for you guys to get the Gatotkacha Solar Spark skin. So essentially just play the game, get your level high enough, in fact go all the way to 75, and you basically get everything that you want. A little bit more, you can get the figurine as well, but you know, that's on you.
It's a beautiful figurine.
You're a beautiful figurine.
Thank you. Inches, baby.
Oh, look at it.
Miles over kilometers.
I do have to say, I don't dare do that, but I respect you for it because it actually looks pretty cool.
It does.
Yep.
After this though, Selangor Red Giants going up against Aurora again, but this time coming in from the Philippines. So that's going to be an interesting match. It's going to be the upper bracket, no elimination, but winning means you go to the grand final. So thank you very much, Wolf, Trex, me, Lefel.
Thank you, Lefel.
We're going for a break, but when we return, that's going to be the upper bracket. We'll see you guys, SRG against Aurora.
our first game.
Okay.
Oh. Just ling, ling.
Ling, just, ling, just. Ling, chow, ling, bail, chow, bail, ling. Uy!
Chow, ling, chow, veil, chow, veil.
If link, clint, glue, link, clint, if glue.
Glue, clint, ling, just. Glue, gourd.
Chick, clean, veil, ling, if, just, guard, glue.
Gatotes me, Hayabusa, bis. Ay,
Gatotes me, Hayabay. Balik pa naman. That's it? Balik mo yan.
Before we play the video, so this is
Ready for the video?
Mortality right now. CW to be brought back to the team right now. Is a regular Sascorp. Will be hours away from by Kyrie. CW pops in with an nature, able to shot some damage. Kill the base is wide open, but it's going to be cleared out. Sans in the back doing some damage. Mortality's falling left and right. AP Brent losing members. Maltese with the patient by break. Face an implosion, and just like that, the sky tank descend from the skies back to the Philippines.
first question.
What time everyone got white out? Wait, same time?
3, 2, 1.
22:10.
22:09 naman.
This one is the video end.
22:09. Oh, 1 second apart.
Oh, 1.
0-1.
3, 2, 1.
3-1-11.
1-1-13.
3-1. Si View pala yun.
Go, lucky shot!
Wala, di ako ito masyado
I just said randomly. I don't know.
Super Marco.
Pew.
Oh my God! Yun yung sasabihin ko sa atin, kaso di ako sure eh.
Oh, you remember this?
Oh, 3, 2, 1.
View and who? Ogwen?
Sogan na lang. Mga
View and Ogwen.
The answer is wrong.
Few and KTZ.
Correct!
I see the KTZ. So, no die, 3-0.
Doing some damage. Mortality's falling left and right. AP Brent losing members. Maltese with the patient by break. Face an implosion, and just like that, the sky tank.
Ay, yeah, Pew. Okay.
Okay, time's up.
6 got killed, right?
3, 2, 1.
I'll say the player's name, right?
Yeah. Yes.
First is View, Flap, Marco, Ogwen, Kaltizi.
It's wrong.
Okay. Few, Marco, Flap, Ogwen, Kyle.
Nice, bro.
Tama sila.
Hey, fuck it! You your brain, right?
You Marco Flap?
You didn't have
Thank you, players.
23, easy win.
38.
Bye!